as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette. G as in Goldfetter. K as in kitten. M as in magic. P as in perfect. C as in Colette. U as in unbelievable. V as in victory. W as in wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. B for buffering. E for Petrofane. S for slime, my friend, and U as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P. T for tell 'em anything. R for rights we stand. I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. 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 Never gonna let me down.
Hi guys. So we are about to start court. It is Friday and they are starting. They have some things to take care of. So good morning to everybody, and everybody's saying good morning. I also assume some of you guys must be in different time zones. So maybe you're saying good morning just to keep it all together. But good afternoon, good evening to people from other parts of the world. And let's see, everybody's getting into the courtroom. I thought I would start that off with a song because it's Friday. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. And let's go.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Do we have the rest of the attorneys in the conference room, or do we know? Ah, okay, there's one for everybody. That works. All right, Ms. Love, what do we know about witnesses for today?
So, Judge, we have Mr. Sprinkel. We will be presenting an order or a motion for an order, a proposed order for the court to hear from the staff at Grady about Mr. Zachary. We don't know how the court will handle that, but we'll move.
Okay.
Because we don't yet have his stat. We have word from the sheriff's office about his status. But the captain was speaking to a charge nurse and looking at what was available. It was not evident to the person I was speaking with what was keeping him. So I will be attempting to have his treating physician, perhaps, if we can get that done, address the matter and whether or not he's able to safely either come testify or be released. The reason I say that is that when he first was taken into custody, he was taken down to Grady and released And when he was set, it was in 2 days' time, and then he was set to come here, obviously, but then he was taken back right before, and they kept him because of that. So given the set of circumstances that we have, we'll be asking the court to seek from them, from Grady itself, if they will apprise the court, his status and his availability, his tentative release date. And I won't speak more on it. I'll just present a motion to the court regarding that, and the court can decide what the court wants to do.
All right, I'm not quite following why we need a court order for that if his attorney who is representing him is okay with the doctor in the hospital providing information, which so
Well,
far they have been.
True. And so it would be a matter of, I guess, a Zoom call or something, but I want the treating physician to directly relate to the court what his current status is in terms of releasability and ability and an impact on coming to testify.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Shaw. Do you have anything to add to this?
I spoke to him twice yesterday. Last time was 5:15 yesterday. He told me he's got two medical scenarios. One, he's got real low blood
Can,
pressure.
hang on. Can y'all all hear him, or come on up to the mic if you don't mind?
Yay, we're doing mics today.
And when you're saying you spoke with him, do you mean Mr. Zachary or Mr. Zachary's doctor?
I spoke to Mr. Zachary about 5:15.
Okay.
And he says they had planned on releasing him, but he said they checked his blood pressure and it's low. They have to
Okay.
get it up. The
Okay.
second thing is he has a problem with a certain blood count. I don't even know what that is. I mean, and he started explaining it, but as a layman, I wouldn't know. But he said those are the two things that are holding him right
Okay.
now. And then once he's released, but I don't know when that's going to be.
So because I'll just stand on what I just said. And before I do anything with his doctor, like if the doctor comes to or is able to reach out to us, I'll have Mr. Scheib notified and brought in and deal with that then.
I don't,
So-
the doctor's not going to speak to you without his permission and me being there. But from what I gather, talking to the other doctor initially, his situation is tenuous. It goes back and forth. His stress level, and I've done a bunch of research on it, and it's his situation. Like he's had 3 blood transfusions in the last month and a half, complete blood transfusions. So
Right, because sickle cell anemia is a blood disease.
it's messed up. He's in the family's. He's been in intensive care. So, and that it was indicated by the DA. They put him in jail. He had a crisis. They took him to Grady. It stabilized. They took him back to the jail. He had another crisis. They took him back to Grady, and that's where he's been. So, and then if he comes here, what I would like
Is there just a laugh
it's within your discretion
in the mic?
to have a hearing and let him testify. Let the DA ask him questions about what he knows and see how he stands up under that. And
We're not going to do that. I mean, we're just going to have him testify. We're in the middle of the trial, so there's no point in doing a pre-hearing about that.
to see if he survives or he has another crisis. But if that
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself. There's no point doing it twice.
Well, just to see and see what his testimony would be, because he's indicated,
That's not how trials
because
work.
he's real sick, and if we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from the jury. But, I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along with it.
Okay.
Yep.
So you just keep me, I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I know
Yes.
that Mr. Scheib's concern stated to the court has been his client going back to the jail. And I know that has been a concern that Mr. Scheib has expressed
Oh, Rod.
to the
It's just all of
hospital
us.
personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail
All right. And I thought y'all were going to work something. I mean, let's imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens? I thought the 2 of you were going to work out some kind of other arrangement where he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether he's going
He
to
got a
appear
slime shake
voluntarily
today.
or not, but not in the jail.
that has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he can go back to his house.
He
You
would
want to put a GPS monitor.
He would not be at his house. He would be, we would still have to keep him in custody somewhere outside of a jail, I suppose. We could work on
So
that and
have
talk
y'all-
about that later. Because
Well, I don't know about working on it and talking about it later, because it sounds like whatever, this is a fluid situation, and the kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's going to occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked that out, but then It doesn't sound like y'all have worked
No,
that out.
Actually, it has not been Mr. Scheib and me, it has been the DA's office and the jail in terms of who or how they would, how we would handle his custody and if he's released back to the jail. I can
That
talk-
seems like the kind of thing that, I don't know, a judge's signature needs to be upon.
We have not yet.
Okay,
have
so
been
you just
discussing
said you
it.
worked it out.
I'm saying that there have been discussions.
Mm-hmm.
I will leave it at that, and I will present to the court whatever the result of those, I believe, the conclusion of those discussions are before he is released from the hospital.
Call your courtroom page.
It's real simple for me. I would like him released and go back home and be with his family so they can take care of it.
I know what you want, and based on the information that was in the affidavit in support of the material witness warrant, if he goes back to his family has no intention of, at least based on what's in the affidavit, of having him come testify.
What does it matter if his family
Court
has
could
an
order it,
intention?
Hold them in contempt if they do not, and put a GPS monitor.
Okay, I told y'all to work that out like 2 days ago.
We've been talking, and as I have said to Mr. Scheib, we have his continued position is only about him being released and not testifying.
All right, if you
So,
can't work it out, then just present something else to the court, other arrangements.
Thank you.
Because I don't think that it would be appropriate, considering the health situation, for him to go back to the jail either. But there's something between the two, between total release and he's in the wind because his family wants him
not to testify.
far away from here and in the jail. There's something in between those two.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
okay. I have 2 court cases upstairs. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
And just so you guys know, yesterday, very quickly, like right as, I think it was before court ended actually, Whitaker and the attorney, Whitaker, gave the order so that way he could be here today. They're delaying the trial that he has upstairs so he could do this morning. So Whitaker was expedient in making sure this update could happen. So it sounds like Love was supposed to work something out. Sounds like maybe working out an ankle monitor ask, and she didn't do it. Who's surprised? And think of what day today is, guys. Today is Friday. So if he were to be in the hospital and they're like, okay, your vitals are good at 6 p.m. today, and she didn't arrange something for him to be able to be at home with an ankle monitor, that would be a weekend. That would be a weekend until he'd have a chance to get out of Rice Street again. Like, it's like she's doing the Friday to Monday thing again, intentionally. So, while I'm angry, thank you for the good vibes, Amy E. Amy E says, happy Friday. Have a great day, everyone. Guys, tonight at 8 p.m. we will be doing a hangout with, we're calling it Club Classy, or Blood Blassie. So please hit that link in the chat there. Big thank you to JP for becoming a member, and Angela for gifting one. I also saw K Grammar dropped 5 in the chat. You guys know I love the gift feature. So if you guys got a gift, make sure you're saying thank you. ST Satchel had dropped another one. Super, super sweet of you. Good morning to ST Satchel. Nick Starro, this is always how it goes. I'm sure the chat can relate. Interesting day. I really thought I would be home early today, but oh no. Let's have a minor crisis at work instead. I'll see you all at the panel show, and I'm going to get that link. I hope you guys come hang out with us at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm Eastern. And I always forget to specify. So that's going to be a good time. This is going to be a huge panel of faces you guys might recognize to celebrate 10K. And of course, we're going to talk about YSL. So Nick, hope your day goes by quickly. I know what that's like. And then John Coleman says, aw, Love's dressed like a Valentine today, or a Black Widow. So, with the slime shake is killing me with that green straw. So here we go. Thank you guys. This is just like, I feel like she plots. She plots. Love plots.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Is this
All
an
right.
appropriate time?
Sure.
Okay. I fully understand that we are not a party. When I say we, I'm talking myself and my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now. Your Honor, I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
Okay,
Or
so-
unless you bring an issue to me.
well, that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay, Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell. He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. And my concern is, and I'm going to deal with that on cross-examination. That's not going to be a problem. However, if those lies come out and I am not able to cross-examine Mr. Zachary due to him being unavailable, due to medical situation, due to anything like that, and I don't know about his medical, I'm just hearing about it just like you. But if that happens, there's going to be no one ringing that bell. There's going to be no limiting instruction that's going to protect his due process rights, his rights to confront his accusers, his cross-examination rights. And it's going to lead to me asking for a mistrial again. And the state is on notice at this point that by calling Mr. Zachary in this state, and I don't know what his state is, but they seem to know, they are on notice that something could happen. And I'm not the one calling him to the stand, but if his direct testimony comes in or his prior statements come in and I don't have a chance to confront him about those lies, we are not going to have a fair trial. And I'm just putting it on the record now so everyone knows what my stance on that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and again, I don't know what exactly his situation is. I've been told sort of varying things.
Oh, what do you mean, Paige?
There is, and I guess the most appropriate thing might be to just hear from the doctor, but
This is what Shibe wanted you to
if
do.
he is in a condition where testifying at this trial is risky and he may make it through half the testimony and not all of it or something like that, I mean, there is the possibility of taking his deposition to preserve his testimony, which then all of the attorneys would be present for, and you can do a video deposition. And then if for whatever reason he gets through part of it and not all of it, then it doesn't get used. I mean, that's a possibility.
Your Honor, there are just a couple of things that, in the court is correct. And that is, those are things that we have, tossed around.
Yeah.
But the state's bigger concern is that given the commentary made by Mr. Zachary's father, when we were trying to reach him, that he was going to reach out to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know why, but that's what he said. And he insisted that we could not force Mr. Zachary to come and testify. And given that there seems to be pretty open communication between Mr. Shibe and counsel for the defendants, they probably have an even better grasp on what's going on with him than even we do. But what we do know is that there are people down there who are monitoring him. And the person with whom I spoke yesterday said that person is not a doctor, but that his vitals on the chart looked normal. Okay. And that there had been the representation by Mr. Shibe that if he goes down to the jail, he's going to die. And there are 28, all of these things. And so
people die in that jail.
Certain people protective of keeping him there and not realizing the reality of this circumstance, that it appears that whenever it comes close to the time that he has, so.
Yeah, I realize that this could just as easily be a convenient excuse. I mean,
but
I don't know what the real situation is.
And we have been we have been talking about all of that. But what I do know is that Mr. Shibe has told me flat out, my client will not testify. And he's given me the reason that he believes. And like I said, I'll just leave it at that. And it's not the reason that he just represented.
Okay,
So,
well, I
Two
have
things can be
also not
possible
been
at once.
presented with any sort of
She moved the
immunity
chair.
order, and that was something.
Was your
we-
homework.
Okay,
Oh, they did it.
and it's the same, it's just a standard motion under the statute and a proposed order and an agreement from Mr. Shive and his client to sign. So, and again,
okay, so have the terms been worked out between of the order, whatever the conditions and things like that? Did you and Mr. Scheib work that out?
no, Judge, what we did was track the language of the statute. It literally says that he cannot be, nothing that he the step to which he is.
All right, so you have not talked to Mr. Scheib, and Mr. Scheib has not talked to you since yesterday afternoon when y'all said you were gonna,
We've
about terms?
We have been drafting it. We have not talked.
Okay, so how about talk to him when he gets back? Because he had a couple of other courtrooms to go handle matters in and he was coming back after that. And talk to him before you present anything to me.
Okay, but Your Honor, I would also say that and I will do as the court has instructed, period. That's a full stop. The statute.
I love when attorneys say, I'll follow your orders, as if you have a choice. I mean, I guess you have a
No,
choice.
I'm-
I could hold you in contempt, but okay,
and
thank
that's
you.
not
I
what intend
appreciate
to have
that.
happen, and I don't mean
Sit
to.
down.
I don't mean to be or sound
Okay.
contemptuous. What I'm saying, Your Honor,
Sit
is
down.
I don't want the rest of what I'm saying to be interpreted as if I'm going to do something else
Okay.
than what the court has instructed.
So sit down and
All
do
that
what you
I'm
were
saying,
asked.
or all that I was saying was.
Oh my gosh.
That the 245507 has specific language,
Mhm.
and it instructs that the court knows that statute. So
Just give it to Shive and get it
we are
done.
going to follow that statute, and we will talk to Mr. Shive about what that means. And I don't
I'm
know
sure
if
he
there's
knows
something
what it
else that
means.
he intends to or wants, but whatever that is, we will discuss it with him.
Do that.
But the statute itself is pretty clear, and so
So is the judge.
we will
Like,
do as I said, as the court instructs.
did she just say we'll do as I said as the court instructs?
Okay.
Oh my god. The judge was so like
All right, there's a
snippy
new motion in limine number 60.
with Shive and the
that
defense
I am
attorneys.
Just opening the email for, is that something that we
And
need
Love
to
just brought
deal
the
with
heat to herself.
this morning, or is that just something for our
No.
next non-jury day?
No, but I wanted to inform this honorable court that you motivated
Ah,
the people at our office.
okay, great.
Thank you. They said they are inspired by your words and they are ready to go. So
All
thank
right.
you.
Good deal. Okay, well, we'll take that up whenever we have our next non-jury day, if it's just about upcoming evidence, but not immediately upcoming. All right. All right, are there any other, we told the jury 9, so we've got a few minutes before it reaches 9 o'clock. Any other matters we need to discuss?
Your Honor, we came in early specifically to discuss the
Yes.
objection that was raised
Okay.
by counsels for the defendants. And what I believe was happening, if I can summarize it clearly and accurately, on yesterday evening, we had Deputy DA Mike Sprinkel on the stand, who was asked a question regarding
We probably
how it
talked
is
to
that
last
he,
night.
conducts further independent investigations into the unindicted homicide cases that he receives in order to make those decisions that he makes. There was the objection specifically when I asked Deputy DA Sprinkel how it is that he decides, with the thousands of jail calls, for instance, that he has access to, which ones are pertinent to
Right.
to look at. And so there was this objection that we were bolstering, that it was irrelevant.
We've gone over
and
all of
that,
this.
Just
Just
we should
stop.
not be allowed to do that. We should only be allowed to ask DDA Sprinkel what he did in this case. To that, Your Honor, to the extent that the defense has made relevant by in front of the jury, raising their defense of essentially selective prosecution and malicious prosecution by the state. It has not only made this particular testimony as to how DDA Sprinkel conducts his efforts to determine the proper charging decisions to make, not only relevant, but highly probative, and thus not a waste of time or confusion. For the defense to take the position that they are able to show that or say that the state has essentially chosen to just go after their client because they wanted to get the big fish, and then to object when we try to show the repetitive nature and the consistent method by which DDA Sprinkel conducts his procedures. It is an effort to create a distraction on their part regarding selective prosecution or malicious prosecution, and then to have that argument unanswered on the part of the state. And that is, it goes against 24-1-1, which obviously says that the whole purpose of this process is to determine the truth. And so when the jury is trying to make a determination about what was done in this case, and essentially DDA Sprinkel has taken investigative steps, and he is showing his normal, consistent investigative steps. And for the defense to try and limit that showing to the jury, it's an effort to hide very relevant facts from the jury. When the defense is allowed to argue with respect to our officers, to ask on cross-examination, how many reports have you done? Is this what you do in every report? And to essentially question the way that the officers normally conduct their procedures in order to make the jury believe that something untoward has happened, the state certainly should not be constrained from showing the standard nature and the reliability of the procedures that DDA Sprinkel used in determining how he ultimately makes decisions. So how the phone calls are obtained is just one thing that makes it credible. It shows that it is a part of his routine policies and procedures, and it is not distracting. It is in fact clarifying. And again, under 24-1-1, the state is or should be entitled to present its evidence that what the defense has now put before the jury by way of argument and cross-examination is very relevant. Their entire position is antagonistic to 24-1-1. And even if someone feels they've got a constitutional right to confuse, that's not what our rules of evidence require. And we would ask that the court allow us to continue the line of questioning that we have begun. We have said that we would make it targeted. We are not attempting to get information that is not pertinent in this case before the jury. And we are attempting to give the jury all of the information that they need in order to make proper decisions based on whole truths in this case. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any case law you wanted the court to consider?
The case
Well,
law.
as to bolstering, Your Honor, that is what the defense has argued is happening. That has been the basis for their objection.
Where's your case law?
And the first case that I have for the court, it plainly says that bolstering is when one witness testifies or comments on the credibility of another, or when one witness attempts to, after the credibility of something has been attacked, another witness, before it's time to do so, attempts to bolster the credibility of that other thing that has been attacked. So in this case, this is simply the state showing DDA Sprinkel's policies, his practice, how standard his policies or procedures are in investigating and in making decisions in the cases that he gets, and his
It'd be
experience
bolstering either way.
and
You're both from the state.
the number of times that he has done it and how he has done it and why he does what he does is very relevant for the jury to decide how to assess the testimony that he gives in terms of what he did. So it's in no way bolstering. And I believe that the case,
Bless you.
bless you.
Thank you for the interruption. Shout out to whoever sneezed.
Shut down on me, and I'm getting the case that I had for the court.
She's literally just saying Sprinkle can't bolster another witness or bolster the case, but he's bolstering himself and he's part of the state. He's like a deputy district attorney. They all have like different acronyms that make them sound like more than an ADA. They're all ADAs. So when he bolsters the
Brown
quality of his
versus
investigation,
State
he's
plainly
bolstering the
says,
state's investigation.
when a witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. When the Supreme Court evaluates whether testimony constitutes improper bolstering, the Supreme Court considers the disputed testimony in context. That's Brown versus State 302 Georgia 454, and specifically
Oops.
it references 24-6-620 and points out that it says the credibility of the witness shall be a matter to be determined by the trier of fact. And under that statute, a witness can never bolster the credibility of another witness as to whether the witness is telling the truth. Credibility of the witness is within the province
That's
of
not
the
what
jury.
happened.
And when the witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of
bolstered the
another
credibility of
witness,
his
there's
own
no
work.
improper bolstering. So in
Their
our
work
case,
sucked.
there is
Mine
no
was better,
such thing
is what
being
he was
done.
doing.
In fact, the opposite is being done when with the lead detective and in the Donovan Thomas murder and with the lead detective in every other case that we have presented to the jury, the defense has constantly and consistently attempted to show to the jury that either there is a malicious or selective or somehow
Incompetent.
improper or irregular
Incompetent.
effort to target their clients, to show the absence of those very things with a witness is nothing but to have the witness show, how he is qualified to make the determinations or to do what he did, even when he is a lay witness.
All right, any argument from defense counsel?
How is where are the reports a
Morning again,
malicious
Your Honor.
question?
Good morning.
Your Honor, prosecutor just stated that there was an objection when Mr. Sprinkel was going through jail calls in which are pertinent. And I believe that we can just get there. OCGA 24-1-1 talks about the mission of a case. And here, the mission of a criminal case is whether the state of Georgia proves to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of one or more of these accused. That's it. It's not about Mr. Sprinkel's work. And he can say, I have found this jail call. And if the court admits it, they can play it. But him going through, this is what I do, and I have grand jury power, and I don't always follow the police, and I don't indict other people in other cases at times that the police think should be indicted, is really no play here to that mission. The prosecution's attack or statement or justification maybe would be the right word that, I'll just say me, but have raised the defense that the police targeted Mr. Williams. I stand by that. It came out in evidence. Just for instance, when this honorable court was here, it came out in other factions of the case before this honorable court graced the bench in this case. But Mr. Copeland's statement, which was admitted over objection on June 10th, 2015, he's with prosecutors, not prosecutors, police officers. And they specifically say, we don't want Shannon. He's a little fish. We want a big fish. And it comes out, I want Thug. I want to know where his money's from. This was embedded in the case by the prosecution. And Mr. Copeland testified, I knew who they wanted. And he said, whether it's believed or not is up to, obviously, the trier of fact. But Mr. Copeland said, I knew that I can get out of that interrogation room by finessing against Mr. Williams. And I lied. That's, short. That's a fair amount. But I was going through this last night and this morning, Your Honor. And if the district attorneys who's testifying, and he's an honorable man, if he's allowed to say what his conduct was, why he did this, why he didn't do certain things. They asked yesterday, or the court may have said, yeah, but you attacked why some people were indicted and some people weren't indicted. I believe that came from this honorable court. Then I would like to have, I believe that's a waiver of work product. I mean, we're getting very close to strategy, and they're revealing, they being the DA's office through this witness, may be revealing to an adversary, which waives attorney work product, what they did and why they did it. And if that's true, I just know myself, and God willing, follow the law. I'm going to serve a subpoena. It'll be met with a quash, I'm sure. And you're going to have to go through all of the in-camera inspection of all emails, text messages, memos from meetings. I'm going to put Paul Howard on my witness list because this case has been languishing before indictment for approximately 7 years. And I don't see why we're doing that, because it could extend the trial, which is fine. But it really is going to be met by a blizzard of people reading all, if you allow it, of the state's inner workings. So then we can confront Mr. Sprinkel. Well, you made this decision. I want to understand why you did this decision. Because this memo says this. For instance, there's no wiretap on Mr. Williams' telephone. There's a wiretap order that was given to us, a proposed order, in discovery. It was never given, I could tell, to a court. Well, I find that interesting, but it's not in evidence. I wasn't going to ask about it, but if his strategies are coming in, he will be asked. Now, I'm confident, knowing the Honorable District Attorney elected Willis, she has control of this case. I just know that from dealings with her and in the past and on this case. So she will be added to the witness list, because it's really not Mike Sprinkel's call who to indict. That's from my experience. I'm not saying came out in evidence. The Honorable Court knows a lot more about the inner workings potentially than I do, but we're going down such a wrong road, and the case law supports what the defense is saying. That's why we don't get into the investigation and the conduct of the investigation, but we get into the relevant information given out. Unless, and it says in the rare case, R-A-R-E, rare case, that the conduct of the investigator becomes relevant. And that's all I'm trying to say. And as far as jury instructions, I believe this Honorable Court will be asked, whether you give it or not, it's up to the court. But there'll be an instruction. The fact that it's a party to a crime, and we have a conspiracy, so I believe it's coming. The fact that others have not been charged, are given immunity, are beyond prosecution, were prosecuted, or been acquitted is irrelevant. In the indictment itself, it states that the grand jury does hereby charge and accuse the following 28 people. And it says, and there are others known and unknown who are co-conspirators. So there's no issue on who did you charge. Those are specific strategic decisions made by the Honorable Fonnie Willis et al., her office. So I am going to object to DA Sprinkel. I do believe that the state of Georgia was attempting to, probably did, say what a great job they do by reviewing all these cases and not letting an indictment go out, which may be true. That's how it should be. That's what we demand.
of our prosecutors, but it doesn't really come into this case. So I stand on our objections for the cases I gave last night.
Okay, yes.
Your Honor, I was just going to point out again that the way that the questions have been tailored have been in order for the jury to be allowed to see
The voice guys.
what experience Mr. Sprinkel has, what his standard operating procedure is, and to show the method and procedure by which he obtained the information that he will present to the jury.
All right, well, I gave instructions yesterday and those instructions still apply.
All that for nothing.
So are we ready? I know the jury's ready.
Actually, all of that for Steele to make a better record.
You can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand.
So, Sprinkle, here we go. It's going to be a day. Jennifer Devine says Mr. Sprinkle doesn't recycle and should suck on lemons. Guys, I really think Sprinkle will be forthcoming based on what happened with the pretrial hearing. He might be a little bit self-inflating, proud of himself, but I think he'll be forthcoming. I think he'll cooperate with the defense's questions. I don't think he'll lie, even though I think there might be an issue. He might have an overconfidence in his work.
No, we're trying to get.
For
Yes,
Grady,
Yes. Can we get a
we
Zoom
can generate
and a
one.
time that the court will hear from the doctor?
We can generate one. Not, I mean, wouldn't it just be this? Can't we just?
I think they're trying to set up a Zoom so the doctor can ping in
I
and
mean, if not, then we'll just send another one to everybody.
Is there a time that we can
Lunch?
give to him? And that would be 12.
I mean, I don't know, maybe we need to do it at that person's convenience.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle in. Thank you.
And Sandy, this is exactly right. If you read the label on a Benadryl bottle, it says not to operate a motor vehicle while taking. But let's get people on the stand when they're on, I know they said 2 oxys every 4 to 6 hours, plus something else. It was started with a D. So, like, I don't know medications, but that sounds... And that's kind of what Short was getting at. Like, if he just blurts something out he's not supposed to say, we can't undo that. Yes, we can cross, but I can already picture you let a witness up there that might be kind of out of mind a little bit. You're going to hear a defense attorney say mistrial. And then the state will have to deal with Love telling us for like 45 minutes how it's not their fault.
Good morning, DDA Sprinkle.
Good morning.
When we broke on yesterday, I believe that the last question that I asked you was how it was that you went about targeting what phone numbers, for instance, to listen to when you are investigating or conducting an independent investigation of unindicted cases that you receive from law enforcement. Would you explain to the jury how you go about doing that?
Well,
I think he already answered that question yesterday.
I think that there was the objection at the end of the day. So I think.
Look at
I
her
think
hand.
that
The
that
judge
was-
is not okay with her saying
he had
that.
not completed his response.
My understanding is that he did, and so I'm going to object on asked and answered.
Whitaker just objected for the defense. She is not
it's
happy with Love
sustained.
today.
Mr. Sprinkle, where is it that you get the information from regarding what numbers to look for in Securus as you began to look into how to make your decisions in investigating independently cases that you receive?
Well, there's a few areas. The first is looking at the numbers that the inmate called and running each number individually to see which numbers the inmate actually called versus which numbers another inmate called using that inmate's pen. That's the primary way.
And if you slow down just a little bit.
All right.
Go ahead.
But the other way is I would, if I had, for example, from intelligence that's gathered during the investigation, for example, if cell phone records were obtained by the investigator or by me, however they were obtained, I'll go through, for one of the parties involved in the case, I'll go through them and I'll generate a list of phone numbers from those phone records. And what I'm trying to do there is run every phone number that occurs in a party of interest phone records through the jail call system. Because I'm not oftentimes just looking for phone calls from people that have been actually charged with the crime. I'm also looking for phone calls from people that may know something about the crime and that those phone calls are placed to those people in close temporal proximity to the homicide or event that I'm interested in.
And how, when you speak about the fact that there are some calls that are made off pin and some calls that are not, how do you determine when a call is made by a person that you are actually seeking to gain information from?
There's a number of factors that go into that. One of the most basic and easiest to explain would be, I just recognize the voice. If we're talking about the inmate, like if I want to verify that it is in fact an inmate that I'm interested in that's placing the call, then I just develop a familiarity with their voice through various means. Wherever I can find a known exemplar of their voice, then I listen to that and I learn their accent and the tone and tenor of their voice. And that based on a few other things, like for example, how often the inmate customarily calls this number. If I know that that number belongs to somebody that's a close family member or friend of the inmate, then that's another thing that is kind of an indicia of reliability that is in fact the inmate that's calling that number. But I think the primary thing is just knowing their voice.
Is it a common practice to, once you have done these things that you've described for the jury, for you to then talk to people that have not been identified?
I couldn't hear what you said because y'all were both saying something at the same time. Objection, what?
Leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is it a common practice for you, once you have done all these things that you have described for the jury, for you to talk to people or endeavor to talk to people that have not previously been a part of the case file?
Yes.
Now, when you do that, is that something you do alone, or do you do it with the lead detective or your investigator, or a combination?
A combination.
Okay. How often is it that you have actually found people that you had not previously identified is a part of the case file, that were people you sought to obtain information from to further investigate a case?
I'm going to object as to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. When you actually do locate a person and go and talk to them, do you put that in some kind of memorandum or recording that you preserve to provide to the defense?
Generally, if not invariably and always, I at the very least record the interview unless it occurred in such a circumstance where that was not possible, such as at random and it was unplanned. But if it's an interview that I'm actually planning, then I would audio record the interview, unless I don't believe I've ever actually had an occasion where the audio recorder failed. So I wouldn't even say barring the unforeseen, like the audio recorder failing. So yes, I would always record it.
And do you also provide supplements to the case file that you receive from the police?
Yeah, not in every case, but particularly if it was a case in which I did a lot of extra investigation, then I would write a supplement usually.
When do you do what you just described or call extra investigation? In what circumstances would you do what you call extra investigation?
Well, if it was
And you can explain to
in my estimation, if the case needed more investigation, if it needed extra investigation, if after reviewing the case file, I found that the evidence was lacking and that it wouldn't be appropriate to present the case to a grand jury, let alone take it to trial, then I will conduct a quote unquote extra investigation, as I called it, hoping to find more evidence to make the case better or otherwise dispose of the case appropriately.
Now, let me ask you this.
He's
What
going to
about
teeter
people
close
that
to
have already
bolstering
been
again.
interviewed by law enforcement? Do you ever go out and interview those persons after receiving a case file?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Let's go ahead and move on to more targeted questions, please.
When you receive a statement of a purported witness in a case, do you take the statement given to you in the case file as all that that witness has to say, or do you ever endeavor to
I'm
go
gonna
speak
object to
with them
leading, Your Honor.
yourself?
Sustained.
Love needs to be careful because he's going to end up bolstering. I don't think he can help it.
The witness statements that you receive in your unindicted cases that you get from law enforcement.
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, that goes directly to his practice, his way of conducting.
And how amazing our case is.
investigations into the cases that he then makes other decisions for, and it goes to how it allows the jury to gauge his practice, his.
It's bolstering.
Counselor, please.
Yeah, you have to, because you're about to bolster. Stupid. This is ridiculous. Do you see how she was trying to come up with all these ways to say something other than boost the confidence the jury will have in their presentation and investigation of the case? Whitaker made them approach because Love was walking herself deeper into it. If Love didn't say anything, she could have just sustained or overruled the objection. But now I think Whitaker's seeing Love is still trying to bolster. Like, this is so stupid. Holy moly. And that was in front of the jury, too. Like, her commentary during her response to the objection was in front of the jury. Like, you've already, like, I'm telling you, Whitaker was pissy with Shive and the defense this morning. And jury's been in here for less than 15 minutes. And Whitaker has now shifted all of her moodiness towards Love. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that? Like, hey, I see you have your mark. You're ready to hunt them over there, my opponent. But wait, look at me. Look at me over here. This is just stupid, stupid, stupid. The OG creator, this could not be. We might have to keep pulling this up all day. Waiting for the day, just shut up, Miss Love, by the judge. Oh my gosh. I'll send Love Whitaker a soundbite of me saying it. Just accidentally played in the court. It doesn't need to come from Paige. Holy moly. King Reg says Love is off her rocker. Like, why is she doing this? Like, is she trying to just burn her energy? Is it that green shake that's giving her a newfound audacity? Like, this is bold. We spent like 40 minutes yesterday dealing with an issue because your witness and you were bolstering. And now we're close to spending 40 minutes on that again this morning before we've accomplished anything. Thank you, Kate, for becoming a member. Careful with that shirt. It looks like you're wearing, it might be pink. It might be pink. But if it's red, be careful. Oh, man. Emmy Cassidy says, like Fani now demanding she be called Madam D.A. Willis. Is, okay. So I saw some people talking about the middle initial thing on X, and now reading this comment, I didn't know that. But when I saw this come up, it made me think that that was like, she has like a PR team, right? A social media team. I feel like she might be trying to change her name to mess up some of the search results, SEO. You change your name and how the news starts addressing you. If people only search for Madam D.A. Willis, they might not pull up stuff that was formerly written as Fonnie T. Willis. So I feel like that was like a strategic play that was dropped in her ear. And, SEO doesn't really work like that, depending on the search engine or the platform. Madam D.A. Willis could probably still pull up Fonnie T. Willis news. But I feel like this is a play from her social media team. Just a thought there, though. Just thinking about it. But yeah, be careful. Doesn't matter what name you put up there. It seems like Brian Steele might be coming for your office, what you guys are doing over there. Be More Vaughn became a member. Thank you so much. So same with OG Creator. So I think you might have been on an Apple device, and I think the mods gave you the link to join. I'm glad it worked for you, and I'm glad you wanted to become a member. Thank you so much. Oh, Michelle. Her lies are as big as her derriere. She moved the chair, guys. That squeaky chair is moved. It might be the middle chair. But I'm a little sad we don't have the squeaks today. How are we going to get through all of this without the squeaks? Wendy Rucker, yes. So this is so heartbreaking and beyond spiteful. So if you guys joined late and didn't really catch the first maybe like 15 minutes of court, it was Scheib was in there and they were talking about Quindarius Zachary's health condition, and it just seems like Love said she spoke to somebody at the hospital that wasn't a doctor and tried to tell the judge that everything was okay. And luckily, and this isn't enough in my opinion, but at least at that point, Judge Whitaker said, well, I'm hearing conflicting stories. And then we finally get an okay, which Scheib has been fighting for the actual doctor to be able to speak to the court. Because remember yesterday, Scheib asked for a competency exam. He said he wanted that before my client takes a stand because he's on medications, plus a state of mind. And the judge wasn't really with that. So today they at least agree, well, let's hear from the doctor. The doctor can say what his condition is and maybe talk a little bit more about the medications he's on. And they're going to do a Zoom conference at some point throughout the day when the doctor is available to do so. So we moved forward an inch after, in my opinion, Love and the judge for the last 2 days stepped back a couple feet in terms of compassion and common sense. And hopefully we'll see a turnaround when it comes to the Zoom with the doctor later. Because even you guys in the chat with knowledge or experience of, the medications or the situation, you're all like, I was a bit loopy, or the person I knew was a bit loopy. Why would you put someone up to testify like that?
DDA Sprinkel. Did you work with Detective Thorpe?
She
on
lost.
The case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I did.
And in working with Detective Thorpe, do you recall when it was that you received the police file from the Atlanta Police Department?
It would have been late 2015 or in early 2016.
Did you document when you received the case file from Detective Thorpe in a memorandum or report that you provided as part of the case file?
Yeah, it'd probably be this report.
Don't hold it up. Don't hold it up.
Well, anyway, this report right here that I brought to the stand, the 140-page one.
140 pages?
Yeah, I believe that's how many pages it is.
Yeah, repeat
Yep, 140
140 for the
And
jury.
did you, would you look at that if you need to refresh your memory about when it was that you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, right here, in fact, January 2016. It's the first 4 words of the report.
All right. Once you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, without going into what was said by this person, did you notice a witness or identify a witness that you wanted to speak with further?
I did.
Who was that person?
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Robinson.
All right. Now, Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, first of all, why are you saying AKA Nicholas Robinson?
Because
Intelligent.
well, that was a name he provided contemporaneously with an October or September 2015 arrest, I believe.
Of himself or someone else?
Of himself.
All right. And is that person, a person who had a statement already inside the case file you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
He did.
All right. So if there was a statement by that person already inside the case file, why did you want to speak with that person? Or did you want to speak with that person again?
I follow-up questions.
Say that again?
I had more questions, follow-up questions, other questions that after reviewing the case file that I had that hadn't been previously asked by the Atlanta Police Department.
And is it common when you have questions that haven't been answered in your regular course of reviewing cases to locate those persons, to ask them more questions?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
How did you locate Spencer Robinson, AKA Nicholas Wright?
Spencer Wright was an,
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Wright.
Spencer Wright was an inmate at the Atlanta City Jail, located next door to the public safety headquarters at 226 Peachtree Street, which is like 2 blocks away.
How did you find out that that's where he was?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I knew that that's where they housed him after he was arrested in October of 2015. Somebody told me, I'm sure, that that's where he was, or my investigator found that's where he was. At any rate, that's where he was when I wanted to interview him.
Now, at the time that you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, had there been arrest warrants taken out for individuals?
Yes.
Who were the arrest warrants taken out for at the time that you received the case file?
Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, Demikian Garlington, and Shannon Jackson.
Shannon Jackson, does he have any other name?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you received the case file, did the case file have in it more than a written report? In other words, did it consist of audio interviews, surveillance, anything like that?
It has surveillance video, had a written report drafted by the lead detective, among other things. But the key things were the written report drafted by Detective Jim Thorpe Jr. of the Atlanta Police Department, the surveillance video that depicted the incident, another surveillance video from a gas station. I believe I had that in the initial case file as well. Some crime scene photos, I believe, may have been in there.
Then we
although
lost
I do
them?
recall obtaining more some point later, but and audio from interviews, some cell phone records. I don't recall every single thing that I had. I didn't obtain the entire case file immediately because I recall throughout the course of my work on this case, consulting with other investigators with APD and obtaining little pieces of the case file as I went along. But
Hold up, stop.
yeah.
All right. So, would you back up, and I'll use one of my colleagues' words, and unpack what you just said a little bit for the jury?
Regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, I had audio interviews from some of the people that, if not all of them, that Detective Thorpe interviewed as part of his investigation and his report, and surveillance video.
All right. And so slowing down a little bit, you said you did not have all of the case file, that you got other information from other investigators?
Well, I guess it's how you define case file. I had what Detective Thorpe provided me.
Okay.
But there were other investigators at APD that had been working on this matter. And so
And were those other investigators, the information you sought to get from them, were they not in or part of the file Detective Thorpe gave to you?
right, I remember in particular, there was a lot of cell phone records that I obtained from another investigator that I did not obtain from Detective Thorpe. And that if specifically when I say another investigator, I'm talking about Tyrone Dennis.
Okay. Now, if you would, slowing down a little bit more, if you would, please tell the jury how you determined that Detective Dennis had information of interest to you in this case.
Well, I met with Detective Dennis Sometime in, I believe it would have been January 2016, sometime in early 2016.
Did you meet with him with Detective Thorpe?
No, I believe it was Detective Dennis and Lakia Gaither, and I met them at the Atlantic Police Department's Public Safety Headquarters in a large conference room.
Okay, okay, pause. So when you first got this particular case with the individuals listed that you just named for whom warrants had been taken out, did you follow the same procedure that you described yesterday for the jury to gain additional information
Yes,
in order to assess the case?
yes.
Was there anything that you knew personally about any of the people who were, for whom warrants had been taken, that made you decide to go out and seek additional information in this case?
Are you asking me, do I personally know the defendants, the people that the police charged?
Yes.
No, I did not know them.
Did you have, did you know when you got the case file, when it was that Detective Thorpe had talked to Spencer Wright?
It would have been in October of 2015 on the night of his arrest.
And did you have, as part of your case file, information that immediately after talking to Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, that Detective Thorpe took out the warrants for the persons you just named?
So Spencer Wright was arrested on October 19th, 2015, the same being the night that Detective Thorpe, among others, interviewed him. And the warrants, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, were taken out October 20th, 2015. For the 4 defendants that I referenced earlier for the murder charges.
Where did you have surveillance video from in the file that Detective Thorpe gave you?
So there was a or from what I recall, 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the barbershop located at 330 McDaniel Street. And then you went about maybe 100 or 100, maybe not even 100 yards away. There was a gravel lot and then a street. There's a Texaco station, McDaniel Northside Drive. And I had surveillance images from that station.
Were you personally familiar with that location? Have you gone out and personally seen it?
Yes, I've been to that location before, yes.
After you got Detective Thorpe's file, did you find yourself out there again, or did you go use what you had to make any kind of determinations?
Yeah, I drove by there a couple of times, a few times, as I looked over the case just to get the lay of the land, because you can only see so much from Google Earth.
All right, so backing up, when you say you drove by there a couple of times, did you just like drive down the street, or did you stop? What did you do?
I drove down the street, I would stop, and I would just take a look at the lot just to get a kind of, rather than the 2D perspective that you would get on, like I said, Google Earth. I wanted to just kind of see where all the buildings were situated and that kind of thing. I mean, I didn't get out and like linger around, get out of my car and like linger around or anything like that. I didn't really see any reason to do that. But yeah, I did like survey the crime scene.
Why did you do that? Why did you go out there if you already had the surveillance footage?
Again, just because it's one thing to look at a scene on a screen, where you can get some 3-dimensional perspective from the images. It's quite another to actually be at the scene and not be staring at it in 2 dimensions from a computer screen. You know, you get to see, you know, where somebody's view would be obstructed depending on where they were standing and that kind of thing.
Okay. Is that the only thing that you get of value by going out to a scene after you get a police file? Like
Yeah.
Where somebody's view would be obstructed, you're allowed to tell the jury what value you gained from going out to the scene.
Well, I mean, it's just important to see where the crime actually occurred. Sometimes, particularly if it's like in an apartment complex, you know, going out to the scene, you can do a witness canvas, start knocking on doors.
Did you do that? Have you done that?
I have. I didn't do it in this case because this occurred on a public thoroughfare.
Okay.
But yeah, anywhere where there's a homicide, where there's a lot of people, like pretty much an apartment complex or a neighborhood, I found that can be beneficial.
All right. Did you also mention Google Earth earlier?
I did.
Why did you?
Oh,
use
not the
Google Earth?
pictures.
Well, Google Earth, in this specific case, I went to Google Earth because I did eventually end up interviewing Spencer Wright myself.
Without talking about what he said.
Right. And right. Well, I'm not even going to get into what he said. I just went to Google Earth to create, to take still shots of images that were photographed by those Google Earth vehicles, I guess, just so I could show them to him and say, okay, well, where were you at this time when you said you saw this, et cetera?
And had he said those things previously in his interview with Detective Thorpe? Had he given the information of where you were at this particular time? Without saying where he was, had he given that?
He offered a verbal description of where he was.
Did you capture whatever it was that he said verbally in the Google Earth photos that you then chose to show to him?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection, what?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
After listening to Detective Thorpe's interview with Spencer Wright, did you attempt to find on Google Earth where it was that he was located?
I did.
Were you able to locate an area that coincided with or matched the area he described being in?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any reference to statements made by this witness who's not testifying as hearsay.
Your Honor, this witness is not going to tell the jury. First of all, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it to allow the jury to see what Mr. Sprinkel did in context. He located a certain area.
Let's not say what he did. We need to hear that from the witness.
Okay, so it's provided.
Overruled.
Thank you. So were you able to see that area described by Mr. Wright on Google Maps?
Yeah, I found
Coincided.
an area that I believed he described, yes.
Why were you looking for the area where Mr. Wright described?
Well, specifically, because the area that I believed he described was also captured by the surveillance camera that captured the incident.
Okay.
So if Mr. Wright was where I believed he was based on what he said, then it would be in the surveillance footage. I would see him, or a human-like figure. Given the clarity of the surveillance footage, it wouldn't have been sufficient to actually make out his face, but I would have at least expected to see that.
Did you see Mr. Wright or a human-like figure in that area you were looking at on the surveillance footage?
I did not.
Did you fully capture that area on the still shots that you took down to show to Mr. Wright?
I did.
When did you meet with Mr. Wright?
This would have been January 12th of 2016,
Where did you meet with Mr. Wright?
the Atlanta City Jail.
Now, was Mr. Wright being held on felony or misdemeanor charges?
It's a probation violation on a felony case.
Now, did you offer anything to Mr. Wright in exchange for him speaking with you?
I didn't.
Had, to your knowledge, anything been offered to Mr. Wright by your office in exchange for him speaking with you?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any insinuation that you would lower his charges or drop his probation warrants?
Not by me.
Okay. Was there any made by anyone associated with you that you have any knowledge of?
No, not to my knowledge. I have absolutely no information to indicate that that ever happened.
Okay. Who went with you when you talked to Mr. Wright?
The aforementioned, the investigator I mentioned yesterday, David White.
How long, do you remember how long you met with Mr. Wright?
Probably maybe like an hour. I audio recorded it, so however long the audio recording is how long I met with him. Well, for in relevant part, and I audio recorded the entire thing. It would probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half. I would expect somewhere in there.
Did you video record it as well?
I did not. In fact, I brought a voice recorder no, I just brought a pocket voice recorder.
Now, why weren't you in an interview room, video recording you all's interaction?
It was actually in a pod, like an inmate dorm at the Atlanta City Jail where Investigator White and I interviewed him. And there's like a little, like a break-off room to the side of the pod, and we just met him in there. There was a table and chairs in there, and we just talked to him.
And were any other inmates around while you talked to him? Present?
Well, they weren't in the room with us. I don't recall if they were out and about in the dorm. But yeah, there were other inmates. I don't recall that any of them were within earshot of us, though.
Not within earshot? Is that what you said?
I don't know. Certainly nothing happened during the interview that alerted me that somebody was listening in. I'll leave it at that. And I don't recall having a feeling at the time that, because I believe I would have. That would have left an impression on me if I thought that others were eavesdropping. And I didn't have any feelings of that sort while I was doing the interview.
Now, how many images did you show to Mr. Wright?
I don't know exactly how many. Let's see. Probably like 15 to 20.
Were all 15 to 20 images that you showed to Mr. Wright?
Probably more like 10 to 15, actually. It's somewhere around there. It was less than 25.
Were all of the images that you showed to Mr. Wright images captured from the barbershop footage in front of which the murder occurred?
Yes, it was Google Earth still shots that just depicted the scene.
Okay.
And still shots from the barbershop surveillance footage.
Starting with the Google Earth still shots that depicted the scene, what did you do with those still shots?
I printed them out prior to going into the interview.
And when you showed them to Spencer Wright, given that they weren't from the actual night of the murder, what were you doing with them?
Well, given that the scene had remained, from the time the murder happened to the time that the Google Earth vehicle photographed the scene had remained unchanged. In other words, the lay of the land was essentially the same. Mm-hmm. My objective was for Mr. Wright to identify where both he was and other parties were at various times during when he witnessed the incident, according to him.
Okay. So was Mr. Wright, without saying where or what he said, but was he able to point out an area that he was claiming to have been at?
Yes, he did.
And was that area also captured in the surveillance footage from the barbershop?
It was.
Now, was the lighting the same on the Google Maps images that you showed him as it was on the night of the murder that was captured on surveillance?
No, because the Google Map images were captured during daylight hours, whereas the homicide occurred during just after nightfall or during twilight hours.
Were there any identifiable landmarks in the area that you were interested in regarding Mr. Wright that were clearly depicted on the Google Earth printouts?
Well, Well, what,
Stationary objects.
well, there was a bench, yes.
And where was
They
that
talk to
bench
each
located?
other.
It was located at a bus stop.
Where?
Where's the bus stop?
Yes.
I mean,
It's
they
across
went
the
through
street
this
from
in the
330
pretrial
McDaniel
hearing, this
Street.
exact same questioning,
About
but
how far from 330 McDaniel Street?
However wide the street is, I don't know, 30 yards, 40 yards.
Okay.
Because it wasn't like directly across the street. I mean, it was sufficient that it was captured within the surveillance footage, but it was kind of, I guess it depends on how you define it. It was definitely across the street, but if we're going through the front door of the barber shop, it wasn't directly across the street from the front door. It's kind of like diagonal. Yeah.
Diagonal?
Mhm.
All right. Is that bench visible on the surveillance footage?
It is.
Were you interested in looking at a particular time on the surveillance footage after listening to Mr. Wright's interview and speaking with him yourself?
I was.
And what particular time were you interested in looking at?
Well, time is in a constant here because there's the time that I believe the incident happened, and then there's the timestamp on the video, which differed.
Okay. And so let's start with the time that the incident happened. If it's different than the time on the video, how do you go about finding what time to look at?
Well, I'm watching the video. If you, in this case, you have a surveillance video, and the incident of which we're speaking is prominently featured when you watch that video. So I could just watch the video and wait for that incident to occur, and that's when I knew that the portion of the video that I was viewing was relevant insofar as it depicted the incident, regardless of the timestamp emblazoned thereon.
And during that time that you're looking at the video, are you able to discern where that bench at the bus stop is in relation to where the shooting occurred?
Like it was about, like I said, across the street, not directly across the street, but probably across the street and maybe 20 to 30 yards to the right if you're facing across the street from the barber shop.
Did Mr. Wright recognize the bench in the surveillance footage, or were you able to show him the bench in the surveillance footage?
In your honor, calls for hearsay and also confrontation clause.
Sustained.
I would withdraw that. Did you ever see Mr. Wright in any part of the surveillance footage of the murder, or someone fitting his description anywhere near that bench? And by anywhere near, I mean sitting on or within 1 foot of the bench during the time of the murder?
No, there were no human-like figures around the bench. I saw a cat at one point.
You saw what?
It
Me?
looked to be a cat.
A cat. You could see a cat on the surveillance video?
Yeah, that's what struck me. It wasn't real high fidelity, but it was, the light was bright enough and the fidelity was sufficient to see a feline moseying around the bench, but there was unambiguously, there were no people around the bench.
Did you check the surveillance maybe like a few minutes or minutes after and minutes before the murder, just to see if perhaps there was a human at that bench?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure I did. I watched that footage many, many times. Of course, the most relevant period to me was the time when the incident actually occurred. But no, I didn't see a human at that bench.
And how many times did you watch that video?
I didn't keep count, but it would have been many, 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 many times. So at least 150 to, I don't know. It was many times.
Why did you watch the video so many times?
To see every time I
Tell
want.
the jury.
Oh, every time I watched, I was hoping to see something maybe I hadn't noticed before, the way the light bounces off one of the vehicles, because that was a big part for me. I wanted to figure out what sort of vehicles we were dealing with here. I actually had the video enhanced at one point because like I said, the video wasn't very high quality. So yeah, I had to kind of try to fill in the blanks myself. That's why I viewed it so many times. And also just, I always would hope A lot of times it would probably just be in futility, but I would always hope to see something I hadn't seen before.
Now, when you said you had the video enhanced, would you tell the jury what you mean? I mean, when you say enhanced, what do you do?
I sent it off to private corporate companies or individual. There were two. It was Target, like the retail store. They have a division within their company that deals with surveillance footage, and they at the time, maybe they still do, but they at the time, they would digitally enhance surveillance videos. And there was another gentleman named Walter Pineda who offered the same services. He was an individual.
Why did you send it out to two different places?
I guess the more the better.
Were either of those places able to allow you to see anything more clearly in the video?
A little bit. Yeah, it helped a little bit. Yeah, it's digital. And so there's really only so much they can do to clean it up. It's just ones and zeros. But they are programs that can, I guess, kind of filter out some of the noise from the picture and that kind of thing. And that's what they did. So it helped a little bit.
Now, is it unusual for you to take surveillance footage in unindicted cases you receive from law enforcement officers and send it out to other agencies to have it, to see if you could have it enhanced at all?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It is actually, I think this is the only case I've ever actually done that on.
And why then did you choose to do it on this case?
Because the video was so important and I really needed to identify as much as I could in that video.
Now, was this, when you say the video was so important, was this particular homicide case for you any more important than the others or any others that you worked on, the case itself?
No, it wasn't any more important. Any case, it got more attention because for my purposes, it was essentially unsolved right when I got it. And so that elevates the priority of any homicide case. Now, I wouldn't say priority isn't the right word. It really isn't. It's just the amount of time that I'm going to spend on it certainly goes way up.
Okay. And when you said it got more attention because it was unsolved, how often did you get unsolved cases in your capacity as an unindicted homicide?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Not very often, thankfully. The police don't normally make charges on.
Relevant and non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. So,
Sustained.
all right, when you say not often.
Bolster
can you
objection
tell the
sustained.
jury approximately how many unsolved homicide cases you've worked with during your time? And it doesn't have to be an exact number, surprise. Because my follow-up question is gonna rely on.
Maybe 20 to 30 truly unsolved cases.
In those other 20 to 30 cases, did you perform acts or investigations in the same manner that you performed your investigation or further investigation of this particular case?
I did.
Shout out to ST Satchel. We got 5 new members
And did
in
that
the
include
K&W gang
seeking
in the
out
chat.
Witnesses that
You
had
guys
not
say thank
previously
you.
been identified?
That is correct.
Did that also include finding jail calls?
It
that
did.
had not been identified?
It did.
Did it include going out to scenes?
It did.
Did it include interviewing people who had already been interviewed?
It did.
And do
Why do you
you,
say it like
with
that?
those other cases, did you include as part of the case file, recordings that you conducted, recordings of persons that you conducted interviews with?
Yes.
And did you include any cell phone data, jail calls, social media, things of that nature that you found during your independent investigation of the case?
I did.
And you got the video enhanced of the barber shop, did you review any other, or I should say, did you review any other video besides the barber shop video?
I did. There was that video from the Texaco station. I reviewed that.
The video from the Texaco station, were you familiar with how to work that system when you first got it?
Well, I didn't, when you say system, I didn't receive the original recording apparatus.
Okay.
But the software, yes. Yes, I mean, I figured it out and was able to view the video.
When you first got that video, was the timestamp on that video the same? In other words, was the time on that video the same or different than the time on the barbershop video?
From what I recall, the barbershop surveillance video is considerably more accurate than the video from, or excuse me, the Texaco station video is considerably more accurate than the barbershop video, if not entirely accurate.
Okay. So if it was different, how were you able to look at the Texaco video and determine anything as it relates to what was happening in the barbershop?
So the frames there are certain parts of the frames that overlapped. So in other words, so you had a camera at the barbershop that was capturing the street, and then you had a camera mounted over at the Texaco that was also capturing that same street, and the two cameras were capturing part of the same part of the street. So if I saw something happening in one frame, I could just marry it up to the from the image caught by the other camera. And if I had, for example, and that's how I would be able to tell. So in other words,
So much
I wasn't
going on.
using the timestamp, particularly in the barbershop, since the timestamp was wonky. But even if the timestamp looks correct, it could still be a few seconds off, you know. So I was mostly things that were constants to me were like vehicles driving by the scene, or when gunshots rang out, you know, I would look for that. So so on the Texaco footage, I don't recall exactly. There was a blue car that came into the gas station. There was something that was captured on both cameras that I was able to use as a marking point to sync up the two pieces of footage.
Okay.
I may want to triangulate the time difference of when they were at the gas station versus when the shooting happened to show that, hey, they're only a few minutes away from being able to drive past that place.
Particularly as I continued my review, I looked at probably like 30 or 40 minutes before the murder occurred. I looked at the entire piece of footage.
Thank you, Apunanwu. I think you're speaking for all of us, saying this guy with the eye roll.
We're going to come back to the Texaco footage, but I want to ask you, after looking at the Texaco footage, did you do anything to identify persons or objects that you saw in the Texaco footage?
I did.
Would you tell the jury how you went about identifying certain persons and objects? And if you need me to clarify, ask me to clarify.
Well, there was, and without getting into, all right. So there was an event that occurred on the video. First thing is that I was looking for something specifically that, based on other evidence in the case, I'll just keep it broad or general here. Based on other evidence of the case, I suspected I was going to see on the video. And then as I watched the video during that time frame, I did in fact see what I thought I was going to see.
Did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a vehicle specifically. There was a certain vehicle, and when I saw it, based on other things that I had seen, and specifically I'm talking about social media records, photos, and cell phone tower data, I thought I wonder if this person is at the gas station. And when I looked at the footage, I said, oh, well, I recognize that vehicle from social media. And then as I continued to watch the footage, I recognized one of the people that was inside. It was a passenger in that vehicle, because that person walked into the store and they got close to the camera. And because they were close to an interior surveillance camera in a well-lit store, I was able to see their face. And then as other things happened around this vehicle that I recognized in the footage, I complete investigative tasks to figure out who the other people were. I already knew who one of the people was, the person that was driving the vehicle, or I had a strong suspicion as to who was driving the vehicle I was looking for based on cell phone records and social media photos and videos. So I already knew right when I saw it, I had a pretty good idea. I knew for a fact who one of the person was, and the person that was driving the vehicle, I had a pretty good idea who it was.
All right, let's unpack a little bit of that. Now, what vehicle were you looking for?
It was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville,
What color?
gray.
Why were you looking
Put the papers down.
for, better yet, did you have a particular reason for seeking out that vehicle?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I haven't asked him what anybody said.
I don't know what the answer's gonna be, but it potentially could.
Let me tighten it up then. Was there a particular person of interest to you based on what you had learned during your investigation up to that point?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you looking for any particular gray Pontiac Bonneville?
There was one particular gray Pontiac Bonneville that I was interested in, yes.
All right. And who did that Pontiac Bonneville belong to?
Either belonged to or is associated with a man named Javoris Bradford.
Is there a nickname for Javaris Bradford?
Tuda, Tuda.
All right. Now, did you attempt to locate any social media footage that related to Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
I did.
Would you please turn to the jury and tell the jury how you went about locating social media accounts associated with Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
Well, I just searched for him probably on Facebook first, because particularly back then it was easier. And I either found him or a family member on Facebook, and then browsing the family member's profile. And this may not be exactly how I did it, because I don't recall exactly how I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. But somehow or another because on Instagram, he went by the moniker, I'm_living_great at the time. And so basically on probably starting at Facebook, finding family members, fanning out, and then on finding him on Facebook, finding maybe where he screenshot an Instagram page and pasted it to his Facebook. That would be how I would have found his Instagram page somehow. And then, and like I said, his Instagram name was I'm_living_great.
And did he have himself depicted in that Instagram footage?
I'm going to object. That's hearsay.
Overruled.
What did he have himself depicted in that social media footage or social media information that you saw with any kind of vehicle in particular?
Yes, it was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville.
Gray?
It was.
Okay. Did you ever discern or gain a number for Tuda? Did you ever learn of a phone number for Tuda?
I did pretty early on, actually.
Where did you get the phone number from for Tuda?
So I testified previously about how I.
But don't talk about your previous testimony. Have you ever testified in front of this jury?
Yes, yeah, that was something I said like earlier today.
Okay. So without referring to the fact that you previously testified, just tell the jury.
No, I'm talking about like previous testimony like a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the jury.
All right.
Weird
so
answer.
one of the ways I find jail calls is I go through phone records that I had in the case. And in this case, I had some phone records.
All right.
And I don't recall whose phone records it was exactly. But I just started running numbers that appeared in the phone records, whether they be numbers that were called by the handset, the records of which I was reviewing, or numbers that called that handset. It didn't matter to me, just whatever. I was running them through the jail call database. And one of those, because like I said, I was trying to get intel. It wasn't just, obviously on the night of the shooting, the murder. Yeah, I mean, I would expect that the people that committed weren't in the Fulton County Jail, so I obviously wasn't looking for inmates to be saying that they did it.
Okay.
But I was trying to get for intel from people that maybe were being called from inmates. And one of those numbers was 404-957-8008. And I'm flipping through these discs to make sure, to refresh my recollection.
Okay.
To make sure that I'm citing that. Yes, that is right. 404-957-8008 was one of the numbers that appeared in those phone records and that I ran through the jail call database. And on doing so, I did find calls that I deemed relevant that were placed on the night of the homicide from an inmate inside the jail.
So, Madam Court Reporter, and I suspect some of the jurors has informed me that you are speaking a little too fast. Do you mind slowing down and saying what?
Oh no, the duck is over Hilton.
Yes, I found a number inside
Oop.
within the phone call logs that were obtained by the Atlanta Police Department for one of the parties of interest, whether it be a person of interest or a witness or a defendant, whoever it may have been. And it didn't matter to me. All I wanted were numbers from the phone numbers of people that may have known something about the homicide and may have been called either on the night of the murder, the day after the murder, 2 days after the murder, whenever they were called.
You're getting really fast again with
All
the
right.
way you're talking, so try to slow down.
All right. And one of those numbers of the many that I ran was 404-957-8008. I ran it through the jail call database and I found that there were 2 calls I was able to retrieve anyway. I think at least 2
Okay.
that were placed to that number on the night of the murder from an inmate inside the Fulton County Jail. And they were placed after the 8:00 p.m. hour.
Okay.
I think they're maybe between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening.
Now, why did that particular piece of information have any value to your investigation?
What piece of information exactly?
That there were 2 calls made to that number by an inmate at the jail on the night of the murder, around 8, or at the time you specified.
Well, I listened to the calls and it sounded to me like they were talking about the homicide.
All right. So were you able to identify who it was that was inside the jail that was making the call to that number?
I did.
How did you identify who it was inside the jail making the call to 404-957-8008?
Well, I believe, would you like me to say the name?
Well, number one, I would at some point, but hold on before you do. And let me ask you this. If you need to refresh your memory with any part of your report, would you just alert us that you're doing so and go ahead and read whatever you need to read?
Okay.
Do you need to refresh your memory at all?
No.
Okay. How did you learn the name of the person inside the jail?
It was placed from the account of the inmate.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that the persons whose name was on the account is the actual person who's making the call?
Well, I gained familiarity with his voice by listening to other phone calls that the inmate made to persons that were well known to him. And then I later confirmed it by just like listening to the call with the inmate.
Okay.
He affirmed it.
All right. So tell the jury who it was that was inside the jail.
Martinez Arnold.
And does Martinez Arnold, to your knowledge, go by any other name?
Duke.
All right. At the time that Martinez Arnold was inside the jail, and what date was that you are talking about? January?
It was January 10th, the phone call. It was January 10th, 2015.
During that time, do you have any information about what color Mr. Martinez Arnold's hair may have been?
At the time that he placed the phone call?
No, around the time of early 2015, do you know whether or not, if you don't, that's fine. Do you know anything about the color of his hair?
No.
All right. So once you listened to calls, did you attempt to get any more calls
I did. I download a lot of jail calls on this case.
What jail calls, how did you go about deciding which jail calls in this case you were gonna download?
Well, I tend to be I'll download because the jail calls don't reside on the server, the Securus Corporation server forever. I try to err on the side of just downloading them. So as I ran those numbers through the Fulton County Jails database, any calls that came back on the numbers from the phone, like the phone records, I just download them. But what would prompt me to pay particular attention to them is if they were placed in close temporal proximity to the homicide. Certainly a call placed like an hour or two after the homicide would be something I'd want to listen to. Also, I downloaded
What did you
calls of
actually
the
do? Don't
defendants
tell us your
that they placed following their arrests at the Fulton County Jail. I put those in the file as well.
And at the time that you were looking for the phone number and confirming, you picked up something in front of you. What is it that you have on this stack of items in front of you?
Those are just, I burned all of the jail calls. Not every single jail call that I download during but most of, I tried to confine or memorialize as much as I could to this report that I testified about earlier today. That's 140 pages long. And as I went through the report,
140 is the number of the day.
Listen to the question and try to focus on answering the question that's asked.
I'm also going to object to the relevance of the length of his report.
Thank you. So non-responsive and no more 140.
they're just the jail calls that I testified to downloading and interviews that I conducted. I burned them to disk.
And the one that you picked up, to refresh your memory about the 404-957-8008, would you pick that up?
Okay. Here we go.
Duck. They knocked the duck out of the chair. No, Ducky. It's gonna cover him. The zoom in the duck. Put it on his shoulder, camera guy.
What I have now
Oh, I gotta move it over.
labeled as 500 watt.
Mhm.
That's the disc that you just handed.
Yeah, yes, this is a disc that I created yesterday.
Okay.
That's my
Oh, but you didn't
handwriting.
talk
In fact,
yesterday?
I signed the disc with my signature.
Okay.
This is a disc that contains the jail calls to 404-957-8008 that I downloaded.
Now, when you said that you downloaded it yesterday, do you keep all of the jail calls that you download in a particular case somewhere where you can later copy it to a disk, or do you, how do you, what?
They're on a server. My case file, all the case files are on a server. They're all digital. They're just stored on a computer.
Okay. Had the name Javaris Bradford come up in the case file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
And do you recall approximately how long after you received the case file from Detective Thorpe that you became interested in the name Javaris Bradford?
It would have been on or around January 10th, 2016, when I found the jail calls that are on State's Exhibit 5004.
I think that's 500Y.
Oh, 500, well, excuse me, all right.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Terrible handwriting. What about the name Martinez Arnold? Did you know about that name? Was that name in Detective Thorpe's case file that he gave to you?
That I don't recall. I don't know that no, I don't recall if he was in the case file or not.
Let me ask a better question. At the time you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, was the name Martinez Arnold of any interest to you in this investigation?
I don't recall.
Did you note anywhere in your report whether or not it was?
I'm sure I referenced him in my report insofar as he was the inmate that placed the call that became of interest to me, but as far, I'll just say this, he was in jail on the night of the murder.
Okay. Before downloading those calls, did you know he was in jail on the night of the murder?
I don't know if I knew or not.
Okay. After you downloaded those calls from the night of the murder, did you find any other numbers of interest to you in this investigation?
Numbers,
Phone numbers. Did you find or locate any other phone numbers or persons that were of interest to you?
yes.
What phone numbers did you find?
Well, yeah, I get, there was a number, there was a lot of, I mean, I remember doing quite a few search warrants for cell phone numbers and focusing on cell phone numbers for, or records that had been obtained by the police
Poor
department.
Duck.
Okay. So
put
going
it on
back to
Hilton.
the way you described obtaining information to conduct more investigations, did you follow the practice that you ordinarily follow in terms of search warrants to get more information, to gather or follow up on information you learned?
Yes.
All right. With respect to Spencer Wright, did you ever see any jail calls from him?
I did.
All right. Now, where did you look to find jail calls from?
For Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't able to look for the jail calls myself for him. They were on a different system because he was at the Atlanta City Jail. So I reached out to someone there and asked them to pull them for me.
So thank you for clarifying that. Is reaching out to someone at a different facility with access to calls you don't have access to something that you did only in this case? Or is that a practice that you, is that a practice you follow? To get
Compound.
No, I've done that in
Compound.
other cases. That's not uncommon.
And if you slow down and speak into the mic and to the jury, say that again.
Yeah, yes, I've reached out to other facilities, jails and prisons, correctional facilities in the past to obtain calls, recorded calls placed by the inmates that I don't have direct access by way of a login and password at some website.
Okay. And so when you reached out to the Atlanta City Jail, what information were you trying to get if you didn't know or have Spencer Wright's jail calls or phone number? What were you trying to get?
I just wanted to see what Spencer Wright, I wanted to hear, I should say, what Spencer Wright was saying to people after his arrest in October of 2015.
And did you ask for a specific time frame of calls or just all the calls? What did you ask?
From what I recall, I asked for all the calls that had been made from his account since his the beginning of his incarceration at the Atlanta City Jail. And then I believe I also had a few phone numbers that I wanted to run, that I asked them to run queries specifically in the event that he utilized another inmate's account to call that number.
So that's interesting. So when you say in the event he utilized another inmate's phone number, where did you get the phone numbers that you wanted them to run to see if he was using another inmate's phone number?
That I don't remember.
All right.
I'd be probably just phone numbers that they're probably just, it may have been the same phone numbers that I ran through the Fulton County jail database not knowing who Mr. Wright knew or he didn't know. I'm sure I just thought, just out of curiosity, run all these numbers. Maybe I had a phone number for a family member that I found.
Did you follow the same procedure you used in all of your other unindicted homicides?
I
In
did.
terms of running those numbers?
I did.
All right. Did you have jail calls, since this was 2016 that you're looking for these? Did you have jail calls for Spencer Wright that went back into 2015?
I believe so. Yes, I did. I did.
And did you find a phone number? And if you don't recall, let me know and I'll refer you to your report. And I can actually, so that it is preserved for the record. Just label this. I'm gonna label, Your Honor, just for the purposes of the record, 501 Yankee Romeo. And if it's a report that we have previously provided to counsel for the defense. If either of them need to look at it, it's here.
Would this be a good time for our morning break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our morning break.
Alrighty, guys. Lottie B, the chicken is because the squeaky chair is retired to the front of the witness stand. I guess they couldn't put it anywhere else. So no squeak counter today. And when the camera pans, it floats around. What a weird morning. What a weird morning. And big thank you again to Apun and Woo. What is going on with the mic? But everybody's sentiment is this guy. He's still talking.
Get my mouse out of the bag.
All right, we'll take our recess. Miss Love, I've seen Mr. Scheid back, so now might be a good, he's not in the courtroom right now, but he's stepped in a couple of times, so that you might want to see if you can grab him. Okay.
And then, Your Honor, when we come back, can I just have a
Gosh, hang
brief
on,
moment?
Hang on, because
This is off the record. I don't need it.
can, we were trying to adjust something. Is it something we can do once we come back? All right, let's do that. Good.
So that's been an hour and 10 of direct with Sprinkel so far. So, you know, good times, good times. And remember, there's been a trial run of a lot of this questioning already because of the pretrial hearing. Not quite as intensive, because that was much shorter, but still some of the same lines of questioning that we just heard them go through now, Love has already had a practice run with. So, and you guys are loving it that I did. Peter Ortiz says, I did, he diddy, so did you do it? Not a Diddy reference. But yeah, and hilariously enough, Michael Sprinkel saying, I did, or however he was saying it, has no relation to Tweety Bird sitting in the chair. That's just for the squeak counter being retired because they decided to not sit in the squeaky chair today. So we lost a little bit of our favorite entertainment here, but we'll get through it, you guys. We'll get through it. Oh, and Brisha, thank you for the 2, says, I have sickle cell disease and Love is wrong about his situation. I mean, look, I'm white. I obviously don't have personal experience with sickle cell, and I think Love is wrong about the situation. And I think the way she's approaching it is, like, unnecessary for her to try to compel a witness. Whitaker's made it clear she expects that the witness will show up when he's out of the hospital. But Love is arguing like nobody's trying to help her get this witness to come testify. I don't know why she has to continue to go down the road of looking less and less and less humane, maybe less and less and less human, just because she's so insistent on winning this battle. And, like, I'm ignorant to what it would feel like to have sickle cell disease, but I still am, like, cringing at what she's doing. So can you imagine how people, like Brisha must feel watching Love just, oh, we think they're making it up. we think they're faking, we think it's just an excuse. Well, not for nothing, but hospitals don't just hold people forever. I mean, maybe some, but that's not been my experience. Like, usually I've picked friends up from the hospital and they still look like they're in rough shape. So it's not like you can just hang out in the hospital just because. So for Love to say that, oh, it's just pretend, we think it's an excuse. Like, come on. Like, I feel like I could just stare in the camera and not have an answer. So, and this is another great point too. Connie B says, what lies are in the affidavit? And like, I'd love to see that. And I think he's not really in the jail, he's in the hospital. So either way, like, fighting the affidavit right now, I think the bigger issue is making sure when he gets out of the hospital, what are we doing then? Which is the plan they're still trying to work out between Shive. They also want to speak to the doctor. So, the affidavit and the warrant might become moot depending on how that goes. But I still, for the sake of seeing what the state represented to the court, I still want to know. Because I'm sure you guys in the chat can put in some predictions. It's probably not going to be completely truthful or forthcoming. Thank you so much to Gary Stone for becoming a member, and for Lady Bliss for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Love the glamour shot. MH Cassidy says, have all these guys been in jail for 2 years? Yep. So most of them, I mean, like Justin Cobb is still, like, they never caught him, but most of the others roped up by mid 2022. So I would think this would be, this Christmas would be like the third holiday season that's approaching. So yeah, they've been in there for a long time. And then thank you, Brisha, for the 2. Mark in Texas had said, Paige's thought bubble. Why did I fill that vodka with Bloody Mary mix this morning? Yeah, rough day to get through. And in a way, Whitaker kind of facilitated it. Kind of has not maintained firm control over the courtroom, and I think Love thinks that she can just ramble and rabble on until she gets what she wants. So Whitaker kind of laid down the pavement, the red carpet for this. Ike, thanks for the 1. Jennifer, I'm so ready for this, guys. Put a 1 in the chat if you are ready for this. Jennifer Devine says, defense will eat that smarmy lawyer for lunch. And guys, I keep seeing the word smarmy in the chat. That is like the consensus on the word that describes this guy. Oh boy, put a 1 in the chat if you are excited to see cross-examination of DDA Michael Sprinkel. Black Butterfly says, if case files are digital, where is the Thorpe info? Look, and this is what's crazy, because Gaither said when I left the department, I turned over all my reports and said she left them on the 5th floor of APD. And mentioned, Thorpe. I turned them over to Thorpe. But Thorpe doesn't have anything except like refurbished notebooks. So where is everything? Where is everything? If they were transcribed, there should be digital files somewhere. If they were not yet transcribed, the physical copy should still be somewhere. So what's the explanation? And again, this is going to be a recurring theme again through the cross-examination of Sprinkel. We've heard it come up on cross-examination of several other, like APD detectives. We're going to keep hearing it while the state keeps calling their witnesses. Where are these reports? Where are the records? Where's the documents? You didn't think this was important enough to write it down when you just told us it's important to write important stuff down? So, it like never ends. It never ends with this trial. Which is really unfortunate, because think about, like, we complain about how many resources are going into this trial because of how long the trial is. But think about how many resources were wasted investigating, policing the stuff related to this case, just for there to be no product, no reports, no documentation. The only thing we have is stuff that was recorded. Thank you so much, Black Butterfly. YSL Smiling Wolfette, good to see you. Says he, and this is talking about Michael Sprinkel. has waited his whole career to debut his acting skills of his TV hero Bull. That's exactly how he's coming off, and defense will destroy him. It does he has that similar look with like the hair, the glasses. And I enjoy that show. I think it has like a good mix of interesting thinking, like the way they approach their jury trial selection, their jury science. But also it's a bit campy and dramatic. So I really enjoyed that show. But yeah, he might be giving a little bit of Bull as a character there, for sure. I definitely see it. ST Satchel says, is the jury awake? I'm wrapping cables myself. Yeah, I don't know. He keeps trying to look over there. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when he looks over to the jury, there's been like 2 or 3 times where I feel like he made a look on his face. And I don't know if it was just, sometimes people's faces, they can make gestures and it isn't really related to what they're saying or doing. But it happened to be so coincidentally at his looks over to the jury that I felt like, is he insulted that maybe they're looking down or like going like this and not really paying attention to him? So when he looks over at them and realizes that, is he going like, because he realizes people aren't interested in what he has to say? I could just be overthinking it, but I do think I've caught him make faces 2 or 3 times looking over their way. Apunanwu says, singing Rico the Duck to the tune of DuckTales. We gotta get the duck back on the screen. Maybe for lunch we'll put the duck on. I'll move the duck to the banner. Maybe I have one already. So StreamYard you can't move the overlays, you have to have the overlay, like the image has to have the thing positioned where you want it to be. So I have 7 different images of this duck. We'll keep the duck here near the seal. And then later I'll update it so we can have the duck sit right on top of the seal. But yeah, this is our substitute while we have no squeaks. Thank you, Apunanwu. Thank you to Gary, Indiana, for becoming a member. Ken Thompson says, love is the type to dip a wet spoon in sprinkles. That's making me think of, I got it as like in a gift bag. I might do 2 coffees today, you guys. I'm already through my coffee and my full water. And we haven't even made it to lunch. I usually only drink 1 coffee or iced tea. But I have this gift thing that I got, and it's a spoon covered with it's like chocolate, and it has like sprinkles embedded, and you're supposed to stir hot chocolate with it, coffee. So I have one of these sprinkle spoons. I might have to break it out for the occasion. Thank you, Ken, for the 2. So I didn't really recall where he was trying to say he saw the Bonneville. Was there something more unique than just seeing it in the Texaco footage? Was there something else interesting he said about the Bonneville? I'm thinking of all that Google Maps stuff, which is kind of like, you sat there with Nick Robinson, Spencer Wright, and we're showing him pictures of Google Maps to try to help him tell you where he saw something happen. Which, that's problematic. That's like having a lineup, photo of 6 suspects, and pointing at one of them and say, does this one look like the guy that you saw? Like, you're guiding someone in the same manner with just a different question. Was this the location you saw? Does this look familiar? So that'll be something that I'm sure we'll hear the defense cross on. But yeah, that whole Google Maps thing, and honestly, I think Michael Sprinkel drowned that out by talking about the feline moseying around, and there was a cat and a bench. It was like he was trying to show us that he was able to play I Spy, and it had no relation to the purpose of why Love was questioning him on that. And he did the same thing during pretrial. Same thing. So Ken Thompson also says Sprinkle enjoys sniffing prison phones. Yeah, he was really into the Securus, downloading, listening to all that stuff. Sniffing prison phones, oh boy. Shout out to Ken. Mailman sends 2, thank you so much. And then Briesha became a member, thank you. Tay Biz sends a sticker. Now, the sticker won't show on the screen, but it's like the avocado doing a cheers with a red drink in the cup. So I don't know if this is a Bloody Mary reference, if it's a cranberry and vodka reference, if it's just good old wholesome juice. But if you guys feel like you need a drink after this day, a happy hour drink, name your drink of choice in the chat. And cheers to Tay Biz TV. who I think you're also doing. I won't be able to make your live right away when you start today. But today, after court ends, Tabiz TV will be doing a discussion on everything that's going on with, this Georgia Brady list. So we're going to look at Fonny's name. He's going to look at Miss Love's name. He's going to look at Hilton's name on this list of violations. So this is the link to Tabiz stream later at 6 p.m. ET. Oh, she needs her caffeine. The duck being on Judge is accidental, but we'll leave it. We'll leave it. And then they're not talking. It's not me. It's the court that's still quiet. But yeah, shout out to Tabiz. Always a good time. Oh no, the duck is alone. We're going back to the seal. I don't have one that's any higher. That's the best we can do. And Floyd said, this guy, and this is Sprinkel, thinks so highly of himself and loved just falling all over herself playing up to it. He firmly believes he's the smartest in the room and has no clue how cringe he is. Cringe is definitely a word I would use. Cringe is a word I would use for it, for sure. And that's the thing, like, I really don't think he has a dishonesty problem. I think he has a hubris problem that gets in the way of reality. And he will confidently be wrong because he cannot imagine himself being incorrect. So this is why, a lot of the cross-examination, especially if you've tuned in late, dealt with dishonesty or maybe an APD officer or detective not wanting to be forthcoming about them not having reports. We're going to see a different type of cross demeanor with this
Attorney
witness.
Hilton a moment ago.
Okay.
There's a gentleman outside. His name is Mr. Bush. It's spelled B-U-S-C-H. And he mentioned to me that he drove to your courthouse. He did not take his medication. He has a spinal issue. He's on prescription medication.
Okay.
He was subpoenaed last night by the DA's office, told to be here at 9. He came even though, the 24 hours wasn't complied with. But I
Right.
spoke with Miss Hilton, if, just as a courtesy, if he's not going to be called or used, he'd like to go home, take the medication and sleep in bed.
We went outside the hallway, he's not there, so I'm waiting to see where he went, so I can go speak to him around. But he wasn't in the hallway a few seconds ago.
All right, so is that somebody you plan to call today?
We'll probably be able to release him, so that's why I want to talk to him to see where he is, and if he's in that condition, we can probably release him.
Okay.
For today.
So you have sympathy
All
for Bush.
Anything else? I guess we need Miss Love back for the witness testimony.
Yes.
So do you want to, and is Mr. Sprinkel available still? Okay.
And that's odd too. So you probably didn't put this person on the witness list if you subpoena him last night. And you're willing to release him because he has back pain and needs to take his pain medication. But all of this drama about Quindarius Zachary. Hilton's like, hurry up, bro. Shout out to Carrie Berry's mom for becoming a new member. Is that Carrie Berry in the picture? Shout out to Carrie Berry and Carrie Berry's mom. Bridgetta says, good morning, kattnotwilliams Rico gang. We're growing and we've added a duck character to the gang today, our mascot. I mean, if she's texting Love, Love is answering because the phone was vibrating. I guess it could be another answer from someone else.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Okay, thank you.
Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's
So
give
she
Mr.
was
Sprinkel and the
outside with
jury,
whatever's in
please.
her hand. She just walked back in with this thing in her hand. So what do we think she was doing out there? And shout out to Rosemary Carter for becoming a member. The camera person. Uh, And Mark in Texas had asked, I don't get why Shibe hasn't filed something challenging the fake material warrant. Merchant confirmed, I think the affidavit is a lie too. I don't think Merchant saw the affidavit, but the code for the order of what was cited should only apply to out-of-state witnesses or after someone has failed to appear. So she did make that argument, but I don't know if she saw the actual affidavit. But with her experience here, she could probably predict how the affidavit was put together. But I do think since he's in the hospital, I think Shibe is treating this as kind of moot until we get to talk to the doctor and maybe discuss competency and possibly letting him be released with the ankle bracelet monitor. And guys, yeah, that's going to Mungtung's baggy shop. Does anyone want anything? Oh, hilarious.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you refer to page 13 of your report? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just read over it and look up when you've refreshed your memory.
Okay.
All right. So did you gather phone calls from Mr. Wright that were going back as far as 2015?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury if they went back as far as November 5th, 2015?
They did go back as far as November 5th, 2015, because I obtained a call that Mr. Wright placed on November 5th, 2015.
Now, how many calls did you obtain from Mr. Wright, if you know?
The total number of calls, I do not know. I did put them on a disk though. So the disk would obviously have all the calls that I ran, but it would be over a dozen.
Over a dozen?
It'd be, I believe, well over a dozen, actually.
And if you have that disc, would you pull that out?
Sure, let's see. Here we go, right here.
All right, and we'll label this disc 501 Yankee. Do you know how many calls you listened to of Spencer Wright?
Several. I'm
Okay.
sure of one that was of particular interest to me, though.
And was that the first call that you listened to, or did you have to listen to more than one before you got to that call?
I don't recall. I likely, unless I got real lucky, had to listen to several calls before I found that one.
Now, tell the jury, without detailing the content of the call itself, what date the call was that you found,
November 5th, 2015,
and what number was the call made to?
404-406-7784.
And is 501 Yankee the disc that you just gave to me that you said you downloaded the calls
Yes, this is
made
the,
by Spencer Wright?
yes, this is the disk that contains the calls that I requested from the Atlantic City Jail, the jail calls, the recorded calls placed from either Mr. Wright or numbers that, of which I was curious.
After you listened to the call, did you say what time that call was made on November 5th, 2015?
1:28 PM.
And was that in, when you say 128, did you list it, is it listed on the recording or the CD as 128 or in military hours 1328?
It's likely 13:28
Okay.
on the actual timestamp, but probably there's a second value in there as well.
Okay. And was the call between, were you able to tell if it was Mr. Wright on the call?
I was able to tell, yes.
And was Mr. Wright speaking with a man or a woman?
He's speaking with a man.
All right. And without saying what either person said, are you able to tell the jury the subject of the call?
The subject of the call was,
No, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
the subject of the call was Mr. Wright talking about what he,
Well,
Wait, don't say
let's,
what he was talking about. Don't say, don't, without saying what anyone said, let me be more specific. Was the
sorry, that was me. Go ahead.
Was the subject of the call Mr. Wright's presence on scene at Dr. Thomas's murder?
Your Honor, calls for
Yes,
hearsay
sustained,
and leading.
yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
so I'll ask this question, and if it's an objection, but did they talk about Don Nutt in the call?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, given that I'm not asking him anything for which I'm offering the truth of the matter asserted, and it's a subject, I don't think that it's hearsay.
Okay, well, I appreciate that you don't think so.
Okay. So I'm gonna take that as you're not gonna reconsider.
Correct.
All right. So after you listened to that call on November 5th, 2015, 1:28 PM, between Mr. Wright and the person he called at 404-406-7784, did you endeavor to locate the person to whom Mr. Wright was speaking in that call?
yes, well, my first endeavor was to figure out who had that number. And then I asked David White, investigator David White, to locate him and speak to him.
All right. So back up a little bit. You said you endeavored to find out who had that number?
I did.
And was that the number ending in 7784?
That's correct.
And did you take the steps that you described for the jury earlier that you take in trying to determine what number belongs to what person?
I don't know if I went into great detail about that. I mean, there's numerous ways to figure out who a cell phone number belongs to.
Tell the jury.
I believe here, I found that somebody on Instagram posted that number in comments that were publicly visible as their number. In other words, there was an Instagram user that said, "Contact me at this number,"
Okay.
in a comment section of a post.
All right.
And then through perusing their Instagram profile, I eventually found enough biographical information, like today is my birthday. I don't know if that's specifically what happened here. It suffices to say that I found enough publicly available information about the person who posted that 7784 number as their own to figure out who they were.
And who did you have David White locate after you saw that Instagram information?
Are you saying the person I identified as posting that number as their own?
Yes.
The name was Jacquees. First name spelled Jocquuise, Smalls. Last name spelled Smalls.
And did you find a date of birth for Jacquees Smalls?
September 27th, 1988.
Do you remember whether whether Investigator White was able to locate Mr. Small?
From what I remember, he spoke to him on the phone.
All right. Did you ever personally speak with him?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Did you listen to the phone call, or did you have David White record the phone call with Mr. Smalls?
Investigator White recorded it.
And did you listen to it?
I did.
All right.
Can I interrupt you
With that-
just for a minute and have counsel come up to the bench? It doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing right now.
This is probably about the doctor, maybe. I mean, I guess it could be anything. But they did say they were trying to coordinate a Zoom with the doctor for Quindarius Zachary on the doctor's convenience. So, to me, that would seem like something like, well, if he's available right now and I just got this email, let's work it out. But also, you guys are funny with the... Is it Jacques or is it Quez? Jennifer Devine says, sometimes I feel bad for love, and then she speaks. I don't know. I think I've gotten over feeling bad for love. There's a few times with Hilton still where I'm like, I feel kind of bad, especially since she has to work with Love, and you can see the body language. Like, it seems like Love will pull at her shoulder and thwack her to get her attention. She does it to Atkins too. But then all I can think of is that ex parte and how she handled Woody, and I'm like, no. But I'm with you, Jennifer. Sandy says, oh, we got this one. By the way, guys, thank you. This is really why I keep reminding to post the GoFundMe. So big shout out to She Loves Fantasy. She had said, can you post a link for Quindarius Zachary's legal assistance? That's pinned at the top, and I'm sharing it periodically in the chat. And my take on it is, if you want to give something to help him, or if you just want to give something as a FU to the state, either way.
Deal with, so I'm gonna excuse y'all into the jury room for what may be a few minutes, and if it ends up being an early lunch, I'll send word. But
that sounds like a
may just be
shive.
a few minutes, so I'm just gonna excuse y'all for now. Thank you.
Well, are they not excusing Sprinkle? Sprinkle's ready to stay. And Breeziar, I don't know if you were here right when I had said it, but I do think, they're not going to talk about this material witness warrant, the affidavit, because right now he's in the hospital, not in Rice Street, and they're supposed to be talking with the doctor and maybe working out an opportunity for him to just go home and have a monitor on his ankle. So I would imagine if the defense attorney loses that battle, then we might see him try another battle. That's weird. They said whatever they were approaching about wasn't about this, but they still have Sprinkle
Does
here.
anybody know where where'd the state go?
They're going to say
Can you
shive.
ask anybody from the state to come back in for a second? Hey, just any of you. I just, so one thing we need to do is locate Mr. Shive, and I don't know that we have his direct number. But I'm
Why
sure
is
somebody
Sprinkle
does.
just sitting here?
Oh, okay, great. All right, so y'all need to get something together.
Yes.
And it sounds like within the hour, Mr. Zachary will be over here.
All right, he's coming.
And I
Yes,
don't
and we
know
would-
if you want to, you had mentioned earlier.
Kick Sprinkle off
having a
the stand.
doctor Talk to the court or something. I don't know if that's something you still want to do or.
No, not
Okay.
considering that he's being released. It was for the purpose of discerning.
Whether he could be,
Yes.
okay. All right, so I don't know, can we leave to Miss Hilton or another member of your team to get all of that in place and continue with this witness right now? Or,
Yes, she is doing that, and out, whatever the court instructs regarding that, I know you wanted to hear from Mr. Scheib. I didn't know if you wanted to hear from him before.
I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib.
No, I mean, in terms of the agreement, the immunity agreement.
Again, I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib unless y'all can't come to an agreement as to whatever the terms are gonna be.
Okay,
If you can, great, just present it and I'll sign it.
okay.
So if Ms. Hilton's handling that, then I'm happy to just continue on with this witness with the jury.
So she is out there talking to him, Your Honor, because of course that, I'll be the person examining Mr. Zachary, and I'd just like to speak with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Scheib just
Okay.
quickly for a second, since they're out
All
there.
right, if it's a second, it's one, that's fine. If it's gonna be that I need to send the jury to lunch, you know.
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think he'll be.
All right, take a couple of minutes and come back and report.
Oh my God, pan and show if a Sprinkel is still there. I mean, I haven't seen him walk by the camera. I mean, maybe he ducked, but
And I know we just took a break, but if anybody needs to run to the restroom, you're welcome to right
show
now.
a Sprinkle. He's still there. He's still there. Oh, he's leaving. Oh, no, he's not. He's just getting something. Guys, I can't do it. I can't do it. Why is he here? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, this is like random but important. So I happened to see this. JR says, if anyone in the chat drives a GM pickup 2022 to 24, call your dealer. They have a recall on 440K trucks with brake failure. Yikes. And took it in, got all new brakes. Yeah, not a good problem to have. So, you know, take advantage of the warranty for one, replacements, but that's a scary failure. That is a scary failure. Thank you for that heads up there. Thank you to KB for becoming a member. Peter Ortiz says, sorry you think that way, but... Eek Geek says, sprinkle, sprinkle, little creep, how many numbers do you keep? The sniffing the prison phones. That and Securus. It's like we finally got past a big section of this trial where we didn't have to hear that Securus name anymore, and he keeps saying it over and over. It's just like taunting me. Peter Ortiz, I agree with you. Thanks for the 2. Love is a sorry excuse of a DA. I agree. I mean, I think she might be well suited for other things. Like, can you imagine if she worked in like contracts or settlement negotiations? Like, she could force anybody to cave in eventually. Like, that would be a great specialty for her. Oh boy. Tia, thanks so much for gifting a membership. Jennifer Devine says, oh wait, we got this one, but still, sometimes I feel bad for Love, and then she speaks. Dolly1 says, can the defense call former DA to ask why he didn't try this case? Well, that's what, were you here this morning? So, Brian Steele made a record and said, you know, I will put Paul Howard on my witness list. Call him up here and ask him exactly this. So... not only is it a possibility, it seems like it's something that the defense attorney, at least one defense attorney, is suggesting they might want to do. And I think you guys in the chat would love that. Like, say you guys tune out for the next 100 days of this trial, it gets boring, you're like, I got to do other stuff. And then you hear that Paul Howard is going to be called to the stand. Just run to the stream. Run to a live stream. Definitely would be a very interesting time. Oh my gosh, I'm flicking. I was waiting. So JR said, very dangerous. I almost flew off the highway. Now, did you have to find out there was a recall on the brake failure because that happened to you and you had to do the work to call? That's crazy. That is crazy. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Same, Ike. I'm with you. I'm learning. I didn't realize how prevalent sickle cell was. I did not know. And I had forgotten, too, that, like, you can't just find a marrow match from anyone. It has to be someone of the same race.
Okay,
So
I don't know. if
limited
we've got-
pool of
all
a
right, let's-
solution.
All right, let's discontinue the bathroom break as soon as we get the next person back. So, I mean, that's fine. We're missing, one of the defendants just went to the bathroom, so you have a few more minutes, but
Sherry Aguilar wants to do a counter for Michael Sprinkel that says, counter on the number of times he says, I did, me. No, the numbers would break. We would fill the whole, I think there's like a 1,000 character limit on the little banners on the stream. I think we would fill up the character limit counting those for Michael Sprinkel. Oh boy. Thank you for the 2, Sherry. And then Chill Panda, wondering if Love and Michael Sprinkle spoke, said, yeah, they talked. I just hope a mole told. I mean, that was hilarious. He's like, here's this disc I prepared this morning, which is kind of like typically, I don't know, you should have created that first and already had it available. Or it would have been the questioning prosecutor, you know, this is what we have to present in court today, so let me make sure it's prepared. We can pull it up on the screen and ask this witness about it. Why was he the one that made the disc last night? So that's a little weird. A little bit weird. Angie Lay gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Angie. Always good to see you. Always appreciate you. Lady Bliss says Atlanta is a beautiful city. It's not all crime and hatred. We are not represented very well. May I add, I'm in love and lust with Steele. Shout out to Brian Steele. No, when I go to Atlanta, I have a ton of fun. I like downtown. I like, you know, some of the surrounding areas. I think it's fun to go shopping. There's tons of places to eat. Oh my gosh. Love, you know, taking a trip to visit my brother. It's like, where are we going to go eat? Like, there's so many good places, great places to hang out. So I don't have this impression of Atlanta being a bad place at all. Definitely a great place to go for a trip, especially if you live in the United States and don't want to fly overseas. You want to stay in the contiguous states. Definitely a good destination. Fun, relaxation, entertainment, tons of stuff to do. So shout out to the fun parts of Atlanta outside of this trial and the criminal justice system hiccups, weaknesses that we're currently looking at.
Okay. Your Honor, so Mr. Scheib, I believe, is on a Zoom call, so he's discussing what we talked about with Ms. Hilton. And I just inquired the court, since we are getting into the area that would sort of constitute where I'd need to reference the next witness's statements that he made before I ask questions about that. Would the court give us any idea of what time the court would be willing to stop for lunch? Or is it noon? Because we can keep going to whenever.
so
Sprinkle's gonna run back in.
I would like to be able to put Mr. Zachary on the stand as soon as he gets here. And so if he's going to get here within the hour, then we could either
Take a lunch
do
now.
a really quick lunch right now and then take him, or we can
Do they have food here
do a
for the
late
defendant?
lunch after his testimony. But how long do you think his testimony is?
Days.
His testimony is going to be
The rest of the
the day.
afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe we just take a quick lunch now.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
then by the time we get back from lunch, hopefully he'll be here. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
It does. It does. I
Okay.
just wanted the court's direction, that's all, in
Okay.
terms of, because I didn't want to take Mr. Sprinkle like all the way through to the point where he's here and then we break for lunch and he's out there. And
No, I
want-
agree. I don't want him, once he's here, I'd like to go ahead and start his testimony, not say, well,
She's just
nice that you're here,
repeating.
but we're breaking for lunch. So let's just break for a really early lunch right now. And you said you think he'll be here, or I don't know if you said that, the estimate from the sheriff's office is within.
1 hour.
Okay, so why don't we, it's 10 after 11. Why don't we break till 10 at, quarter after 12?
That's fine for me. And if he's not here by that time, I don't have a problem continuing with Mr.
All right.
Sprinkel until. he
Neither
gets
does
here.
Okay.
Sprinkel.
So if one of the deputies can just let the jury, since I told them it might happen anyway, let them know they're on break till 12:15. Miss Love, you can get hopefully whatever you're going to get in place with regard to an immunity order. And I guess you technically need to give me the motion too, but it's sort of been acknowledged in open court by Mr. Scheib that that his client is going to plead the fifth otherwise. So I understand there's a basis for needing it.
And,
So that's the
I'll say
immunity.
If he, so, Your Honor, if he decides to, notwithstanding the immunity agreement.
Still refuse to testify.
I'll
Contempt?
speak about it with Mr. Scheib, because
He might get taken into custody.
and not by,
Hmm?
and the state should not be required
It would be the court.
to house him like this. He's in back to the jail.
Excuse me, would you speak in the microphone, please?
She doesn't want to. Speak into the microphone.
So I'll say
Get to the microphone and then speak.
it's premature, I believe, to speak on this, but I'll just say that I would ask that the court, if Mr., I don't know what Mr. Zachary is going to do when he gets here, given everything that we've heard, but so I'll just actually wait and see. But as it relates to
Now you don't want to say
if
it.
there is an immunity agreement in place, we are asking, and he does not testify, we would be asking that the court send him into custody and until he purges himself of contempt of court, if the court signs the order.
Normally have an immunity
It is,
agreement.
but there's also the concern about keeping him at the jail, and there was that.
I don't know, maybe there are other alternatives. I don't know.
Okay, that's it, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we're on lunch break till 12:15.
Thank you.
Well, so what Love was before she stepped away from the microphone, she wanted to make it clear that it'd be the court holding him in contempt, which it is the court that orders the contempt order at that point. But she wanted to make it clear, in my opinion, out loud. Then as soon as she started stepping away, she didn't want to talk at the microphone again. Like, the defense, and I think that was Weinstein that asked for the microphone. Mic up, get to the microphone. She still kept leaning. Like, it's not like she was just standing further away and didn't step back. She stayed in a leaned away, locked position on purpose to just not be talking into the microphone. Just all around stupid. Now, all that made me think of is when we saw the June 7th ex parte meeting, where we had Hilton and Love talking to the judge on June 7th, the first day that Woody took the stand and pled the fifth. Well, we don't want to jail him. We're not the ones that want to jail him. We don't want to jail him. We're not the ones that want him in custody. So here they are trying to make the same argument, but now they have to do it in open court, when they're clearly the ones that want him held. So, oh my gosh. So they are going to be doing a lunch until 12:15. And this doesn't mean that Sprinkel's done. It just means because of the circumstances, they're going to put a pause on Sprinkel's testimony. He's probably his face is probably like that Zuckerberg meme right against the court door window, waiting to get back on the stand right now, even though everybody's eating lunch. So I'm sure as soon as, say Quindarius Zachary gets sick and he has to stop in the middle of his testimony today, I'm sure this will be the fastest they've ever had a witness ready to come back through that door to get back up on the stand. So, and the judge will love to see it, I'm sure. So Sprinkel will be back. That's not the end of Sprinkel. They're just rearranging it because of the circumstances surrounding Quindarius Zachary's, his health and his availability. So, and guys, remember, there is no way to just refuse the immunity. You can try to make sure the immunity deal is worded correctly and, ask for, absolute versus transactional and, or use. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on with that because we haven't seen it. We haven't really heard them discuss it other than knowing that it's supposed to be drafted and ready to sign, but now they're discussing it. So Scheib wants to look at the immunity drafted by the state before it actually gets into effect. So, but you can't reject immunity. If you are given immunity, you lose the privilege to invoke without being held in contempt. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't work like the movies. Let's see. Thank you, Camille, for the 5. Nick Starro said Miss Love spoke to a non-doctor who said Quindarius Zachary's vitals are normal. Who's that? The janitor? Yeah, she didn't really want to say. She didn't want to say. But he's showing up, and I do wonder, maybe he's just like, let's just get it over with. Let's just do it. Because think about it. If I was sitting there and I had the realization that if I don't just do it today, there's a possibility that I could be released from the hospital at 5, 6 p.m. today, and they put me in custody. Now, technically, if he shows up to testify, if the day ends, they shouldn't be taking him back into custody. He should be purging himself of the failure to appear. But we'll see how they work that out. It seems like Whitaker is waiting for the state and Scheib to make some suggestions there. So we'll have to see. Ike says, on a weekend or lunch one day, can we explore directed verdict again? May not apply here. Just want to learn because I'm hopeful. Yeah, I absolutely do not see Whitaker doing a directed verdict. Now, a directed verdict is based on sufficiency of the evidence. And what that means is because it's the state's burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, if at the time they rest their case in chief, they have not presented evidence sufficient, prima facie, to meet all of the elements of everything as charged here in this indictment. A judge can, the defense can ask, and the state can oppose, and the judge can decide to issue a directed verdict, which means the judge says, look, I'm going to direct this. We're going to dismiss it because you haven't presented the evidence here to meet the elements necessary to even prove the crime. So with here, what might be interesting is, and I've said it before, I definitely do not think Whitaker's going to say count 1 is gone, murder's gone, but maybe some of these little, I don't know, maybe some of these less significant, I don't know, like maybe something random here that someone's charged with, like maybe we have a possession for one individual and they're like, all right, we're going to knock off this one count for this one person. Maybe. Because technically you could ask for a directed verdict on your defendant, right? We've got 6 different attorneys in this room, maybe for specific counts. So I don't think it's like completely inapplicable here. I just think it's never going to happen for, these main things. So, but it'll be interesting. And unfortunately, we're probably like 100 days away from that even being the right time frame to talk about it. Casey Dog says, I bet Love still crosses the line with Sprinkel. I'm thinking so too, especially he walked in there with that disc. Army Nurse says, good morning, Cat, Chat, and Mods. Oxycodone carries an extensive variety of serious side effects, and that is why it's constantly monitored. It intensifies in already compromised patients. So shout out to Army Nurse with the knowledge. Yeah, and that's interesting because he's on oxycodone and the time window was every 4 to 6 hours. So if he took it this morning when he woke up, I don't know what time, maybe he woke up at like 7. He'd be taking another dose at like 1 p.m., like maybe middle of him being on the stand. So, I mean, maybe his frequency changed, but I can't imagine him changing the frequency of the painkiller if he's still in pain. So I don't know. Good insight there. And that's the thing, right? It's math. You take a dosage, a specific amount of milligrams, they know how quickly it should degrade in your body. And before it falls below a minimum threshold level, that's when they want you to take another dosage to make sure you're good. And that you also don't take too much at one time. So, I don't know. I think we'll be able to tell and get a read when he takes a stand on if he's a bit lucid or not. Well, but that's the thing. You guys are like, they won't let him use drugs in court, but we've had someone on the stand saying, I'm so high right now. And we had Love stand in front of the camera the other day I don't have something to demonstrate with, but with like a syrup bottle, like cough medicine when her throat was scratchy, and she went right in front of the camera and was like, like, and I know she wasn't a witness on the stand, but just saying, like this courtroom doesn't really seem to pay attention to if a witness is actually under the influence of anything or not. It's an exception. This whole trial is an exception. Kristen Vasquez says, "Love, please have candor to the court. Jesse can get control and stop. His life is on the line, and that's on you, Judge." And I really do think that part of this is like, let's just get it over with before I'm stuck here, possibly putting myself at risk of going to Rice Street over the weekend. So I know it sucks, but I guess the silver lining, guys, is I still don't see any possibility of this helping the state. They want him in there because he said some damaging things to a couple of the co-defendants back in these interviews. But, I mean, we thought that would be bad when Woody took the stand, and Woody ended up, in my opinion, helping the defense. So, Rods, thank you so much. So Rods, Kyle's Betsy gifted 5 memberships. You guys say thank you in the chat. That's super generous. Thank you so much. And I always feel like you never know when the camera could cut back on for any reason lately. So let's just keep this screen up on the screen. Oh, man. Red Bunny says, "This is going to go bad for the state because Quindarius Zachary is not going to last. The state alone get to the defense." And that's the other thing, too. She said it'll take the rest of the afternoon. And to me, when Love estimates 3 hours, we know that means 3 days. So taking the rest of the afternoon implies that you're not planning to pass the witness. But how many days next week is Love also going to need? I mean, she's going to try to play some of these recordings, so that takes up time. And if he's not cooperative, I mean, we'll see how quickly there's a side conference, a bench conference. If it seems like he's not cooperating with testimony, even after an immunity deal seems to be given, it looks like they're in the process of giving it to him, but I don't know. I feel like Love, we get to be the readers. We get to read the tea leaves on whether or not we think Love is looking for that excuse to saying he's not being cooperative, to see if the court will hold him in contempt. And make sure she makes it known that it's the court doing it, not us. It's going to be an afternoon. And for better or for worse, I mean, I hope it screws the state. I just do. But whatever Quindarius Zachary decides, I mean, it's his prerogative. Lucy for the 2 says, "Love is so insufferable." Yeah, I think everybody agrees. Oh, Lisa Waller's in my neck of the woods. So Lisa's in Port Canaveral for 4 days. And it's beautiful weather today. It is. It's going to be a good weekend too. I'm wondering, are you here just between cruises? That's what everybody comes down for. So that's why I'm wondering. But we got a new giant cruise ship here too. I think it's Carnival, but it's a huge, huge ship that they just started porting out of Port Canaveral. New ship too. So hopefully we're going on one of those fun cruises. And if not, either way, have a good time. Great beaches, good fishing. Enjoy yourself. Pink says, "What if he's not able to testify due to the medication? Can evil Love still lock him up?" I mean, Shibe seems like he's working on conditions for him that if there's an issue, he won't be in Rice Street. But unfortunately, we can't really tell what that is until the court works it out and tells us. But that's scary. I mean, Love's trying to pretend like it's not her that wants him locked up, but we saw them say the same thing about Woody, and that was a bold-faced lie. Thank you for the 5. Who was Zachary's first lawyer? So do you mean like back in the day when this happened? I don't know. They haven't replaced this attorney representing him in terms of this material witness warrant. This has been the only attorney. And I don't actually know who represented him several years ago. There's probably a way I can search that up in the portal by his name. Let me see. Oh, apparently I'm not spelling his name right. I mean, I think I'm spelling it right. Does anybody know Quindarius Zachary's middle initial? I can bookmark this and do it when they have something going on in the court. But when I did his last name, first name, it wasn't giving me results, so. And that might be because the portal I'm using, maybe it's not pulling things from more than a few years ago. So I'm going to pin that. Yeah, that says Quindarius Zachary will end in mistrial. Woody was 16 days, Mungtung 5. He's had multiple transfusions this month, but God forbid, in the steel voice, he needs to be hospitalized for more than a day or two. Short's head will start steaming. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. We've never had one of these difficult witnesses get up there and be done in an afternoon. Unless maybe one possibility is maybe the state will limit. Maybe they're making it a strategic decision to limit what they bring in through Zachary, to limit the defense's ability to cross Zachary. I don't really think that they strategize that way, but maybe that's one possibility. So. Then Marlena Mack says, if they hold him in contempt, he'll go to the medical unit. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I think he has a better chance of that now that he has counsel. But remember, they scooped him up the first time right as he was walking out of the hospital and just put him in regular old Rice Street. They had to fight to get him moved. So that's why I think it's a big deal that they work out arrangements before this contempt could happen. And I hope that Judge Whitaker rubs two pennies together and has some sense in doing that. Before she just says, oh, just hold him in contempt. If he's not currently hospitalized, he doesn't need to be in a medical unit. So just make it regular. I don't know. And honestly, I think Whitaker's been slightly more agreeable to Scheib and Quindarius Zachary's situation, just slightly. Very slightly. But I think that's really only because she was kind of pissy with Love today and not because she had some sympathy or realization of what Quindarius Zachary might be going through or what Charles Scheib might be saying. So, I don't know. I mean, hopefully she stays pissy at the state if it ends up helping Quindarius Zachary's situation. And then Marlena Mack also gifted 5 members. Thank you so much. You guys say thank you to Marlena Mack. I think I gotta update this banner. We have quite a few new members. Yeah, oh my god, we're up to 48. Which is nice, because we're not counting squeaks today, unfortunately. And then Peter gifted another 10. There we go, that makes sense now. That's mathing. Peter Ortiz, shout out to Peter. And I know Peter wanted a slime overlay. I should find, like, the Nickelodeon slime and just overlay it. Maybe line it up to the back of the state's chairs. Oh, that'd be great. Thank you so much for gifting, Peter. And then we've got 212 Shoe Company. They became a member. Thank you so much. And interesting. How did you get the little things in your name? I think it stands for 212. But it looks like shark teeth a little bit to me. The symbols in the font. At least on the screen through StreamYard. It might look different on YouTube. But that's cool. Shout out to you. You sound like a small business owner, so shout out to you. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, is Miss Love looking for a promotion if she wins? I mean, she's already tried to run, for DA in, was it DeKalb County? It was another county, but she tried to run for DA in 2020. So, I think that might be a signal that she is looking to continue moving up the career ladder. And I mean, shout out to her for being ambitious, but, you know, there's a way to do that and a way not to do that. And I don't think she's really doing it in a way that suggests integrity and good ambitions. Leah's dad says, what are your thoughts on Whitaker being biased towards the state because she was a prosecutor and had good faith over her being one of Fani's lackeys as well, regarding people's feelings about Glanville? I think judges just tend to be in favor of the state of prosecutors in general. And I think like that's a bias that I see across different cases in different areas. As far as her having the additional experience of being in a prosecutor's shoes, that could contribute to it even more. And I'd say for her specifically, it's because she seems to have this constraint that if I wouldn't do something, somebody else in my shoes wouldn't do that either. Right? And that's a personal constraint of her line of thinking. But then as far as feelings about Glanville and maybe knowing Fani, I think that could be because you're saying she was a prosecutor in the same office and now she's a judge here. You see these people every day. Now you add a third layer with that these are my peers. These are the people that I have to see day in and day out, even when one trial ends. It doesn't mean I stop seeing these same faces and having to work with these same faces. So I think you've got 3 layers there that end up making her be biased for the state. You know, which kind of sucks because any of those biases, does she have a bias there towards the defense? So right there, you're at a 0 to 3 disadvantage if you're the defense, in my opinion. And then Shannon Alexander says, happy Slime Gang Friday, KNW, Crooked Crooks and Crookettes. Love is the green slime Grinch, green goblin, green Riddler. Man, that one facial expression, I've seen it as an emoji, and on X, she does have that, like, scowl look. I don't know who took the screenshot of it, but it is the perfect facial expression capture. Just a pure scowl. Oh, boy. Thank you so much, Shannon, for the 5. PJEDW says, love starting early today, hilariously early. She said, oh, we're going to be there at 8:30. I'm ready. I'm prepared. Had my green shake, got right to it. Chris A says we should rename Miss Love to Loveless. I think you guys have adopted that in the chat. It's becoming more and more common to see that spelling. Ken Thompson says, if you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. If you have the law on your side, pound the law. If you have neither the facts nor the law, pump the sprinkles. Oh, and he's ready. He's like, please. He's like, I'm here. I'm here for you. And that's the thing. One of the reasons he's so important is he's the one that looked over all the reports that Gaither had, that Thorpe had, that Dennis had. So for a lot of the missing holes, the gaps in the puzzle of how we got here, Sprinkle's supposed to be the bridge. But you know what I always say? Bad input. He's got these jail calls where he's finding out people were lying. And he's got reports that he had to piece together that some of them haven't been produced to the defense. We don't have hard copies of them anywhere. And then we have a theory. So I think Sprinkle, I know we're making fun of, like, I'll get him off the stand. He's too eager to be there. But I do really think you guys will enjoy the cross of Sprinkle. And I do think he'll be willing to say certain things that you might be surprised he says. And they're going to be pretty hilarious for the state's case. Thank you, Ken, for the 10. Christine says, I can't understand how they could swear a witness in under the influence of narcotics. As a nurse, we can't obtain consent if the patient had a narcotic within a specified time limit. Now, I'm like the kind of person that tries not to take Tylenol or anything like that. But when I lack sleep and I'm on like the second or third wind, you can tell that things affect your body. So I have no doubt, I have no doubt at all that there is a reason you're not supposed to sign contracts. You're not supposed to be able to give consent when you're under the influence of certain medications. Like, so a lot of this blows my mind, but again, at the same time, it doesn't, because we had a witness on the stand that said he was too high to testify. Like, they don't care. Like, it's just wild to me. And I know Whitaker had suggested, why don't we just do a deposition? That'd be hilarious, first of all, because with depositions, there usually isn't a judge present unless it gets so contentious that they have to call a judge in. But you have counsel for both parties, and you have your reporter recording everything that's being said. And with a deposition, if you've never watched one, the counsel can make their objections for the record, but everything is captured, and the person's supposed to answer anyway, unless they invoke their fifth. So during a deposition, the only thing that really stops an answer is when someone invokes or is stopped from speaking about attorney-client privilege, right? Otherwise, you make the objection or objections, and then the witness that's sitting for a deposition is still supposed to give their answer. So all of that is being recorded. And then the judge will make the determination of, all right, well, you can't bring in that part of this deposition. We're going to actually agree with that objection that you made in real time. So why that would be extra hilarious is all of this stuff would be on the record. And I don't know how Georgia works, but with like Depp v. Heard, when we got to look at the transcriptions from the depositions, you got to read all of it. You got to see all the answers. So it'd be one of those things that, cool, if they end up using a deposition in trial, the jury might not hear everything, but after the fact, you can hear everything. You can look at everything in the record. Again, except for they will stop the witness from speaking if there's, possible self-incrimination or attorney-client privilege information. But everything else you get an answer with a deposition. So that could be a really good time too, doing a deposition instead of having him in the witness booth. I don't think that the court will go for that. This court has been very much, the Johnny Depp trial used a ton of depositions, and maybe that's because it was closer to COVID. But they played video recorded depositions in lieu of having witnesses show up to testify live. It was just more relaxed, and it was a civil case. But this is criminal, so I really think, you have the right to confront your accuser. I think it's just been the standard to consistently have the witness on the stand in person. So, but yeah, maybe they'll make the exception and do that, since Whitaker suggested it for a witness that's having an extreme health concern. I don't know, guys. A lot of uncertainty if he shows up today and cannot complete testimony. Shannon Alexander says, how long is she keeping Chicken Little on the stand? Chicken Little's kind of hilarious, not gonna lie. And I'm sure he's ready to get back. I'm sure he'll be back Monday. And I honestly picture her doing direct with him for several more hours. And then I think cross, there's going to be a lengthy cross. It's not just going to be a one question cross. So we might have some more time, like a whole day with Sprinkel next week. Thank you, Shannon. Phil says they're really rolling the dice knowing the attorney that's going across this guy. I don't know. They never think ahead, though. They don't think ahead. Ike says, I guarantee that he wears polo shirts with the collar flipped up and drives a sports car. Talking about Sprinkel. Oh, okay, guys, it's that time. What do you think Sprinkel listens to when he's driving to and from court? What do you think? Or I guess work in general. We could say work in general. What do you think is on Mike Sprinkel's playlist? Good times. Great thought exercise here, Ike. Victor Johnson sends a 5. Thank you so much. And then Laura Jefferson sends 2. Thank you so much. You guys are at Michael Sprinkel today. Ken Thompson says, any human who actually utters aforementioned and said and thereon is a literal D-bag. Yeah, it's like we're reading legalese out loud. Floyd says, does anyone else feel like Whitaker's in a mood today? Absolutely. She just seems angry. Also this guy, and we get 4 facepalm emojis. Do you have to be the absolute worst to be hired by the state? Seems like it. Well, and I think they rely on this guy to make this a tight, squeaky clean case because they feel like he is such a do-gooder that he'll be trusted. Like, he should just naturally come with integrity because he talks a big game. But then Steele dismantled that, and, you know, that was just an argument that wasn't really like cross-examination or anything. But he was like, can I bring in cases where, you know, the evidence actually exonerated the people that Michael Sprinkel prosecuted? Like, just completely dismantled the air of credibility around this DDA. Thank you, Floyd. That's what Lay says it's morning again in the ATL, and we we already live, laugh, and lying with love. I can smell the stank all the way here in Dallas. Yeah, a lot about this case does not pass the smell test. And then I want to see your playlist suggestions, you guys. Law and Lyric says it's a recording of himself saying he's amazing and he's great. Like Alan Watts style, but it's just Michael Sprinkel. No, Leah's dad. Leah's dad says he listens to jail calls on 1.5 speed for efficiency. His text message alert is like, this message is brought to you by Securus. Leah's dad, 1.5 speed. Oh my gosh. Thank you for that, and thank you for the 2. Trucker says he probably drives a Tesla listening to Cyndi Lauper. Oh, we're doing car types too. Mazda, Miata. Rock music. Oh, man. Tom Jones. Boy George and Culture Club. Single ladies. Yacht rock. Oh, man. Journey, definitely. They're doing an early lunch, you guys. I could put that in the banner. Shout out to the retired squeak counter. Jail calls. He listens to Lifestyle. Andrew Gate podcast. The ABCs of Steel, I would die. The Shrek soundtrack, Eye of the Tiger. Folk music, Taylor Swift. Madonna, Metallica. Oh man, Lady Gaga. Queen, We Are the Champions. A lot of you guys are saying himself talking. House music, gotta amp himself up. Keep that high energy. Flock of Seagulls. Divorced dad rock. Listening to Woody, I Don't Recall. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Woody actually released a single called I Don't Recall. I think it was on Spotify. Jen says he's listening to Jive talking like the Bee Gees. Shout out to the Bee Gees. They've got some hits. Thank you, Jen, for the 2. Barry Manilow. Jailhouse Rock. I don't know if he did it. Hold on, I can pull up the Woody song. At least I don't recall one. We are not going to watch that Homicide song or video. We'll leave that one to the trial. I don't know. Spotify links are kind of weird. I can never find the share button. Oh, okay. It's because it's one song, but this is, so it's filtering it as an album. Well, I just want the link to the song. Well, whatever. I'll link to the album, which is the song. It's just one song, since that's the share link it wants to give me, and I don't really use Spotify to know the interface. But that link is Woody's song, I Don't Recall, a 2024 single. Yeah, definitely Copacabana and Mandy. Oh, the BG, there's only one left. No, he listens to the sound of stray cats moseying around the bench on Google Maps. Oh, man. ABBA, Mamma Mia. Oh, he drives an Infiniti listening to Woody. That would be hilarious. Vanilla Ice, Ice Ice Baby. Beethoven. That might be, I can see it. I can see it. Listening to Love. Please no. The Magnum PI theme song. You guys are hilarious. Elevator music because he doesn't like anybody else singing or talking. Baby Got Back. Village People. Margaritaville's kind of a little bop. We hear it a lot played down here. Oh man, Never Gonna Give You Up. E40 Sprinkle Me. No. And then WAP. Oh boy, Katy Perry's Roar, but on repeat. Oh, you guys are so creative. I always love it when we go down one of these, exercise. It's like we get to play like categories or a game together every time we get to do this. And Chloe also had said, a prosecutor knows very well that defendants/suspects have rights. She acts like they don't, and furthermore, like she hates them because she treats them like they're not human. She thinks it shows strength, but it is the opposite. She looks evil. Yeah, and I think that's why we get the comparisons to scowly villains. Like people compare her to Cruella in The Grinch. It's not to poke fun at somebody's looks. It's her facial expressions, her demeanor, her whole, like, the air she brings to the room. It's just very scowly, scornful, at least when she's talking about a defendant and sometimes the witnesses. It's not like she gives that attitude towards herself or, most of the people on the state's table with her most of the time. But thank you, Chloe, for the 10. And thank you for all the great music suggestions in the chat as well. Recused Judge Whitaker 2 says, I'm going to go put your chair back. We need our squeaks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Recused Judge Whitaker 2. Definitely. We've had a little bit of other entertainment today, but the squeaks are definitely missed. And I do wonder, maybe we'll watch the beginning to see if the chair was already moved before we started. But I wonder if we can see if it was Love that moved it. Because that would be very funny to me. Thank you so much for the 2. Dee Dee from Georgia says she tried to point out the court would be holding him. Yeah. But then she's the one requesting the order and forcing the situation. Exactly. And she had the same concern with that in that June 7th meeting. The ex parte. Like, we don't want him in jail. We're the only ones that don't want him in jail. But you're the only one that can create the situation that would put him in jail. So, like, you can't have both. Just say you have to follow the process to make sure you can make your case and pursue your case as you have the legs to do, right? The state does have the room to present their case appropriately. So just say this is the mechanism. And maybe have a heart and be willing to work around it since you have time to work with, right? This would be different if this was like a 2-week trial and someone was sick and you don't have other witnesses to call. But we have like at least 100 more witnesses from the state. So now they suddenly want to present things in a certain order. It's just so hypocritical, nonsensical, picky choosy. I'm with you, Dee Dee. Thank you for the 5. Oh yeah, that too. Let's not forget. There was a witness that soiled himself on the stand. He was Dexter Montgomery. He was the one that was shot in the head. So, like that's your reason why. But they don't care. They don't care. And in fact, I think they liked that because just like we've seen them the state try to do victim impact type stuff during the guilt phase of the trial rather than wait for sentencing. Having that happen on the stand and saying that it's these co-defendants and this conspiracy that caused that elicits sympathy. So I actually think the state enjoyed that happened. We're glad that happened because it could elicit sympathy from the jurors for someone they're saying is a victim of these men in the courtroom. So yeah, you know, here we go on repeat again with the same strategies in this trial. G. Lander also says Sprinkel's playlist is ABCs of Steel. Just on repeat. On repeat. But he's like saying to himself, F for feline, A for aforementioned. He's got his own alphabet and he tries to remix over the song. Hilarious. Thank you, G. Lander. Frosty New York, good to see ya, says, Doctor may feel his crisis is stable enough, but it can change quickly. Yeah, especially the stress of being on a stand. Disgusting ADA love. Yeah, and I can't guess or predict what's going to happen, but I'm just going to keep saying whatever Zachary wants to act like on the stand, I'm not going to fault him for it. Like, out of everybody so far that's been called, you have the absolute right to do you. 1000%. Thank you, Frosty. Peter Ortiz says he listens to Love Squeaking Chair. He's like, oh, I'm going to go to YouTube of that girl and I'm going to look the transcription and search the word squeak and just make a compilation of it all. Just hilarious. Oh my goodness. Chloe says Mbop by Hanson. That is a throwback. I can picture it. Picture with like a poster on the wall. Eric Shipman says, Dr. Jack Badofsky, SNL, look it up. Wait, is this like someone that's going to look like Sprinkel? Oh, yeah. Yep, hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me save a picture to bring up. Oh, and he's got a bunch of signs. Is that his thing? All right, so this is our Dr. Sprinkle. We'll call him Dr. Sprinkle. Let me add the picture so I can show you guys. This is who Eric is referencing here, the SNL character, Dr. Jack Badofsky. And all of the images in the search results come up with... Well, I guess I can just show you the search results page. It's all him holding up signs with different words that he must be talking about. So... It's him. It's Sprinkle on the stand every time he uses a fancy word. A big vocabulary. Very good one. That's very good. Thank you so much, Eric. And then Kay Grammer, you gifted 5 earlier. Now you gifted another 5. You guys say thank you and show Kay Grammer some love in the chat. I appreciate you, Kay Grammer. I always love toggling over here and throwing some eagles in the chat. And we need the eagle today because we don't have our duck squeaky noise. Thank you so much for that. And then Boogie99 says, look, I want to give a gift too. Someone else has to join this gang. So thank you, Boogie, for gifting. Miss Bright came in and said, hi, miss me today, state. 1000%. I think everybody feels the same way. Lady Bliss's Sprinkles theme song, I Am, by Neil Diamond. Man, we've given this man an entire playlist. The whole chat has come up with a playlist. Oh, goodness. Chloe Albert's Revenge says he listens to his Diddy/R. Kelly playlist. No. He listens to songs of music artists that have been convicted or are currently in custody. He just has a playlist of pending prosecutions or prosecuted. Like, yes, haha. Oh no, while drinking baby oil in his smart car, while winking at librarian types at bus stops. Oh man. Chloe has the whole life story painted out here. Pauline. Sprinkle listens to his own voice notes in the car. Definitely driving the Infinity. He's gonna run back a stream of today and see how he did on the stand. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, and Connie B earlier had said, Steele, I was doing my homework. He always does. Steele always does his homework. And it was very funny when Whitaker was like, we now have a motion to eliminate number 60, which I downloaded one yesterday. I don't know. Let me look and see what number that was. It was just a reiteration of what he said in court yesterday. But if that wasn't number 60, at least I thought I downloaded it. It was just whatever one I read yesterday was to exclude those whatever time frame of Quindarius Zachary's interviews where he said that this is how they got the weapons that were used in this thing. It was to exclude that because it involved guns that were excluded after the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. I think that might have been 59, so 60 would be new. Let's see if we can find a 60. And that's a good point too. So yesterday we talked about how Doug was asking for any clips of weird body language from the state. If you guys didn't tune in yesterday or missed it and didn't know that, let me find the thread and I can link to it. So if you guys have clips of the state really love making like exaggerated facial expressions in front of the jury and you want to send it Doug's way, that'd be awesome. So this was the link to the thread here, and this is what I'm talking about. So he was asking for pics and video of Love's expressions. We can watch some of them. You guys
Yes.
had pointed out stuff like this.
Two things are true.
This was Tasha that pointed this out. So shout out to Tasha if you're listening in here. Watch Love's face right around here after it does its buffering. All right, we're just going to do this thing again.
You told them that that information was not accurate. True?
True.
You told them that this wasn't
But you see it?
accurate. True?
True.
You told them that this wasn't
And there's a
the factual
bunch.
acknowledgement that referenced it being done on behalf of
There's a
YSL,
bunch.
that was
I
not
don't think
true.
it's
This was
character. I
about
think
a
it's, I think what
girl.
they're trying to do is just
Yeah,
impeach him.
And not
objection
about-
as to the compound
Is
nature
it playing
of that
twice? Hold
question.
on. I don't know why that kept playing.
I don't think it's character. I think what they're trying to do is just impeach him. And they're trying to impeach him on the issue of whether or not he has told another falsehood or discrepancy. And they're also trying to bring in, in fact, from the interview of the police and how they asked him about this particular person.
So, Your Honor, this will be a collateral issue because, again, whatever happened with this rumor of a killing of someone else.
I don't think it's character. I think it's
a liar at this. They were calling you a liar at the same time that they were asking this jury to believe what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
They were calling you a
There
liar.
were a lot of those during Woody's.
Or past something relevant, or past 403. Your Honor, what the state is not something relevant, or
Okay. There's one exception.
If I say that I did,
Yeah.
Okay. The Donovan Thomas thing.
Yes.
Okay. There's one exception.
Like memory lane.
Just read in any of the
Oh, did they give us
iterations
a
prior,
timestamp?
leading up to the 28th.
112,
You
122.
communicated with the state and asked them that it be changed. True?
Oh, I think this is the same clip we saw.
They
Just a different clip.
If it
But let's
wasn't
make
getting
sure.
changed, we either had to live with it or stop the process. And ultimately, that stayed.
But the reason that you wanted it changed,
Hold on.
when you spoke to the state, you told them that that information was not accurate. True?
True.
You told them that this wasn't the factual acknowledgement that referenced it being done on behalf of YSL, that was not true. This was about a girl.
Your Honor,
And not
objection
about-
as to the compound nature of that question.
You told them
All right, so this one says this is her nodding at a witness during questioning, which isn't disrespectful or over the top, but who the heck thinks it's okay to nod at your own witness on cross right before they answer yes? Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
sentenced to serve as much as 35 years in confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections.
That is what the document indicates.
Okay, being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years in confinement.
Someone else called out the same. So many people clip the same things. That's hilarious that people notice it.
True.
Same thing
You
that we just
told them
saw.
accurate.
The
True?
stare.
True.
You told
There's one in the beginning of the trial, and actually, maybe I still have it in my StreamYard. Oh, I do. Okay, so I have one I saved in my StreamYard. This is when Love was directing a witness.
Without saying what he said, yes or no, did Mr. Williams indicate that he knew the gun was in the car? Without saying what was said.
No.
Are you certain?
What's the basis for the objection?
I just asked, was he certain?
All right, I'll sustain this.
So that's one had in the tool chest here on StreamYard for a while. Forgot I had it in here. But like just so many messy faces, clips.
About who was in the barbershop.
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015? I'm assuming your page 3 is the same one I'm looking at. Do you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barbershop with the gun?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barbershop with the gun?
Okay. DeMonte Thomas.
Okay. And is that another one of Donovan Thomas's senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, would
It, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at this jury and can you tell
Oh, let me
them
move myself.
that you took out a warrant for a rifle found at this particular location for Mr. Marquavius Huey?
I did not.
You had the ability to do it, right?
Yes.
You did not.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the items in the committed, correct?
Yes.
Is this when Glanville excludes the PowerPoint? Because unfortunately, well, for better or for worse, it's good that it wasn't in front of the jury, but it'd be hilarious if it was in front of the jury. Let's see. All right, hold on. Let me get it over here.
Shortly after January 10, 2015, all the way up to
Let me
2000,
refresh it.
has given interviews. Shortly after January
so
10th,
tiny.
2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Kwan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
I have a good faith belief that the state did not.
You're right. She does. First of all, she's going, I don't know if this will actually type into the, I'm like tapping my microphone. She's like, boop, boop, boop while you're talking. Boop, boop, boop while you're talking. Gotta keep testing it. Boop, boop, boop. And then she goes, yeah, you need to stop. Well, let me refresh the clip to replay it, because that seems easier.
Has given interviews shortly after January 10th, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Kwan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
I have a good faith belief that the state did not call him because he gave exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the
Crazy. She loves messing with that microphone in a way that somebody else will be distracted or not able to be heard because of it. Nice. Thank you for the link, Dublin. Is this a different one? Hold on.
Inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening.
I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right.
We're gonna get a squeak?
Ms. Chardonnay, recross.
Oh, no squeak.
All right. Thank you.
Inside.
evidence to tell this jury that Jeffrey ever told you or anyone else.
Okay, even though that was really far
You
away,
have
it was still so
any
obvious.
Evidence
She's like,
to tell this jury that Jeffrey ever told you or
oh, it's a clip of
Let me be
me.
very specific here.
The same hat. Different shirt, though.
What refreshes your memory, if it does, after locale, did she say what he was doing at her place?
She stated that he was like hiding out
Okay.
at her place.
Hiding out at her place?
Yes.
All right. Let me be very specific here.
Oh, I loved, so many people were pointing out the way Miss Persifield was looking at Love. This is when Love and Shibe were kind of standing near where the clerks sit, trying to explain the situation. And this is how Persifield was looking at Love.
They looking at me like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, isn't it true that you are
Okay.
They looking at me like that.
okay. Mr. Copeland, isn't it true that you are
Let's get this one back in the rotation here. That's a good one to throw back to. Okay, this one's a little sideways, but we'll check it out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Of the evidence.
That's absolutely not a mischaracterization. What time did he get out of bed?
I do not know.
Go ahead.
Oh, like the the nose wipe. Who did this? Oh gosh.
So we're just, trusting the word of Miss Love. And that happens all the time because we don't get an expert report by saying is gang experts go out and interview people, but we don't have any of those interviews.
Well, as I'm making fun of love size, you guys are like, we like cat size. Well, thank you. Oh boy, you guys. So lunch is going to be back in a couple, well, hopefully they're back from lunch in a few minutes. So we are going to go back to the seal. But if you want to go back and look at any of those clips that people are pulling together, let me scroll back to the top of that and get you guys the link to Doug's posting, especially if you want to share anything. That is the link there. Definitely a good time to go through some of those clips. Touche had said earlier, I'm late and have only been in and out the past few days, but why didn't they try to talk to the doctor from the beginning? Honestly, flat out, what I think is Whitaker did believe Love, and then she came back the next day just saying, like, maybe I shouldn't just believe Love. I think that's exactly what happened, because otherwise Whitaker could have said flat out, well, let's get something from the doctor that says either what you're saying or what you're saying. And she thought it wasn't necessary because she took the state at their word. So that's my take on that. You guys are welcome to disagree. Thank you for the 5 touche. Thank you, Bridgetta, for the sticker. I also want to see you guys want to do a sigh counter. No, I don't want to. I don't want to count myself. Yeah, we need the chair back so we can get the bird back up. It's just flying around. I've got some stuff collecting in here. We've got the SpongeBob narrators. We've got Munktung's baggy shop. I will keep this Dr. Sprinkel handy in case he says big words. We can pull this up occasionally. They're going to be like, oh, Getty Images. We'll get this, you guys are calling him Rico, right? The little crying duck. I think Rico is what you guys are calling him. We need the chair for Rico. He's just floating over here with nothing to do. Sad squeak counter. Boy. And then Mark in Texas, this was a bit earlier, had said, so the state has only been talking to a charger nurse, not an actual doctor. And the doctor's refusing to talk without court order because it gives doctor immunity. Yeah, and that's right. The doctor's trying to make sure all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted. But I think it seems like we're getting Zachary anyway, so we're kind of circumventing the need for all of this at this point. But I do think you guys are like, oh, this attorney needs to do more. But I mean, he kind of was laying out a bunch of the different options that could help his client. So I don't really have the same criticism that I see in the chat a little bit about the attorney, but reserve the right to change my mind. Survivor Speaks, good to see ya. Says, happy Friday, Kat, mods, and chat. What did I miss? I love I have the sickle cell trait. Trait is nothing like having the disease. I have reached out to someone. And I think, yeah, that's what I've heard, right? Because it's recessive, so... And I don't know if it has an impact while it's recessive, but the idea of the testing, from my understanding, I don't know, I'm learning, is you want to make sure that both parents don't have the trait. Because if only one parent has it, then you know that it can only be recessive if the one parent passes on that trait, right? That's my understanding of how it works, which makes sense because I know that testing is a big part of prevention. So for reproductive health. So I'm glad you don't actually have it. That is so good. But yeah, always educating me, you guys. Thank you so much for that. And Andre Cook had shared, let me see if I can find it. It was a 5-minute video, which is why we're supposed to start court back, but you can catch up on this stream. If you guys, this was a great video on sickle cell crisis and how sickle cell crisis can affect somebody, how it can come on. And it's only 5 minutes. So if you want to toggle over to this and see real quickly a little bit more about it, it was a great video. And it was Andre Cook that had sent it over. So big thank you. I don't know if I see Andre in here right now. I don't know if I see him in here, but that's who had sent it over. And really, I always love when you can learn a lot in a small amount of time. It's a great video. Okay, yeah, so recessive, so you need both copies to have. Right? We wish, just dramatize. I mean, maybe not even dramatization could be the stark reality of it, right? But imagine Quindarius Zachary coming in a stretcher, taking a very long time to get the stand, moaning and groaning, doing the body language thing that Love does. Love is going to, like, if this is the camera, Love is going to be like standing like this in front of the camera while she's questioning Quindarius Zachary, trying to make sure that, we're not seeing how Quindarius Zachary's current state is. Oh, it's going to be a time. Maybe they'll make her stand at the podium, though. I would love that. And then Blue Skies had said, what about what Shart said? So is this going back to when he was hinting, like, look, if Quindarius Zachary isn't of a sound state of mind and he says something that he's not supposed to say on the stand, right, I'm going to do my job to cross-examine on what I can cross-examine, but that was a big hint from Shart, once again, that if this happens, I will be moving for a mistrial. And I don't know, do you guys think we'll have a call for a mistrial with Quindarius Zachary on the stand? And in my questioning of that, I'm not saying that it would be Quindarius Zachary's fault, right? That's not my implication. Just because of any circumstance here whatsoever. Do we think that something, and this would be during direct, with, I'm assuming, Love questioning Quindarius Zachary. Do we think that something will happen that the defense calls for a mistrial? I think it's such a high probability. And it has nothing to do with Quindarius Zachary himself. It just has to do with, one, how the state walks himself into their own traps over and over and over again. But, if he's not of a sound state of mind, even if the state preps him like, hey, just make sure you don't mention this on the stand, like, we can't get into that. So, something that's excluded, like these mentions of how these guys got the guns on a certain date, these guns that were suppressed in evidence from the seizure of items from Jeffrey Williams' house. Well, we could try to prep you and say, like, look, we can't talk about that. But if he's not of a sound state of mind, he might do it because now it's implanted in his head because you just told him and he's trying to think of an answer, right? And again, not his fault at all. It's not on him. It's the nature of putting someone on the stand that might not be completely competent in this moment. Oh, am I behind? Oh, it is a few seconds. It's a 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Has been.
So there we go.
We do, and Ms. is having technical difficulties. She has been trying to email it and print it for the last 30 minutes, and she is scrambling because she said email is not working and the printer is not working. She just sent Word.
So we can't get the immunity.
All right. I don't know why it continues to be so cold in here. I keep adjusting it and it just doesn't change. It gets colder, I think, instead of warmer.
And no, Stella, we're working on getting him that immunity. And it's not printing. Oh boy.
For once, I'm not supposed to.
Well, no, but everybody else does.
I just asked her to bring.
Chart is ready.
Because if we can't print and we can't email for whatever reason from her computer, will the court look at it, and if the court can print it, or someone here can print it, then we can have it. She can do that.
That's fine. So this is something that Mr. Scheib has seen and approved of?
It is, but that's what we're sending to the court, also the motion and the.
Okay.
I think one of the issues is, like, the defense should be able to see this before theoretically he gets in the witness seat. And so here, that answers your question there, Stella. Thank you for the 2. And then Danielle Judge had said, can Quindarius Zachary sign an immunity deal while under the influence of these drugs? Well, I mean, his attorney was kind of helping him there a little bit, but at the same time, you could force immunity on someone. And Lil Pill, this is good too. Not sure if it applies to sickle cell, she says, but a different disease caused by a recessive gene that you actually experience some side effects with just the one recessive gene, one trait from one parent. And thank you, Queen Glamazon, gifting a membership. Thank you so much. She's getting ready to block the camera, you guys. She's preparing.
Order.
No, and I'm just.
They can't print it or email it, apparently.
Chloe says Michael Sprinkel listens to Barbie Grill and Gangnam Style on the way.
Do you have it electronically on?
They're bringing all three on a thumb drive. That was what we said.
Right. I just wondered if Mr. Scheib might have it on his email, on his phone, and then he could maybe try to email it to us and we could print it.
No, everything goes to them all.
Okay, that's fine. Wow. Okay.
Everything goes to them all.
That's either very retro or very forward of you, one or the other.
She's at him about his age.
Usually I have everything.
You got good assistance. Okay.
I know it's very, very old.
I don't know why it's so, oh, old. Yes, I thought you said cold because it's that too. Sure, I can look at least that. I mean, I assume I
Wait,
know
the
pretty
chair is
much
back,
how she's
guys.
gonna say what y'all presented orally in court.
Is being used to
Okay.
hold her purse. Oh my gosh, where's Monica? Monica, we might not need an in memoriam for the squeaky chair. We might have it back. We'll do like a slow montage video. Like a Sarah McLachlan song. Start and end dates. Oh, it's muted, so we can't tell if that's the squeaky chair. So suspenseful. Thank you, Monica. If we do not get a squeaky chair, if we find out that this is not the same chair, we will eventually need to do a memoriam. And in case you guys want to see her going through her papers.
Want us to file this into the record or?
We're gonna actually ask that the order of motion and the agreement be put on the seal. My mind, copy to council.
I couldn't hear what you were saying. Mike.
We were just asking it be filed under seal. That's all.
That's fine.
Do you want it filed under seal? I mean, what's the basis for filing it under seal?
Let me consult. I've actually never had one of these done.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's normally if.
Normally it occurs
doesn't
prior
matter.
to the person, basically walking into court to testify.
Your Honor, I am not speaking for Ms. Love or Mr. Scheib. For myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I would like a copy of the order granting immunity.
That's fine. And I don't, unless if somebody wants to vocalize a reason it needs to be filed under seal, I don't intend to have it filed under seal,
That's
given the, circumstances of.
I'm not asking it to be filed under.
Okay.
That's fine. And I wasn't trying to keep a copy from the defense. I'm actually bringing the electronic copy for everybody to have.
I don't have it.
So then
And
who
we
was
can't
trying to
elect
file it
discuss
under seal?
The rules, since I'm his lawyer, am I going to be permitted to object if they badger him, if
No,
Just,
no.
Is he
You're
gonna-
here so that if he wants to consult with you,
okay, and I was gonna ask that,
but
if
yeah,
he wants to
no,
consult
I
with me.
mean, you're, you're not a party to the case,
Well,
so you don't
and
get
I
to
just
make
wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear on that.
objections. Okay,
And then, but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop and talk. to me.
yes,
And I just want to make sure he knows that.
all right.
Imagine after every question, he just trolls and goes, I want to consult with my lawyer, and he does it every single question. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's already
Came
seeing the
through.
future.
It just basically says the state spoken with Mr. Scheib regarding the immunity agreement attached as a motion for the order and a proposed order. And it says we're asking it be filed under seal, which we've already dealt with, and I'm denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. I don't know if, is that the order? I hadn't even opened that one up. Of this signed, okay. That's fine. I think we can do that from here.
City gent just throwing a stray at real food product sprinkles. I never like sprinkles, they're meh. They're okay on soft serve. They don't really make sense on other types of ice cream or cake or... I like the crunchy, like crystalline sugar. If you count those sprinkles as sprinkles, I like those. Gambakufu, thanks for dropping a gift on somebody's head. Was she reading? Is her face because she's reading the order? Weird. It had closed captions, but I didn't hear anything. Aaron Grimmett says, Sprinkle drives a Toyota Prius and listens to nothing but recordings of positive self-affirmations on repeat.
I do have a request of the court. Contrary to insinuations that have been made today, I have no idea what's about to happen. However, if Mr. Zachary is not going to answer any questions, which strikes me as a possibility, I think we should determine what Mr. Zachary is going to do in his condition and everything else before the jury comes out.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
His condition, his pleasure. I don't.
No,
think-
I know what you mean by his condition. What do you mean by, I think we should determine what he's gonna do in his condition?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. But if he's going to refuse to answer questions, I don't believe that that would be appropriate for that refusal to occur in front of the jury. And I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Let me be clear.
Your Honor, actually what is, and we had this happen with another witness, and what has been, I know that what is the case law is that if the state has the opportunity to sit there and ask questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, it's not a pleading of the fifth and that causes a mistrial. It's if the state is allowed to put testimony in essence in front of the jury in the form of leading questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, and the defense does not have an opportunity to properly question or elicit any answers from that person, that's when the problem arises, not when the words "I plead the fifth" come out of their mouth. So we would ask that Mr. Zachary be allowed to be brought in just like any other witness, not be pre-questioned, and
Just like any
that
other
the state
witness.
be allowed to begin its examination.
All right. Mr. Scheib, you've just recently talked to your client, and you have, I presume, discussed with him the immunity agreement that you all have entered into. Is that correct generally? All right. And so in the course of that, you would have talked to him about the fact that once an immunity agreement is in place, the pleading the fifth assertion is not basically applicable anymore. And does he understand that at this point, if he says, I plead the fifth, that he may get taken to jail and held until he decides to testify? Okay. And has he given you any indication that once brought out to testify, he is nonetheless going to still plead the fifth?
He's not going to plead the fifth, but just to tell you what he's going to say.
Your Honor, I object to Mr. Scheib.
All right.
I object to Mr. Scheib putting on the record representation about what his client is going to say. I would ask that the court allow the state to question the witness and under oath, and it be brought out then.
Go ahead, Mr. Scheib.
That's fine. Just also questioning, or they may do on cross, that he's under, he's been taking narcotics, so that's in his system. So something else everybody's going to have to deal with.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Scheib saying that. Having to deal with someone on narcotics that's going to claim to not remember anything is quite honestly ridiculous. If he's going to testify, he needs to testify. If he's not, and just going to say, I don't recall anything, then we're not going to be able to cross-examine him. If he's going to say, oh, I'm too high to answer questions, that's not effective
Roback to Adrian
opportunity
Bean.
to confront a witness. And so I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is, but if we're going to call a witness to the stand, he needs to be able to answer questions. If he can't, then I'm not able to cross-examine him.
So, Ms. Love, I know that we all discussed earlier the possibility of you needing to have a doctor come give us some information about what
Your Honor,
impact anything in his system might have.
no, actually, Your Honor, what I had asked the court to do was to get or meet with the doctor and find out his status and his ability to actually be released and come down. This was done without.
Okay,
He
and
was
just to be
released.
clear, that never happened, okay? So that's not confusing on the record, because we found out before you ever even were able to set anything like that up, that he was about to be released and on his way over here, right?
That was what I was attempting to say a
Okay.
bit too slowly. So yes, Judge, I
No,
don't think that
you
there's
weren't
any
trying to say
need to
that.
talk to a doctor because he was released
Okay, so
before all of that happened.
if he comes out and he says, I am high as a kite, I'm on whoever knows what, and, beats me, I'm just loopy, that may or may not be true, right? I mean, I don't know what he's actually on. I don't know what his condition actually is. I don't know if he is on something, what impact that might have on his ability to testify. And I am not necessarily going to take his word for whether he is in a mental state to be able to testify. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, Your Honor, and
So get a doctor.
since that was not the reason that I was asking the court to meet with the doctor, if the court will afford me a moment.
Okay, but we have been Mr. Scheib, when did you first bring all of this to our attention? Was it Monday, Tuesday? It was
Yeah, yell at
early
Love.
this week, right?
Yep,
I mean, haven't
exactly.
we been discussing this all week?
Tell Love she had time.
Monday morning, I was at the hospital, and then they told me what's going on. They told me what he's been taking, on and being in intensive care and all the medical.
At least several days ago, you alerted everybody to this.
Judge,
Okay.
and that's why we had someone go to the hospital, and that's why we had someone speak to the doctor, and that is why
Someone
we
eavesdrop.
brought the representation that we did to the court. And the representation has been presented to the court regarding what Mr. Zachary is, or any impact what medicine he is taking would have on him and his ability to be harmed or to testify, and that was none. And Your Honor, frankly,
That was one person's version, was none.
actually, we have the investigator who was in there with them. So if, you know, we can put that person up, but Your
Okay,
Honor,
at this point, we have I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, Your Honor, you.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, there has been a series of events that we have put on the record. There's been no indication that Mr. Zachary is going to be unable to come in here and testify. There, he was.
And you
released
should have
before we
worked
were
to have
even
the
able to
doctor
check
say
on his
something to the
status.
court.
Your Honor, he would not, and the Grady has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with the state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not.
So call the
Okay.
doctor.
So I think we have a fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So
Oh,
then
please
how
call.
are you going to deal with
Please
that?
call her an
Your Honor,
elephant.
as Mr. Scheib did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
he
he related
just
to.
relayed
Said
it
it.
to everybody in front of you.
I'm
So
not
you
den-
heard it too. And it's been a possibility that he has relayed several times as well
And that
earlier
you've
this
been
week.
relayed to by
Your Honor.
family members.
Yes?
The doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have. We have the doctor on the phone. We can get the doctor on the phone.
I don't know
He's on the phone.
what his demeanor will be on the stand.
We have it.
He has a great deal of
This is
anxiety,
messy.
and that's gonna
What
be
the
a
heck?
scenario that he could go into a crisis.
Get the doctor on Zoom.
Anxiety, yes.
I think I've spoken to everybody. He's had this for 30 years and it's been built up, and quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day, and can't take morphine because he's addicted, or you just can't take that, but he's been on drugs for 30 years, and he's been in and out of intensive
Okay.
care.
Thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone, Your Honor. Could we,
Okay, yeah. Is everybody going to accept that this is his Grady doctor on the phone?
I think you need to have.
Zoom.
What needs to happen is, under the law, he needs to give consent for her to have a conversation with him.
You have been having conversations with his doctor and the state for the last several days, so I assumed that was with his consent. Am I wrong?
It is, but I don't know who
Okay.
it is, and for this man to give further information, he has to give consent.
Yeah, for HIPAA,
So
you do
it's
have to
been a
release it per
minute-by-minute
party.
Consent that you have had with
No,
him
two
for the
party.
state to
That's not how it
communicate
works,
with his
Judge.
doctor about his condition, Mr.
Per
Sharp?
party.
Has
Let
it?
me be very clear. The other day when they.
Has it?
The other day, the doctor said, right now I can give you information as to what has happened.
I'm asking about the understanding that you have of Mr. Zachary's consent to let the state communicate with his doctor about his condition.
The other day. I don't know, he needs to come out and at least put it on the record, hey, I consent, we need to find out who the doctor is. I don't know who's on there.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone.
But you also need to
That's my
understand the
point.
other point that just because there's a
about a
release to the
Zoom
attorney
call?
doesn't mean there's a release to somebody else. That's a different party. This is crazy.
Well, you don't need to put his email address on the record. You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
I'm not, I'm giving it to Mr. Person. I don't need his email address. I need a name.
He gave oral consent a few days ago to a doctor that he knew. I don't know
All
who
right.
this is. and I think he
What
needs
is
to
the
find out.
doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition.
I think he needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical
You don't
condition?
know if he gave state permission.
I think they had the doctor on the phone. I think the doctor that I spoke to.
You don't know if Zachary gave consent to the doctor to release his information to the state.
That I personally spoke to, his last name is MarThamEadi. That's who I spoke to, face to face.
Okay, thank you.
The person who's on the phone.
Huh? Okay, well, until he is in person on,
Waiting for the-
virtually in person on Zoom, that everybody can be a part of.
And I would ask
Your
my
Honor, could we
client
not
to
have
brought out,
this-
because he's privy to this.
We not have this
I think he's
televised.
entitled to it.
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time. Okay? Hang on, Mr. Schott. What are you asking?
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Well, look where she's standing
Let
right
me
now.
ask Mr. Scheib, because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate, if requested, to not have this televised, because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information. Okay. Y'all need to not record this. So is the doctor
We're sending-
joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
This is why I couldn't be in the courtroom, because I really think I would have walked out. Like, you're yelling at the attorney because you want the attorney to say that the doctor has permission from their patient to release their health information to people, that the attorney can't necessarily just say that. That's really on the doctor. Zachary saying you can give my information to the attorney doesn't mean the attorney can say that the doctor has permission to release the information to anybody else. And for Whitaker to badger the attorney for that is not right. You should be asking, well, first of all, love walking around with her cell phone, doctor on the phone. That should have been, let's just get him on Zoom. Right? We didn't need to have that whole, like, 8-minute interaction there where everything just blew the lid off. Like, and then not for nothing, I mean, we can't really see what's going on, fair enough. But when we come back, if they, like, like, what if after all this, they put Zachary on the stand and Zachary goes, I don't know, sorry, what did you just say? I'm having trouble right now. And you start to get those hints that he's not all the way lucid. So, oh my gosh. That gave me a headache. I'm not trying to complain for having a headache. I'm just trying to say that that's how that went. That's how that went. We need some good vibes. Trakeisha, thank you. Says, sprinkle me by E40 feet Sugatsy. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Maybe just bring back Sprinkle for the rest of the day. Oh my gosh. City Gent said, popping candy like Pop Rocks on ice cream is fire. Sounds like a good time right now. Could bring some cheer to the room. Like, what even? We have medical people in the chat. Agnes Knit says, I'm a nurse 25 years. If that doctor says anything regarding Zachary without signed consent, and we're going to keep looking here. Like, this is... I mean, HIPAA, whenever I've had something like a HIPAA form, it makes you list the specific parties that information can be released to. And his attorney is not the same party as releasing to anybody else. So... Yeah, just they brought the camera back to record that fit. Thank goodness. I mean, catch Whitaker losing her mind. Like, the lunch must have been spicy. All right, the camera just wiggled, but I don't know if that actually means anything. Yeah, and I agree. It seems more like common sense, not medical information, that if he's been treating his pain for very long, he could be addicted to painkillers. So, and like, it's like Love, I mean, it's like Whitaker. I mean, who cares if I call him the same thing at this point? It's like Whitaker said that felt that because he said that, you can just say everything else. You can take wild guesses at everything else just because you're an attorney for someone. Just like how, honestly, like, Whitaker was taking the family's word for Zachary's word, but unless they have like power of attorney.
Pick it up. Pick up the mic. I can hear you, but not everybody can.
Hear me now? You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, now we can.
My what?
Just hold it up to your mouth.
Okay. The first one,
Hold it
either
closer.
Monday or Tuesday, when the doctor was in the room, my
Yeah.
client verbally said, you can tell my lawyer what's going on. The second scenario was when the DA's office and investigator was in the his room and on the phone, and my client gave him oral consent to tell him what was going on to that point.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm not sure that we have his consent to talk to this doctor currently about what's going on.
Then Your Honor, if he doesn't give his consent, I think he just needs to
All right. So
come out and take stand.
That's
I
not the
mean,
point.
I
You
don't
can
know
go ask
why-
him.
Let's
You can go ask
admit,
him.
Well, get Mr.
Bring him
Zachary
out and
out
ask.
at this point. We'll have him take the stand. He'll be able to see Dr. Bethina. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Bethina into the Zoom.
And Your Honor, no one is recording, right? I know the court said not to, but I just wanted to ensure that.
You see what Love tried to do right there? The whole issue is not whether or not Zachary will or not give consent. The issue was Whitaker assuming and Love nodding along that consent to the attorney was automatically passed on to the state to have him on the phone and speakerphone him into the courtroom so he can tell all of his patients' private information. Love just tried to rework that as if that wasn't what just happened and that, possibly he could still refuse to give the permission. It doesn't matter what he chooses to do. Work that out when he actually gets to speak for himself. But the point is they tried to speak for him about something related to HIPAA. Oh yeah, you guys can have a 60-second. I might even ignore the clock for a few extra seconds. Guys, so we're doing a 60-second all caps vent because this is crazy. And there is no fast forward, you guys, so I don't know, someone in the chat just said fast forward. We're in real time. So, oh boy, I can't even find my my thing to pin. Yeah, like if there's ever been a moment for a 60-second all caps, it is this. Oh, Kathy Roussan has an update. Shout out to Kathy in the court. Yeah, and so, I mean, I have the court in real time. We'll toggle back, but real quick, Kathy Roussan had said, they're talking about the Zoom call and how cameras just got cut off for the medical information. And now, except we've heard his medical information all week in open court, which I thought was strange. So, yeah, but hopefully we'll keep looking for updates there. And see, I mean, we can kind of take a guess, like if this is pretty lengthy, that they are speaking to the doctor. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think the doctor must have been the one that knocked some sense into the judge. And good on that doctor, because really the doctor would be the one liable above everybody else. Like there could be ancillary issues for this trial for the judge to do that or not to do something. But really the HIPAA violation issue would fall on the doctor. Oh man. Lottie B says I don't need to use all caps, I'm yelling at the TV. Yeah, that didn't make sense. It's like sometimes Whitaker kind of sees it, but still yelled at Scheib and not Love. And not for nothing, but shout out to the investigator that was just trying to get the doctor on the phone. I'm sure, hopefully, his intent wasn't, hey, get in touch with the doctor and see if he can get on the Zoom, because that's what the judge was talking about doing this morning. Just figuring out a time that the doctor's available and getting on Zoom. So maybe the investigator's like, look, he's available. Can you get him a Zoom link? And Love was like, let's just put him on speakerphone and not even verify who he is. And not even follow the proper virtual appearance process. But that's really like, hit the brakes at, like 25 minutes ago. The judge should have been like, well, is the doctor available? Can we get him on a Zoom? Solve all the problem. Like, just stupid. Yeah, Hilton definitely also seemed to look a little bit irate back there. Yeah, Gwenin says, how did the judge not see any of this coming? Misperception of her control over the courtroom? I don't know. Boogie, thank you for the 2. Ike says Barnum and Bailey's Fulton County Circus. I think I need a second coffee with some Baileys. Oh my goodness. Ms. Kim says Love is shady, and shady is in all caps. I 1,000,000% agree. All right, I don't know if I saw a head motion because Whitaker was walking back to her seat or what we're doing. What a day. Danny in real life says, I wonder if she rides a fancy Tesla broom. Heart of inspiration, thank you. And sure, oh, he's on the stand in orange, so Shart's gonna love that. There's no sound yet, you guys. Oh my god, he's got the IVs and everything. Let me move this. Sorry, Heart of inspiration. Look at this. Well, let me go back to when they're zoomed out a little bit so you guys can see. We'll catch up. But he's got like 4? Come on now. Like, there's no way the jury won't be able to see that. So look lower. He's got 1 on the one arm. Well, I guess the one could just be a bracelet. And then the other looks like something that's actually monitoring levels. And personally, at this point, I don't care if he's coming as he is, if he hams stuff up, if he gets dramatic about it. Oh well, state.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine we're going to swap witnesses just for no reason given?
QUINDARRIUS Zachary ZCHARY.
And the witness they switch to is in a hospital and bands and band-aids.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
I gotta speak back.
Yes, you're gonna have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Mr. Zachary.
He didn't want to
would you
say
please
hi.
tell the jury how old you are?
31.
And where did you grow up?
Atlanta,
What part of Atlanta, Mr. Zachary?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where'd you go to school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary,
And middle school?
Crawford Lawn.
Did you graduate?
No.
What was the highest grade you completed?
8th, 7-1 on.
Mr. Zachary, do you know any of the persons in the courtroom today?
Nah,
None of them.
nope.
Mr. Zachary, let me ask you this. Do you know Shannon Stillwell?
Yeah,
Do you not see him in the courtroom today?
I can't see. I just got to the hospital. You know that. I can't see that far.
All right, do you need some glasses, Mr.?
If they got medicine in it, they don't work for me.
Mr. Zachary, were you present a moment ago?
Look at Whitaker.
The court heard from your doctor?
Yeah.
And did you hear your doctor say anything?
You ain't asking what I know.
Sustained as to bolstering.
The water.
I'm gonna show you what.
Look at her standing there.
Space exhibit.
Go back to the podium.
123 Echo. Do you recognize the person that has been depicted in Space Exhibit 123 Echo?
Yeah.
Who is this
Camera
person?
guy.
Shannon.
And I'm gonna
One in the
play
chat for the
you
camera
what has
guy.
been Already admitted as 123 Echo. Mr. Zachary, while we are pulling that up, are you familiar with the person by the name of Jeffrey Williams, who also answers to the name Young Thug?
Yeah.
How long have you known him?
15 years.
15 years?
Yeah.
Do you consider him your friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. And the relationship with him that you have had, has it been good, bad, something in the middle?
It's all right.
All right. Now, when you say all right, does that mean you all have had no disagreements during the time that you've known him?
Everybody has disagreement.
I agree. Would you consider him a friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. What does that mean for you?
Cool.
You're cool?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Nah.
You've never heard of Kelvin Watts?
Nickname.
Shell Kel, do you know a Shell Kel?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you known him?
I don't know him like that.
I didn't say how
I
you
don't know him like that.
How long have you known of Shell Kel?
Like 2015.
All right. Are you cool with Shell Kel?
No.
All right. Now you chuckled. Why did you chuckle? Yes.
Cool.
Exhibit displayed on the screen, are we going to use that exhibit or just?
I'm
Okay.
going to.
You actually said you were going to publish it
Yes.
as a, I don't know if it's what it is, a video?
It's
or-
a video that has
Okay.
already been.
Are you ready for that?
In a moment, Your Honor. I was just completing the questions that I asked.
Can you take it off until we're ready for it? Sorry.
Why did you chuckle when you said Shell, when I asked you about Shell Kel?
I just chuckle. What's the problem?
No, Mr. Zachary.
Okay, then.
So you said you're not cool with Shell Kel. Is that what you said?
I don't know him to be cool with him.
Okay. What about Kenneth Copeland? Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland?
Nickname.
Woody.
Yeah.
How long have you known Woody?
About 10, 12 years, something like that.
And are you cool with Woody?
He all right.
What does he all right mean?
He cool, he all right.
Okay. What about Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti? You know him?
Yeah, he all right.
All right. And is that the same, he all right, that you mentioned with Mr. Williams and Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Moontoon or Antonio Sledge, is he all right too?
Moonton?
Yes.
Yeah, he all right.
Okay. How long have you known Moontoon?
About 20-something years.
All right. Demekion Garlington. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you known him?
20 years.
All right. And what is your relationship with him? Is he all right?
He all right.
You cool? Okay. Now, do you have people, friends that you consider more cool or all right than others?
Compound question.
Nah.
No?
Really. Not really.
Okay. So are you equally eyed with Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Demekion Garlington, and Antonio Sledge?
Yeah.
Do you know Kelvin Treadwell or O.G. Bentley?
He dead, ain't
I don't know, Mr. Zachary.
His name Bentley?
Yes.
Yeah, I think something happened to him. I don't know.
You don't know whether you know him? Do you know a Demise McMullen?
No.
Do you know a Nard?
Picture?
I'm asking you first. Do you know a Nard?
Yeah, I know a couple of them.
All right. Now, the couple of them that you know, where do you know them from?
Prison.
All right. So if I show you a photograph, that I will mark 503 Yankee, can you tell the jury whether this picture that I'm holding in front of you depicts Nard?
I don't know. It's
Did
blurry.
you write anything on it?
Look like my name, but I don't know.
Is that your handwriting?
No.
That's not your handwriting?
No.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this picture before?
2015, I can't remember that.
Okay. But you remember knowing Mr. Stillwell in 2015?
You just showed me a clear picture of him.
I understand. You remember knowing him in 2015.
You showed me a clear picture of him.
Can you answer the question?
You showed me a clear picture of him.
So you remember part of 2015?
No, you showed me a clear picture of him.
Mr. Zachary, please answer the question.
I didn't answer the question. You showed me a clear picture of him. That picture just showed me one clear.
All right, Mr. Zachary, listen, she's not asking you now about the picture. She's asking you about something different. So listen to what she's asking and try to answer.
Yeah, I
that.
remember 2015.
You do remember 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and play the video that we previously had up on the screen that the court asked us to take down.
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, nigga, get your bitch ass killed.
YSL for life.
Yeah,
Hey, come in line.
hey, gang, you bring your pussy out down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Mr. Zachary, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you seated in that video?
in the back.
All right, and were you behind Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right, did you hear what you said?
What I said?
Did you hear what you said?
No.
All right, can we play that again?
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, you gonna get your bitch ass killed. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Did you hear what you said then?
Can't come to Atlanta.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say black?
No.
Did you hear anyone say black?
How you spell it?
Did you hear what I just said?
How you spell it?
Mr.
No, I
Zachary,
didn't hear nobody say black.
what did you hear being said that sounded like black, if anything?
Well, when y'all played the video on my trial, y'all say we said black, B-L-A-C-K. So that's what I'm gonna go with. That what
We're
y'all
not
say we
talking
said.
about anything but here today. Do you understand that, Mr. Zachary?
We said black,
What is that? How do you spell it?
B-L-A-C-K.
Okay, so now are you saying that what is being said is B-L-A-C-K?
That's what y'all told me it said.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, I don't want to know what anyone told you. I want to know what your understanding of what is
That's
being
my
said.
understanding, yes.
That is B-L-A-C-K.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard B-L-A-T-T?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard S-L-A-T-T?
I heard of, yeah.
Okay. Ever used it?
No,
Ever been around anybody that used it?
probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember how they used it if you heard them? No? Okay. I'm going to now show you, actually, could you tell the jury all the people that were displayed in that video you just saw? Do you need to see it again?
I just saw me and Shannon.
Okay, did you see it? You didn't see a third person in there?
I
Could you
saw a
play-
third person, but I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when that video was taken?
2015,
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
in the car,
Where? What city?
Atlanta.
All right. And do you know what it is that you all were talking about?
Say something about game or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about game?
I just heard say game. Can't come to Atlanta, something like that.
Okay. And so did you hear yourself or anyone say YSL for life?
I heard it, but I don't know who said it.
Okay. Did you ask anyone on the video what that means, what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you if at any time in
No.
that car, you said, what do you mean YSL for life?
No.
Okay.
I probably was high. I probably ain't paying attention that time.
Did you hear yourself talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you sound high to yourself?
What?
Did you sound high?
I'm saying the video I
Speculation.
probably was. We made the video.
All right, Mr. Zachary. I'm going to show you what has been marked as an admitted, and this is a screenshot,
This
Your
is
Honor. as
Quindarius
State's Exhibit
Zachary.
441.
Quindarius
Thank
Zachary.
you. Do you recognize the people who are displayed in 441 Yankee, the screenshot?
Yes.
Who is that displayed in 441 Yankee?
Me and Moonson.
All right.
Little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga.
This video again.
I know we hate. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you, nigga. Care. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Did you hear what was being said in the video?
Yes.
Now, who is the Kel that is being referred to? Go ahead.
They say, oh, I don't remember.
Do you
What if he
remember the
said
Kel
Calvin
you told the
Treadwell?
jury you were not cool with a few minutes ago?
Yeah,
Is that the same Kel or a different?
probably was.
Probably was.
Probably was him. I don't remember.
Do you remember making that video?
Yes.
When did you make it?
I like 2014, 2015, something like that.
Would it have been the latter part of 2014?
Yes.
And when you were holding the guns up to the camera, What were you meaning to show?
Shoot, gun. I showed a gun.
Why were you showing?
I don't know. Shoot, probably high.
Why were you saying the things you were saying to Caleb?
I said something to him.
Why was whatever you all were doing on that video being done?
I don't think I said nothing to him personally.
Why were you all shooting that video?
I don't know. I was just in the video.
With guns?
Yeah.
Pointing to the camera? How often do you do that?
A lot.
And do you do it at everybody or just Caleb?
Did I say something to him in that video?
Do you point guns at a video, in a video to everyone or just Caleb?
Probably everyone. Most of my pictures gonna be with gun.
Okay. When you say most of your pictures are with guns, are most of your pictures also with members of YSL?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. I'm going to, no.
Yeah, and Carson, that would be my first question on cross too. Are you high? Did you sign this agreement high? And remember, he doesn't have a plea. He does not have a plea. He was never indicted here.
I'm going to show you what has been marked, my apologies, as 477 Yankee. Would you take a look at 477 Yankee?
Yes, I see it.
All right. Can you see, without telling the jury out loud, the name at the top?
YSL legit. Oh,
Okay. And can you see the caption at the bottom? Don't read it out loud at all.
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this post?
yes.
All right. And how do you recognize this post? Where was it made?
I look like a club.
And where was this post placed on social media?
Look like Instagram.
Was it your Instagram account?
Yeah,
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your Instagram account?
yes.
State tenders 477 Yankee.
It's admitted.
We're gonna, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. And if Ms. Knight, you would blow up the bottom portion. Mr. Zachary, would you tell us what time and date is shown on that photograph, 477 Yankee?
I can see it.
If I put it before you here, can you see it right there?
7:02 p.m. February 26, 2015.
All right. And can you see, if I hold it here, what caption is under that post?
Yes, want me to say that out loud?
Now you can say that.
Remember all you niggas sleeping on us.
What else does it say?
YSL thug on one.
All right. And if you would, Ms. Knight, bring the photograph down. Would you please tell the jury who is shown in this photograph from left to right as Ms. Knight puts the icon over each face? Who is that?
Mr. Williams,
All right. And what else do you call him?
thug,
And who is that in the middle?
Monton,
All right. And who is that on the end?
me.
All right. Now, is there an emoji after Thugger 1?
I can't see. You gotta show
You
me.
want to bring it up again? Can you see it on here? Ms. Knight, can you blow up the
Like
emoji?
a bird.
It looks like a bird. Blow it up, Ms. Knight, all the way. That's as far as it'll go. Does it look like a snake at all?
No, I look like a little green rubbery ducky.
Do you typically use green rubbery duckies?
I use green anything.
What's special about green to you?
I drink green lane.
Okay. Do you use other green emojis?
Hearts.
All right. And do you use red emoji?
Shoot, everybody use the red heart.
Do you, why didn't you answer the same way about everybody uses green hearts?
You said, why I use them? You ain't asked me about nobody else.
All right. So do you use red hearts?
Yes.
Do you use any other emojis like that in your posts?
I use every emoji on the emoji app.
Now, the name YSL, how long have you had that as your Instagram handle? YSL Lil D.
Probably like 2015, 2014.
And do you know how long Mookton has had a handle YSL Toon?
I don't know.
When you first started using YSL Lil D, what did you mean for it to represent?
Shoot. What you mean? Like, what I meant for it, meant?
What did it mean when you started using the name YSL Lil D?
I was hanging around. That's around the time I changed my name. I was going to show Mr. Williams stuff. That's when I changed my name to YSL for like the record label.
For the record label? What shows were you going to Mr. Williams?
A lot of them.
A lot of them. Had you, before going to shows with Mr. Williams, had you gone to those type of shows before with anyone else?
Not was nobody performing, no.
Okay. So are those shows that you remember because you hadn't done it before?
Yes.
All right. So what was the first show you went to with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember when it was? No? All right. So do you know a person by the name of Bug Buck or that calls himself YSL Bug?
Nah.
I'm going to ask you, have you ever made a post, I just bought some new guns and got rid of some friends, you don't want to live my life? Under the name YSL Lil D.
I don't know. That's a fool. I don't know. I don't remember.
You said that's a what one?
A full one?
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
What is a, did you say fool?
Yeah. Caption. Like, I probably would have said something like that.
Okay. What would it have meant if you had said something like that?
Exactly what he said.
Explain further.
Exactly what he said.
All right. And when you say exactly what it said, what does getting some new guns and getting rid of some friends have to do with one another?
Shoot, I don't know. I probably heard it in the song.
What song?
I said I probably heard it in the song.
Okay. Now, do you remember when you got your first gun?
Probably like 14.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 504 Yankee, State's Exhibit 504 Yankee. Is that the post that you made? You got to say yes or no out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember when you made it?
I don't even remember that picture.
But you remember the post?
It's on my page.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your page?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 504 Yankee.
Admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, have you ever heard of the of a group called 30D.
Yeah,
All right. Now, what is 30D?
a group from Canterville.
What kind of group?
I don't down know.
Do you know who I was a part of that group?
No,
Was Demekion Garlington a part of that group?
she probably will.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as 476 Yankee. Do you recognize the photograph shown in 476 Yankee?
Yeah,
Do you recognize whose page is posted on?
yeah,
Whose page is it posted on?
mine.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the posting on your page?
Yeah,
State tenders 476 Yankee.
Admitted.
On 476 Yankee, could you read at the bottom the time and date that it was made?
10:04 p.m. May the 6th, 2015.
All right.
Got locked up that day.
What now?
Yeah,
You said you got locked up that day?
yeah,
What'd you get locked up for?
a gun.
Where was that done?
What you mean? What was it?
Where was the
It was
gun?
on me
Where on you?
in the car.
Who were you in the car with?
I don't remember.
Were you in the car with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
And were her initials SG?
Yeah,
All right. How long had you dated SG at that time?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did you have?
I don't even remember. I just know I had a gun.
Do you know how many guns you bought over the years?
I don't know.
Where were you when you got locked up?
On Cleveland.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
At the BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey and Garlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I asked that that be struck from the record.
You say how I know
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
her? Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gates?
You say how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay, have you ever sat in an interview room with her?
Yes.
All right, and have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gates?
Yes.
Do you know how many times you sat in a room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gates?
Not that many.
Was it after you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue?
No, it was not.
Was it before?
No, it was way after.
Oh, okay, so it was way after, okay. Was it in 2015?
Yes.
Was it in August of 2015?
Yes.
Did you ask to speak with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis?
No. What the hell? I'm gonna call 911 so you speak to the police?
Were you incarcerated in August of 2015?
Yes.
Were you in jail when you asked or when you spoke with them?
I ain't asked to speak with nobody.
Were you in jail when you spoke with them?
Yes.
Did you speak with them in an interview room?
Yes.
Was it, to your knowledge, in a room where you were being recorded?
Probably so, yes.
Okay. And did you talk with them?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 471 Yankee, but not admitted. Do you recognize what has been shown and marked as 471 Yankee?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's on my page.
All right, is it a fair and accurate copy of what's on your page?
Yes,
State tenders 471 Yankee, is that it?
Admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right. Who is shown in 471 Yankee?
me and Mickey.
All right. And what's that in the Mikion's hand, in his right hand?
A gun,
What's that in your right hand?
a gun.
All right. And what do you have at the bottom? Can you read the caption? Bring it up.
They can forward us if they want. We bring the homicide.
Who'd you tag?
30 D.
All right. Is 30 D the Mikion Garland?
Yes,
All right. Who is the they you were talking about?
that's a song. That Lil Wayne.
Okay. So when you did that and pointed the gun at the camera, what was the reason you did that?
That's a song. I just told you on the last thing. It probably was a song.
Okay. What was the name of that song?
For whatever they want, we bring the homicide. Word to my mama told her get and not the game is like coming out of a
What's the
coma.
name of the song?
That's right. I don't know the name. That Lil Wayne song though.
Okay. And so when you pointed that at the camera, you didn't mean for it to display anything. You just wanted to put the song up there.
Most of my pictures gonna be with songs.
Okay. In 2015, January 2015, specifically January 10th, 2015, do you recall where you were?
In the house,
Now, when you say in the house, what house?
my mama house.
All right. How do you remember that?
Cuz, what you mean? I know I was in the house. Cause I was sick.
Okay. So did you stay in the house all day?
Yes.
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10th, 2015?
No.
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
Yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10th, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home. I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called you?
Probably Moonton.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee for the picture.
Yes.
All right. And who is depicted in that picture?
Me, Shannon, and Yet.
Okay. And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG, almost go boo.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 Yankee.
Submitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Donovan Thomas had been killed?
Probably around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably Moonton.
You said probably, not it was Lieutenant.
Probably him, probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
For how long?
Rest of the night?
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What'd you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere, went out of town or something.
And who is we?
Me, I don't remember where I went. I know, I think with Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Uh, Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember who Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moonton go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out,
Help out who?
like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label, Mr. Williams,
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stoner t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up and Roscoe got locked up. I'm selling t-shirt.
Okay. But do you know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember. I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard Thug use it?
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Nard use it?
Who is Nug?
Demising mother.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name Doo-Wop?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right
Remember,
now
they
you
never
don't
caught Cobb.
until you
Right
see
now, I
it.
don't know until I see a picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No.
All right. What were they? What kinds were they?
I don't remember.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Kenny Copeland?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just kept me, keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I only
Headquarters?
spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't know always at no same place.
Well,
No,
those 1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No,
All right. And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
no,
When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak,
I think Mr. Williams already there. And he's in Florida, he was already there.
he was already there?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know, it was the next morning. Yeah,
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know, I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking.
We
you,
got
was
there
he
late on that
January
night, the
10th?
next night.
Was he there on January?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes,
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinkel or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinkel?
I don't damn know. I mean, I don't know.
Did you purchase it?
No,
Was that the first time you was ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon or Yak?
no.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't remember. Probably so.
Okay. And so who paid for those Sprinters?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived during January of 2015?
Yeah,
How many residents did he have?
one that I know of,
Where was it?
downtown.
What was it called?
I think Sky House.
What kind of place was it? An apartment, a condo, a standalone house, or something else?
Condo.
All right. Do you remember what floor he lived on?
No. Yeah, I think.
Which one?
Or the limb or something like that.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone lived with him?
Lived with him?
Yes. Lived with Mr. Williams?
I don't know.
All right. How often did you visit Sky House?
A lot.
When did you first start visiting Sky House?
Probably when he first got it. I don't
Which
know.
was when?
I don't know.
Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Was it an early part of 2014 or the latter?
I don't remember.
When you say you went a lot, would that mean more or less than 5 times a week?
Probably more.
Would it mean more or less than 10 times a week?
Nah, I ain't went no 10 times a week.
So between 5 and 10 times a week you visit?
Yeah.
Now, when you went, how did you get there? Did you drive? Did you walk? How'd you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
I don't know.
Did you have your own car on January 10th?
I always had my own car.
What kind of car did you have during that time?
I don't remember.
How many cars have you had?
I don't remember.
Did you ever drive any of Thug's cars?
I think a van, Sprinter van or something before.
A Sprinter van?
Yeah.
Did you drive it down to a show or something?
I drove it somewhere. I don't know.
Okay. Is that the only type of car of his that you've driven?
Yes.
Do you know about any cars that Thug has rented?
You gotta be more specific.
I need any car that Thug has rented.
I don't know he rent no car.
Do you know of any cars that maybe his manager has rented?
I don't know who rent the car. He probably had, I don't saw what rentals, but I ain't know just no rental.
Okay. So what rentals have you seen with Thug?
I think a vet.
A vet?
Yeah.
What kind of vet?
A vet, a Corvette,
What color, do you remember?
gray, I think.
Do you remember what year it was that you saw that Corvette?
I think 2014,
The latter?
2015, one on.
So late 2014 or early 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any other cars that Thug rented or thugs that were rentals after the vet?
I don't know if he rented them.
That's not what I asked. Did you see any other rentals of thugs, regardless of who rented them for him?
I don't know if it was his. I just
Okay.
know somebody told me.
Did you ever ride in a car you believe to have been rented by thugs and men?
I rode in the car with Woody,
When?
January the 9th, I think.
Okay.
I never saw Mr. Williams in the car. I don't know if it was rental or not.
So if you say you don't know what now?
If it was his rental or not. If that's what you're trying to put it as.
Just asking a question.
Mm.
What time of day or night did you ride in a car with Woody?
I don't remember the time. It was
How-
nighttime.
It was nighttime? How did you know it was, why did you bring that up in terms when I asked you about thugs running?
Cause I know what you're trying to get at.
Why do you know what I'm trying to get at?
How many people you gonna sit up and ask these same questions?
Have you been sitting here watching people testify?
No.
Then why are you asking that question?
Mm.
What kind of car was it that you rode in with Woody on January the 9th at night?
It was a car, photo car.
What now?
It was a car.
Was it a vet?
No, it was a photo car.
A four-door car?
Yeah.
Was it a silver four-door car?
I think like dark gray or something like that. I don't remember.
Was it an Infinity four-door car?
Yes, I think so.
Was it an Infinity Q50?
Yes,
All
I
right.
think so.
Now, where did you ride with Woody in this car?
We had to put up on some females.
Where? Would you?
You
was
just,
it in the
I
city of
said, what?
Atlanta?
Yeah, Atlanta.
What part of Atlanta?
Shoot. The west side.
The west side?
Yeah.
And when you say the west side, can you tell the jury, please, what streets or areas you mean?
I don't remember what street. I know the Sprayway.
The expressway?
Like
it-
20 west.
20, okay. And where you were going 20 west?
Yeah.
Who was driving?
Woody.
All right. Was Woody driving carefully?
He'll never drive carefully.
Okay. So was he driving any less carefully that night?
Can you just get to what you asking me? 'Cause I
I'm
don't
asking you,
understand all
was he
that.
driving recklessly that night?
He always drive like that.
All right. So he drove recklessly that night too.
All the time.
Did he spin out that night?
Yes.
Does he always spin out?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when he spun out, did you all hit anything?
Hit some cones and Sprayway.
Okay. And when you hit the cones in the expressway, did any part of the car fall off?
I think the bumper.
All right. And what happened when the bumper fell off? Did either of you get out and put it back on?
Yeah.
Now, to your knowledge, did Thug allow anybody else to drive that Infiniti?
I just told you I never saw Thug in the car. Oh, you know, Woody just told me that was Thug car. I never saw the car around him.
When you said that you spoke with Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis in August of 2015, did you tell them, or rather, did Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
And I told them
That's
only,
it, yes or no, before you get to what you told them.
you say, repeat
Did
it.
Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
Yes.
All right, and did you give them an answer?
I told the only person I ever saw in the car was Woody.
Did you ever tell them Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Duwop?
Oh, I lied.
I'm asking you if you ever told them
If
that.
I did, I lied.
Do you remember telling them that?
If I did, I lied.
I'm asking you a different question.
Yes, I lied.
So you remember?
Overruled.
You remember telling them that?
Yes, I lied.
Okay. Now, did you also tell them that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Duwop were supposed to meet Yak's girl Bushi?
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spitting out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about spinning out in the Infiniti
I think
with Woody on the night
yes.
of January the 9th,
Yes.
2015?
Yes.
Did you lie about that?
No.
What made you lie about one thing in your words now and lie not about another thing?
Because my friend came to me with a play.
A play?
Yeah.
Who was your friend?
Garlington.
Garland. Now, how long did you tell me you had known Garlington?
About 20 years.
And what month and year did he come to you with a play?
When he got out of jail,
When was that?
it was summer 2015.
Do you remember what month?
Nah.
Now, you said you were equally close with, did I hear you wrong? You were equally cool with Garlington, Thug, Yak, Shannon.
Yes, I think I said that.
Is that not the case anymore?
What you mean?
Overruled.
I think that's a misstatement. I think he was asked right now, and he said equally cool, but Miss Love is posing it as back in 2015, so I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, can you please make sure that your question is clear?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Yes.
Back in 2015, August 2015, were you equally cool with Demekion Garlington, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, and Justin Cobb?
No.
Who were you the coolest with?
Garlington.
Were you cooler with Kenneth Copeland or Shannon Stillwell?
Copeland.
And when you say that you were cooler with Copeland than Shannon, which one had you known longer?
Copeland.
And which one had you hung out with the most?
Copeland.
All right. How often did you hang out with Shannon?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Yak?
Not often.
How often did you hang out with Duop?
Not often.
Now,
It's bad for her because he would protect
Where
Woody
were
over
you
protecting the other three,
when
which is what Sprinkle
Demekion
was
came
led along to
you with
believe.
the play.
I had just picked them up. We probably gonna Cleveland.
Okay. So was this before May 6th or May 7th of 2015?
I think it was after.
It was after? When after?
It gotta be the summer sometime. I don't know. Before after May probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When'd you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike.
Okay, what kind of bike?
On BMX.
All right. And where'd y'all go?
The park.
All right. And what time of day or night was it?
Day.
Early morning? Late afternoon?
Probably evening.
Evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015, do you know how many shows you had gone to with Thug?
A lot.
Had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean pay my?
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
How you gotta pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
You gotta pay to travel, don't you?
I mean,
It's a better question.
no, sometimes Moncton or drive his car. You know, it depends on whoever driving.
Okay, but like in January of 2015, Moontook didn't go, so did Thug pay?
I don't know who paid. I didn't know I rode.
Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No.
And so when you sold clothes for YSL,
I helped them out, yes. As
you
a
didn't get
favor.
paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
Okay. Did you ever receive any free entry to Thug shows?
I'm pretty sure if it's your show, whoever get in free, whoever come with you get in free.
That might be so, but I'm asking you if you got in free to Thug shows.
I don't know. I just went.
Did you pay anything out your pocket?
No.
Okay. So in August of 2015, were you more cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
Probably more.
How much more?
And more as I've been knowing him longer.
Okay. You've been knowing Thug longer than Moontoon?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Garlington?
No.
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Woody?
Yes.
Did you meet Woody through Thug or Thug through Woody?
No.
How much longer had you been knowing Thug than Woody?
Probably about 4 or 5 years.
Right. So that would mean you met Woody in what year again?
I mean, we were like 2013,
Okay. And that would put you at having met Thug when?
about 2009, something like that.
2009. Where were you living? Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
Yes.
And where was he living? Thug.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever visit his house back then?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know him to live or to hang out on Cleveland Avenue back then?
Yes.
All right. Did you know of a group called Rock Crew back then?
Yes.
Right. And did you know that group to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
Shit. Yeah.
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of that group?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
20-some years.
Have you known him more or less than you've known Thug?
More.
All right. Did you ever know Tick to be a member of Rock Crew?
Yes.
All right. How'd you know Tick was a member of Rock Crew?
Shit. I don't know.
Well, why did you tell this jury that he was a member of Rock Crew?
I just thought he was. Shit, if he went, my bad.
Okay.
Everybody just used to hang around.
What did everybody hang around doing?
At the park,
What part?
Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Was Quentin Porter a part of Rock Crew?
Yes.
When did you first hear about the group Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about it in 2009,
Yes.
2012?
Yes.
Did it still exist in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And was Tick still a member?
I don't know. You just said you wasn't no member, so I don't know.
Then how do you know it still
I just say I
existed?
assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Who all was hanging around?
Sure, a lot of people. Everybody, Cleveland Avenue.
Everybody, name 2 or 3 of the people.
June
Mike.
Boyd, Larry, and Mike.
None of the ones we named earlier.
They not from Cleveland.
Okay. You're from Cleveland. Were you a member of Rock Crew?
I'm not from Cleveland.
Where are you from?
Capitol Home.
Okay. Now, was Rock Crew, what kind of group was Rock Crew?
A R&B group.
A R&B group?
Yeah,
What kind of music, what kind of songs did they put out?
a lot.
Okay, which ones?
I don't remember that joint 13 years ago.
Who were the artists in Rock Crew?
Quinn Porter.
Who else?
That's all I remember.
Did Tick ever sing with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you know about a R&B group or any other kind of singing group called Red Cartel?
Yeah, that was a record label, yeah.
Was it a record label?
Yeah.
Who was a member of that record label, Red
I don't
Cartel?
know. I don't know.
Then how you know it was a record label?
Because I heard
You heard what?
the songs before.
Okay. What song?
I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. You talking about some old 15, 13 years ago.
Okay. Was Red Cartel and Rock Crew the same kind of record label as YSL?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
It's not my, that's above my pay grade.
You didn't get paid.
I know it.
So, how are you able to say that each of these are rap groups, R&B groups, record labels?
Shit, they had songs out.
Okay. Did they have the same members?
I don't know.
Did you know anybody who claimed one or more of these groups?
I know Quinn Porter.
Did Quentin Porter claim more than one of those groups?
No.
So is the answer no? You didn't know anybody who claimed both? Did you ever know Tick to claim Rock Crew and YSL?
I know him claim YSL.
Did you hear yourself earlier say he was Rock Crew too?
But you said he won. So I ain't want to put that on him.
Do you remember telling the jury that he was?
But you said he won. So I ain't going to say he is.
I'm asking you if you remember telling the jury that.
You said he wasn't. That's why I'm going to put it on if you
Listen
saying
to
he
the
wasn't.
question she's asking
I'm
and answer
answering,
the
Judge.
question.
I'm answering him.
No, listen to the one she's asking right now and answer that one.
Do you remember telling the jury that Tick was Rock Crew?
And then I remember, yes, I remember telling him I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattooed on Tick's body?
I ain't looking at no man back.
Honestly, Love almost got close to a win there by having him say, like, part of YSL. But then she just ruined it by making it seem like he doesn't know what he's saying and possibly is saying what someone else told him, the state told him, or told him is or is not true. So she almost had something and then she let it go.
Okay, so is that enough?
No.
Did you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups?
No. I don't know if he, what you mean associated? What that mean?
A part of, hang out with, a member of?
I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the group called This Game?
Yes.
Is it a record label too?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Donovan Thomas was a member of it? You have to answer.
I'm thinking about it. I don't remember.
Do you remember ever telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in August that Donovan Thomas, was a member of the gang?
I lied.
Now, you said that quickly. If you don't know or have to think about whether he was a member of that gang today, how can you
Cause I'm
say,
pretty sure you wouldn't be asking me that I ain't said, so I lied.
Mr. Zachary?
I didn't answer your
I'm gonna ask the
question.
court to ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay? So if you don't remember whether Donovan Thomas was a member of this gang, how can you so quickly say today you lied when you said he was, if you told the police that?
Cause if you said I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he was a member?
Cause I just can't say nobody no member. You just told me that was the same thing with Tit.
He keeps going back to the same thing.
Bentley, did you know?
You're gonna try to trip him
Bentley had a
up.
spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive.
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak
How often, if at all, did you go there?
every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Cause it wasn't necessarily a spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on a certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like everybody used to be outside.
Okay. Who is everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL that were out there?
I don't know who YSL that was out there.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
He's consistent with that.
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No,
He is or is not?
he's not.
So, have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No.
So, do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
You gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not YSL.
Then why do you call yourself YSL a little deep?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I
Did you
changed
just
my
wanna
name.
be
That.
around Thug?
Yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes.
Were you a fan in 2009?
Yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan?
He
in
was rapping.
2009?
He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No.
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
Cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on the old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm gonna volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No.
Do you know whether he offered to call anybody?
You want to get my dad up here?
I want to talk to you.
Okay. I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not gonna tell the jury? Was your father with you when you talked to Gaither and Dennis in August 2015?
No,
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
no,
Who did you live with in August 2015?
myself,
Did you live with SG at any time?
yes,
August 2015.
yes,
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were closest with Moonton, or you were coolest with Moonton. All right. Were you coolest with Moonton in April 2015?
April.
That's gonna be the
Yes.
drive-by.
And were
The
you cooler with Moonton than you were, say, Shannon?
Yes,
same questions.
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demetrius?
yes,
April 28th, 2015.
There we go.
Do you remember being with those people?
yes.
Where?
This is the
That
shooting
we
where the
call
lady was
case,
shot in the buttocks.
We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
A gun,
How many?
shot. 2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night,
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
yes,
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Cruiser earlier?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes,
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
because somebody had shot up my cousin's house
Where did your cousin live?
on County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns? in the
Yes.
car? How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demetrius had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay. So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
The store, I think.
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes.
Where you got arrested in May?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what did they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
They isn't
Your Honor,
specific.
I'd ask Phil not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
That's just Vegas.
Your Honor, I was specific. I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't know
and
what.
I specifically referred to them.
Say the name.
Yeah, why would
Maybe.
we want to know
I'm
what
s-
we're talking about?
Do you want to re-clarify, please?
I can continue and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp.
Commentary.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask.
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
Thank you, Judge.
When I
Finally.
asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's
they
take a break.
was to
Hang on,
include-
hang on, hang on, hang on. Let's just take a our
Save the state.
mid-afternoon break right now.
Save the state. right. Rate that on a scale of 1 to 10 so far for love for the state. There's the investigator everybody likes back here. Love really fumbled with that one mention of being part of YSL.
All right, can you excuse the witness?
I just don't get it. Oh no, are they gonna take us out of this? Okay, I guess the camera, I thought they were gonna go to the seal. Yeah, Chris A, thank you for the 10. He has an IV in his arm. Like, the jury's just sitting there getting to watch him in that state. And I love his dancing around it a little bit. You know, the defense won't. And Frosty, New York, UK says probably has a port line also for IV
right,
access. Yeah, that
Ms. Sharp.
explains
Your Honor,
some of the stuff.
What just happened was completely dishonest, disingenuous, misleading, and gross.
And you
I
objected.
objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning 2, 3 people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting. And I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial.
There you go. We got
It
it.
was completely intentional. Obviously, it was calculated.
Harvey.
Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify.
Bad faith.
I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then.
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think
May I
one thing that,
respond?
no,
Oh, Judge,
you need
talk
to
first.
listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond, and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration, I believe that as an advocate and
Just
as a
stop.
person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much as actually more than an officer of this court,
Nope.
and I represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in my hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said,
But the testimony needs to come
Shannon,
from him, not your question.
Demikian and Muktum, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objections could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it.
Let's do it.
And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't
Your
be
Honor,
an
if the-
issue with it.
Stop.
Yes, Your Honor, if the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I
I don't
understand.
know what you mean by that.
You just cut the judge
A
off.
clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
When I asked for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to do. And so if that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want reconsideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling and move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Remember, the judge called this break.
Your Honor,
Why would you act like
I
this?
really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past,
All right.
but what he's
We don't know, you don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington, and well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the
Don't
jury.
talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately, because of course I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says.
Not good, Love. Oh my God, the body language.
And Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned.
It's not going to
And I
help
would
you.
ask that the court, I mean, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not
No.
becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
The judge called the break. So the judge's impression is that it was wrong, the questioning that Love was doing. She called the break. She called the break. Holy moly, you guys. And what was how is that a counter argument to someone calling a mistrial? I vehemently disagree, and they called me gross. What's your opposition argument against their grounds for a mistrial? And grounds for a limiting instruction. So really what happened is Love tried to, and I'm going to call it injecting testimony through confusing questioning. She listed a bunch of names in questions, got names lined up, and then she asked a question using the word they. And that grouping, if on the stand Quindarius Zachary was about to testify with a yes that they did something without being clear of who they was, now you're going to be implicating somebody through this witness's testimony because of your slick questioning. So, not supposed to do that. And Shard objected in real time for the vagueness. And Love kept trying to fight his objection, even though the judge said it is vague. Clarify it. Just like ask your question again with clarity. And Love tried to fight it and then tried to ask the same vague question again. So the judge says we're calling a break. It was the judge that called the break. And she's still acting like, Love is still acting like she has 2 feet to stand on. The judge saw you doing something you weren't supposed to do. They called the break. Like, come on. You should be grateful that the judge called the break. Because that was a chance for you to slow your roll. And instead you accelerated. Like, it's just, and no, she's not going to call a mistrial. Like, there's no way Whitaker's going to call a mistrial. But we're probably going to get some type of instruction. Like, holy moly. And it could be fine, you guys. She could read the transcript and just decide, like, look, just get back up there and ask a clear question. State the names that you're asking about. Don't just say they. You guys are saying rebuke her. I mean, and then to be annoyed that somebody called you gross, but what are we dealing with today? Like, how did this witness get to the stand today? What kind of behavior brought this witness in this order? And we've called witnesses all out of whack all week. And don't forget we had back pain guy earlier too. I forget what his name was. Did I write it down? Bush. B-U-S-C-H. Steele had said, like, hey, there's a guy in the hallway that was subpoenaed and he said his back hurts. Like, what's going on? Does he need to be here? Like, just over and over and over and over and over and over. Miss Jazzy, this has not changed. We got loud. But yeah, everybody, as soon as this all started happening, right around when we were going to get Zachary on the stand, after that we got back from lunch and figured out what's going on with the doctor and the Zoom. As soon as he got called to the stand, we were all tuned in. And look where we are. Like, Love couldn't make it through, what, about an hour and a half of questioning with Zachary? I think just shy of an hour and a half. So, we got the mistrial called. But we couldn't get through opening statements without a mistrial being asked for, so who's surprised? Thank you so much, Miss Jazzy. Gina, I am with you 1,000,000%. The very last remnant of decency has left the state, and low-life love instead of the live, laugh, love, all the L alliteration. Like I said, no matter what the state gets out of Zachary, whether they call him to the stand, like, willingly, he agrees to come, or they make him come, it's going to backfire on them, and here we go. Here we go. Oh my goodness. You guys are saying there's 4 more days left of testimony. I doubt we're gonna see Sprinkel come back unless for whatever reason, you know, Zachary's like really sick and they say, all right, we're taking him off the stand, but he seems like he's holding it down. He seems like he's holding it down. ST Satchel is so right. Shart said the quiet thing. Can't cross for 4 days. Yep. Oh my goodness. Like, I can't believe that this, like... And I used to watch this, like, I know I wasn't the one streaming it. I'd be, like, listening to it while I was working. And there would be times where I'd have to pause, go back and rewind what I'd just heard, and I'd be in shock. And then you get to day 134, and you're like, how am I still having these moments where I'm still in shock at what is going on? How many of these moments of did that just happen have to happen in one trial for someone to just, like, throw the trial away? And then for her argument to be, I'm an advocate for the victims. Are you? Are you really an advocate for the victims? Because you're willing to plea everybody else out when you need them to say something. People that were too dangerous for bond. So how are you an advocate for victims? Like, there's no one thing that Love says that ends up making sense if you think about it. Yeah, like, Shart warned her all the way. Like, this is so true. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, ST Satchel, for the 5. Yeah, Nancy New 12 says, I want to know Lil D's dad and Love's history. Yeah, that was kind of a little bit mysterious there and juicy. You know, maybe one day. Paulette says, this makes my day. I think, yeah, I mean, it's like frustrating, but at the same time, 2 seconds later, I'm laughing about it. It's like so ridiculous that it does give me a good laugh. Oh, man. This is hilarious too, guys. This is like a quote of the day and the way, the context that he said it. Ricky E 245 recalling a few minutes ago when Quindarius Zachary said, "This is above my pay grade." He says, "Kat, this case is above my pay grade." LOL. That was so funny. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna start using like, "This is above my pay grade" for everyday ordinary things that have nothing to do with work or getting paid. Like, can you wake up early tomorrow? This is above my pay grade. Can't answer that. It's above my pay grade. Thank you guys, the whole chat, for the comedic relief all day. We commiserate a little bit, we laugh a little bit, we get through it. Stan Busy says, was she admonished a week ago for the same thing? Well, that was because she read an Alford plea factual basis into the record. Which, you know, same thing, injecting things into the record and in front of the jury that she shouldn't be doing. So a little bit similar in that regard. Different context there. And I would say that that was probably, I don't know how back then the judge thought that that was like on accident. I don't know. It's kind of like a catch-22, right? In terms of love. And you guys know love is sensitive about, you know, being made fun of or being disparaged or people casting aspersions on her. But really, at this point, for Whitaker to make a ruling that says, you know, Love wasn't acting in bad faith, she's just incompetent. Like, that's the either or at this point. Like, and, you know, some attorneys would take the incompetence over a judge saying they were acting in bad faith for obvious reasons. They'll just eat the loss. Fine, I'll take that. It's a smaller L, I'll hold it. But Love is so sensitive that she doesn't realize that she should just take the suggestion that maybe she made an incompetent decision or a bad play. She's got to keep arguing it. Even when the judge gives her the leeway to say, you know, I don't think that was done in bad faith or intentionally. It's just, I'm gonna run out of sighs. Peter Ortiz says he is fired up and he is absolutely right with the gross. Man, great day to have shard emojis. A great day. Michelle Stevens says, is Love on medicine too? Yeah, I mean, that day she took that chug of whatever in front of the camera, she went from, my voice is a little sore this morning, to yelling. So maybe it's the same yell medicine that she took that day. Oh my goodness. Mrs. R, good to see ya, says, Kat, just wow, I'm speechless. It's crazy because if you let this break go on for like 20 minutes, you'll probably see me still laugh, try to figure it out, start sighing again, laugh, be a little speechless, not have words, start laughing again. Like, there's no way to wind this back up and put it in a neat little box. Love is just messy. It's like she can't get through a witness without doing something messy. I flip back over here. Jim CSI says, poor Mr. Bush with his back pain. He's probably stuck in the hallway listening to Sprinkel, having to listen to Sprinkel. Oh my gosh. Love is a battlefield. That's right. Just a whole day. Yep, she was defiant to the judge. And I'm really happy. We see Judge Whitaker tell the defense attorneys to let Love finish talking. Today, right at the end there, we saw Judge Whitaker, Love was trying to say something, and Whitaker stopped her right away to let Shard continue talking. And that's something that's in balance most of the time in favor of the state. And here right away, clean cut Whitaker off without the defense to be like, hey, can I finish? Can you stop interrupting me? Oh, why did we refresh? All right. I'll have to remember to move the captions back up because they always go to the bottom when that happens. But yeah. Yeah, nope, that's always the excuse. She always goes to the victims like she's for the victims. I'm an advocate. I mean, she should be, but claiming you are when you're not really, and using that as an excuse instead of actually countering the argument that the defense counsel is making for a mistrial is weak. It is a weak move. Just all around. Thank you, Don and Doodle, for the $1.99. John Coleman says, mistrial now, Your Honor. You know you want it. It can all end right here. No more pain. No more anger. And no more of this. And it's like, hopefully Whitaker's realizing what this trial's been like the whole time. And I do like that every time a defense attorney, it's not only Sharp, but, you know, Westmoreland, Harvey, Steele, Adams, Doug. I always call him just Doug by his first name, like we're friends. I mean, shout out to Doug. I consider him a friend, even though I don't really know him personally. But he's just so nice, right? He seems like good old Doug. I don't know if I've really heard it from Carlton Matthews explicitly stated, but even Mr. Williams and Leah Abbasi, who we don't hear from that much, have pointed out that this is the pattern. This is how it's been going, this whole trial. And Shart today, you know, with his raised voice, stern, angry, 10 toes down, said, they've done this consistently. The state keeps doing this. So I always appreciate the defense pointing out to Whitaker, because she seems to still not realize that you can only accidentally do the same thing so many times before you gotta admit that it's intentional. I wish, John Coleman. I wish. On a hilarious note, Shay Lee says, Lil Mike showed up again. If he mentions Quez, I will jump through the computer. We should get Lil Mike and Quez cartoons and just put them around, make them pop up once in a while. Make little Lego characters. All right, if you guys had to imagine Lil Mike and Quez, what would they look like? Because maybe we can make 2 characters. Ooh, do we have a new Doug tweet? Wow, shout out to Doug. The mendacity never ends. Okay, this is like really tiny. Let's make it giant. There we go. Shout out to Doug. You guys should be following Doug if you use X. Totally worth it. There we go. Shout out to Doug. Thank you for pointing that out, you guys. While I'm here, let me retweet. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Apunenwu, none of this feels like justice. It feels like a personal fight, like friends falling out, or like if you replace the I want a mistrial and the no, I'm an advocate. Like if you replace that with like, you know, I saw him first. No, I saw him first. Like, I don't want to say that that's what Shart sounded like as if that's a two-way comparison. But on Love's side, that's what it seems like. G-Lander says, with Love, if you don't have sickle cell right before you get on the stand, you will have it before she gets done. Oh my goodness. Just out here causing ailments. Just through getting through your witness testimony. What ailments you didn't have. Oh my goodness. There's going to be like a medical book that's like, you know, in Fulton County, there was just instances of ailments popping up that we've never seen. genetic ailments that just, even though the person didn't have the gene, they were just spontaneously coming forth with new diagnoses. And it's all just because they had to deal with love and just got sick from it. Not a superpower I'd I'd ever be proud to have. And then Shabrita says, Love thinks she's slick. She definitely tried to throw Shannon's name in there when she tried to clarify, but initially she did not mention Shannon. Well, it shows you her intent. Shows you the intent. Bees on Mars suggests that Lil Mike has to be built like a linebacker. Is that because his name is Lil Mike? That's good. I like that. I like the irony. Byron the Great says, love the channel. Love is down bad. Keep going, Cat Not Slime. Heck yeah. If you guys want to drop some, what did, he said green ducks. We're going to call the green snake emoji green ducks now. If you guys want to drop some green ducks in the chat. Oh, they look different to me than they do on StreamYard. I just switched over to YouTube. On StreamYard, they kind of look like a little pretzel-shaped snake, kind of. And then on YouTube, they look a bit more like a serpent that's standing up. That was one of his funnier answers. It's like, it looks like a little green duck. I don't know. Aw. And then Shay has the actual mallard ducks. Wait, oh no, there's a quote tweet that says, wait, is it Doug's quote tweet? Same old crazy. And shout out to Mel. This is, I'm reading her name. You've Got Mel is I'm Not a Lawyer But Mel. She is totally worth following. I know I share her YouTube a lot, but she's also great to follow on X. So this is Mel. Get that out there. And obviously, like, sharing them at the same time. So if you're not watching this live or you don't want to click a link in the chat, you can just see it on my timeline retweeted to find Doug and Mel. And this is a picture from yesterday. So where's this quote tweet about lawyer purgatory? Was it on my old screen? Did I just like clear it away? That's hilarious. This trial is lawyer purgatory. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, now we see what Jen McCabe would be like if she was an attorney instead of a lying witness. Oh no, no. Oh, I would die. There would be high turnover in that prosecutor office, for sure. I would quit my job if I had to work with Jen McCabe. Guys, if you didn't watch the Karen Reed trial, Jen McCabe was like the chatty patty of small town. Well, I don't know if it's that small, but they acted like a small town cop clique in Canton, Massachusetts. And Jen McCabe was like the ringleader that had to know all the gossip, and it seemed like she coordinated all the plans all the time, including in the year and some months leading up to the Karen Reed trial. It seemed like she was working to coordinate, send me the screenshots, what are you saying, what was our story? She seemed like she helped get everybody's story straight. And when she took the stand, she wasn't that different than Love with the indignant behavior and the lack of awareness to know when to stop talking. We'll just leave it at that. So Chloe, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Oh, yes. ST Satchel says, still want to see a shot clock in court. And speaking of court, let me make sure I keep this up because I think most of the times we've come back from a break, it's already mid-sentence. So... And Brina Sighs says, this judge is not allowed to call a mistrial. If only, if only. Brian Bradshaw says, reaching for RICO isn't justice, it's incompetency. And again, like, there's so much more room to reach with the Georgia RICO versus a federal RICO. It's just insane. Mark in Texas says, oh gosh, I have to pronounce the medication. I had to take a tizanidine. Yeah, we're going to go with that. We're going to call it a tizzy. Shout out to YSL Bush and Percocet. I'm ready to testify. Let's rumble, Miss Love. Man, can you imagine being up on the stand and like falling asleep in this trial? It wouldn't even surprise anybody anymore. Because crazier things have happened. And by the way, did I pronounce that right? Tizanidine. Tizanidine. We'll just say tizzy. Tizzy. Now, enjoy every minute. Can he sign HIPAA while on drugs? I mean, I'm not really sure what the threshold for signing something like that is, personally. And I'm assuming there has to be some subjectivity to it because someone has to make the determination if someone's lucid enough. But I don't know the actual threshold there for how it works. Sorry. It's a great question. And obviously if somebody's like talking crazy and out of their mind, it's probably like, they're probably not good to do this. Maybe a good time to mention, guys, everybody talks about leaving a will. But, you know, good part of estate planning, even if you're at a young age, if you were in a situation where you were not of a state of mind to make decisions, do you have anything in place that would, you know, make sure power of attorney was appointed for you, medical power of attorney, who would make decisions for you in an emergency? Like, you never know, you get in a car accident and you're incapacitated, you're not conscious. Who would make important decisions for you? So great reminder that estate planning isn't just for people that are halfway out of this life. It could be handy anytime. Because what if you're in a situation where someone needs to make decisions like this for you? So, and I'm not an expert, you know, I'm not trying to give you advice on how to write your plan, but just keep in mind, maybe it's a good idea to consider having a plan no matter what age you are. John Robert with the simple duck, duck, goose. Guys, you guys are going to play duck, duck, goose in the chat. It's going to go bananas. Oh, man. And yeah, Blue-Eyed Hillbilly, thank you for the 2. So Brina said, judge not allowed to call mistrial. I think it was also a play on, you know, maybe this judge is getting the hint or the nudge to keep this trial going at any costs, rather than the idea that, you know, the judge is going to call a mistrial or can or not. Men Cheat Codes says, hey, question. If Shannon gets a mistrial, is it a mistrial for all or just him? Well, I don't think it'd be possible to say because a mistrial, if you're saying that something negatively impacted the jury, I would imagine that the jury is just tainted now. So you can't just sever the one defendant and say there's a mistrial for that only. And then additionally, they're operating under the Harvey rule. So none of the other counsel tried to object or make an argument against what Shart was saying, which means they're just adopting it because of the Harvey rule. Where since there's 6 co-defendants here, when one defense attorney makes a motion, unless we like back ourselves out of it, we're adopting it together. Oh, it looks like they're back. Can't hear them yet. Give us some sound.
Wants to hear from the court in reference to if he finishes today, will he go home? If he doesn't finish, he wants to know where he's going to go. And I've tried to explain to him, you don't want him to go back to the jail. He can't go to the hospital. And so we talked about it.
Well, if he finishes today, then as long as there's nothing else holding him, which I don't think there is, then yes, he goes home. And if he doesn't, yeah, I can let him know that. If he doesn't, do y'all have a proposal?
That's what we were trying to work on, and I told Mr. Shab that I understand that his interest is.
Can y'all hear him? Her? Can you use a mic?
And we talked about it, so she just needs to come up. You know, he wants to go home with the GPS. I understand the court doesn't
Well, I'll
want him to,
just,
and neither does the DA.
all right, I'll tell him that might still be determined.
Okay. And that's what I told him.
Okay. All right, and in terms, I have reviewed what the line of questioning was, and I do not think that there was anything nefarious and purposeful about trying to trick him into something other than what he'd been talking about. At the same time, I can see how it might have been, well, now, are you sure he knows that the people we were just asking about are the people that you're talking about him now, you know, coming to pick him up? So a valid objection, it remains sustained, but the motion for mistrial is denied. I am not giving any kind of instruction. You can just fix it by asking the next question. All right, anything else on that?
Your Honor, just for the record. Okay. And I
Okay,
understand
and you use the mic too.
Yep, I understand. Yes, Your Honor, and I understand the court's ruling. I think that the use, all of a sudden, the use of they and those people instead of names, and then when asked for clarification, the refusal to do so, I think suggests that there was some calculation. But I understand the court's finding, but I would ask the court to instruct Ms. Love to clarify with the first question so everyone's on the same page, so there's not confusion amongst the jury, who he is referring to when he's talking about they in the car that night.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, go ahead.
actually, Your Honor, I think the court was about to say something more.
I think I was probably gonna say maybe the same thing as you, but I have no idea, so go ahead.
I was going to ask that the court read back the exact question that I had asked, and right before I said they.
Still trying to prove everything is gravy.
I'll have to find it again.
So that wasn't what the court was going. So
I think the mistrial counter's in like the 30s, king and queen.
All right, so after the questioning about where he and his girlfriend lived, you said you were close with, and obviously this is the real time. It's not the official transcript, but you said you were close with Munktunk or cool with Munktunk. All right, were you close with Munktunk in April 2015? Yes. Okay, and were you cooler with Munktunk than, say, Shannon? Yes. All right. Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. Then I have to. Where? Back. Some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes, all right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about.
Keep going.
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier? I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them?
There you go.
And then the names don't always get, but somebody came to get you. Yes, all right. Why did you ask them to come get you? Because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it, your girlfriend was in yours. Yes, all right. I don't think, because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something. Did you have guns in the car? Blah, blah, blah. Were you wearing dreads at that time? No. Okay, so where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think.
The
Which
they
store?
is unclear.
Same one you were at with the gun? Do you normally hang out at the store with guns? Yes. All right, and he came and got you. What did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but also not, not any kind of purposeful, oh, aha. So
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay? In the
it
testimony.
would have been easier to review the live stream. Yep.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mhm.
The state is very well aware, as am I, that even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Demekion Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club, at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask that it be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're not going to stop using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
But
it's led to a mess.
she had
right now.
already been instructed to clarify before we took the
Usually-
break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Sharp's, I don't know what it was, but Your Honor.
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
And so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for, I don't know.
Yeah, that needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And, just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not appropriate. It's not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor,
I'm an
have
advocate for my
strong
client.
Feelings about what just happened, and I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my life repeatedly, and
Let's
so-
everybody stop with the personal jabs against each other, to the extent anybody has been making them. Okay, all right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing. That's supposed to be based on facts. Okay, so you understand, if you're going to ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question, I'll
Okay.
clarify
All
who I'm
right,
talking
thank you.
about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out, and I'll let him know that if he finishes today, he can go home.
But it's not
And
on
that I don't
him to
quite know where
finish.
he's going to go otherwise. So let's do that.
I
And-
think part of that information needs to involve
Your Honor,
Love's
can I
plan
just
to finish
make,
testimony.
the court aware and ask for a court's ruling on what you just said about what I believe it was Miss Love asks about Mr. Zachary's father saying something, and she said earlier that it was said to Miss Love by the father that he has spoken with myself and Mr. Shart. I'd ask that that not be gone into, not only is it hearsay, but I don't know the evil or the benefit of doing that, because I've done nothing wrong at all, nor did Mr. Sharp. I'll vouch for him. The second thing is Miss Love brought out from this witness that he purchased 2 or 3 guns from Arrowhead Pawn Shop.
Yeah.
One of those guns is found during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on July 15, 2015. So I know I've done this. I know it's been ordered by the predecessor judge. I know it's been ordered by this court. I don't want to stand up and have to then say a mistrial and get a curative instruction if the mistrial is denied. That has to be just, in my opinion, just stayed away from the fact that that gun was found or a gun was found in Mr. Williams' home. So
Okay.
I'm doing
May I
it now.
respond to that, please? Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the pertinent part, which is the part about the gun being found at Jeffrey Williams' home, and the assertion about the unlawfulness of the search, I won't even go back into that. But Your Honor, as it pertains to who he gave those guns to, I believe that it is a valid question, and I will ask that the court instruct or allow me to speak to Mr. Zachary to tell him, don't say anything about where it's located, but I am going to ask him who he gave or who the guns were given to. The fact that it was found at Jeffrey Williams' home doesn't mean he gave it to Jeffrey Williams. And even if he did give it to Jeffrey Williams' home, that doesn't imply or speak to the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. So the state should not be precluded from putting before the jury the fact that Mr. Zachary purchased guns for other members of YSL and that he told detectives that he purchased guns for other members of YSL and which guns he purchased.
Okay.
So
Yeah, all of that should be fair game. Where any gun was ultimately found, if it was found in a search that was suppressed, should not be gone into. And does this witness even know that it was found?
I don't know, but
anywhere?
because this witness can go off, I want to tell him before he gets, back in front of the jury to not, I don't think he does. I have not spoken with him about his knowledge of that search. So I want to instruct him when I ask him, who did he give the other one to answer only that question and not anything about where he thinks it might have been found, because I don't have it in, my head. He hasn't told me where he thinks it might have been found.
It would be really weird if he answers that, if you just say, who'd you give the gun to? But I mean, I
Have you
guess
not-
better safe than sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the court has heard testimony that is non-responsive all day.
I believe it's derivative evidence which has been suppressed. And the law enforcement officers after July 15, 2015 are asking Mr. Zachary about the search of Mr. Williams' home where that gun was found in his name. So I don't believe that it's a proper question because.
All right, hang on. He's already testified that he bought several guns from whatever that pawn shop was. So as long as your line of questioning is about that, then that's not derived from law enforcement finding them in the search, is it?
Right.
No.
So,
But I believe.
And that's why I want to ask and make sure, that's why I'm asking for the court's permission to just tell him, don't mention that.
I wouldn't suggest it to him if he doesn't, we don't think he already knows it. Just answer the question I ask you.
Judge,
Yes.
he has not answered questions that I've asked him for the last hour.
All right,
and a half.
I will.
So why are you
I
worried
will do
about
that.
this?
What else?
It's like you want to plant a seed in his head.
The record, Your Honor, before the next question is asked, I believe I may have to renew my motion for a mistrial.
On.
Yeah.
With the one you just made?
Yes.
Okay.
Because she's doing the same thing
This is
over and
what-
over again.
Okay, yes, no, that's.
you.
All right, I thought you meant something else just happened. Okay, yes, you're just preserving it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get him out here.
Just instruct that when I ask, who did he give the gun to?
Why are we doing this again?
That is the only,
I'm not agreeing
answer
that he will
that is
say
being-
who he gave, excuse me. That's a bad question. Who did he give the guns to?
I mean,
Presumes he gave the guns to
there's
someone.
a lack of foundation at this point to that. So I'm gonna be more general in my instruction to him than that. We're ready for him. Oh, can everybody who's operating cameras make sure that you do not, and I think some of you who've been here the whole time know that, but any of the newer people, no pictures, no filming of this area over here, the detention area, okay? That includes still shots. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Zachary, I know from your attorney that you had a couple of questions about sort of what happens next. And as long as we finish your testimony today, the direct and cross and whatever anybody
Give him an
of the
estimate.
attorneys wants to ask you, then yes, you can go home today.
Give him an estimate.
If you don't finish, then we haven't quite worked out where you're going, but it will not be you're free to go, have a great life. It will not be Rice Street, but it will also not be bye, have a great life. It'll be something short of that, because you will, we'll just need to make sure that
Put me on house arrest. My grandma's funeral tomorrow.
we'll sort out, your attorney and the state are working on potential conditions right now. So we'll sort that out.
What do you mean conditions?
I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, I may end up needing to impose them, but if they can work something out, then we're going to go with that. Also, when any of these attorneys is asking you a question, I want you to try to listen carefully to what specifically it is they're asking you, and then answer just that question, and you can explain it, but try not to just go off on something else entirely, okay? All right. Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, all right. Let's get the jury out.
Chip, thank you so much. Chip says constitutional right to confuse. That's what love is going for here.
I'll have to tell you later. It has nothing to do with
Did he? It sounded like he asked to stand up. Can I stand? Maybe I heard it wrong, but it seems like nobody gave him an answer. Sherry says, any bets on love being respectful going forward? Put a 1 if she'll be respectful. Put a 2 if she will not be respectful. Yeah, Marlena says 4 days on direct. Like, they should have been giving Quindarius Zachary, they should have asked the state, how long do you plan that you still need to finish up direct? They should have asked Love before they had that conversation with Zachary right there. Chloe says, y'all remember that ruthless gang, Destiny's Child, stabbing people with stilettos quick? Man, you can't be a music group or a label anymore. It's dangerous. Wow. Katie Caddy says, disgusting facts, Securus brings in 700 million a year.
Jurors, thank you all for your patience when we have to take breaks. I appreciate that, as do the attorneys. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you.
The squeak.
Mr. Zachary.
We've got 2 squeaks today,
When-
guys.
Just before we broke on the break, and you told the jury who you are saying today was in the car with you on April 28th, 2015. Who is it that you are saying now was in the car with you?
Me, Garlington, and Sledge.
Okay.
Simple.
You,
Garlington and
Garlington,
Sledge.
and Sledge?
Yeah.
Right. Today, is it your testimony that you 3 were the only people in that car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you spoke about talking to detectives Gaither and Dennis back in August of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to them, you said that you had not spoken to them outside the room where you were interviewed, correct?
No.
Okay. No, you hadn't spoken with
No,
them.
I haven't.
Okay. So had either one of them told you or given you any indication that they wanted you to do anything other than give them information that they could confirm or deny?
What you mean by that?
I'll change it. When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015 and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know. I was just making up stuff as I go.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes.
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
What you mean confirm me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before. So I
What are
knew
you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow them, the police, I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew.
I'm going to object. This is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, potentially. Without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you
I
talking
had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me.
All right. When did someone tell you?
When they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you, 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I didn't know he got out of jail. He told.
Don't tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told police certain
I
things?
didn't know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes.
All right. So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
Yeah.
How many shootings were there?
I'm like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just gonna ask
He's,
you all.
Judge, he's already asked.
Go ahead and clarify.
Are we talking about the same people you just told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's not the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schlid.
Okay, so where is it that you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay.
They're just trying to act like she's not paying
To
attention.
get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin's house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No.
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
To the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin's house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin's house. We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wasn't even just, it's like when we get out of Sprinkel, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin's house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan
I
with,
think it was a car.
with 4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes.
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Did you, are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
The driving.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah.
How far do you all follow it?
Not that far. About like 3, 4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
Yes.
All right. Are you
Like the
familiar with
person
where
or the
Atlanta
street?
University Center is?
No.
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
No.
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it was from we got out Sprayway, like 3, 4 minutes.
What now?
When we got out Sprayway, like 3, 4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK.
You did get off at MLK?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the
house.
address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting at it?
Yes.
Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
Yes.
All right. And were the occupants standing outside the car, or inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
They were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't remember.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Garlington.
No, I'm asking you, I'm
Oh.
sorry. I should be clear. The car you all were shooting at, How many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot at your cousin's house?
I was high. I don't remember. I just know when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right.
Big shout out to Carlos and PSL who gifted a
Does
membership.
any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I don't-
Confusing compound?
I just know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I just know I had a gun. About
Okay.
3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah.
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short.
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
Long bullet.
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
No.
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
Oh, what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garton got out. Shalette stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. I was high.
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
You
Okay.
all
Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
Did you? What now?
I told you I went in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
No.
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
No.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
Not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know Philo or the name Philo in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know the name Philo on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No.
Had you had conflicts with Philo?
No.
All right. Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember that love.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
What do you remember about Philo to remember the name?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
Okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
We probably think we shot up 2 years.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you, I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
Cause I believe that whoever apartment complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting at your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all
Like
shot up.
3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay, so
They got back in the car and pulled off.
and did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into them some late on that night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Okay. Was it the apartment complex or the house?
It
When
was
you say the
apartments.
same?
It was in apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima. 62 Lima, LL. And see if you remember or if this area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right.
That just made Love seem like she doesn't understand
And as
the
we're
order of
pulling that
events
up,
that she's
Do you remember
prosecuting.
anything at all about that apartment complex beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told them I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I probably I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you going to use this exhibit?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You can take it down. All right. So when you told the jury a moment ago that you told Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something?
I
Did
told you that already though, before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
No.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't asked him, I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Cause you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
You finesse.
What does that mean?
Try to make myself look innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So who else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
I said,
Speculation.
You can.
And speculation.
I'll
Say
rephrase.
speculation.
who else did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28th, 2015?
Isn't that hearsay too? Because he's not
I don't remember.
party opponent.
Like 9 years ago.
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No, I told him Moonton was there. I never told him Moonton shot no house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe if you all weren't
Me and
equally.
Moonton closer.
You and Moonton were closer? Okay. And so when you believed that Garlington said Moonton did something, how did you confront him about it?
Front who, Garlington?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moonton shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can't use a word I don't understand.
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moonton that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moonton that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moonton.
Okay. Were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. When did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I don't remember. I think I did probably.
Do you remember they told you you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Okay, what do you mean when the phone came back? It wasn't in your name?
When they tried to see whose name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
I think my
I'm
lawyer
gonna get
had
close to
already knew.
bolstering.
What?
Somebody told me.
Did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun, I think they had said in the open court.
Okay. Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes.
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't remember. I just know it went in mine.
Okay. You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
Okay.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, what were is it one that you still have now?
No,
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
no, you can't.
Why?
Cause that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes,
Got
it was
him.
never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of
I don't know if he was going to be.
All right.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know if he was going to try to be difficult
How long has your
and
mom
not
had that
verify,
number?
but he just
20
verified it
years.
willingly.
All right. And if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit States 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay.
And thank you to Classy Beats. Not only did Classy Beats just gift 10 gifted memberships, so make sure you guys say thank you, but he also gave this 20 and says, like the video or Miss Love will imply that you were included in the they/them. You'll be included in the vagueness. So guys, I've dropped the link a few times, but I know it moves fast and it gets lost. But tonight at 8 p.m., so this will be after the panel stream, we're getting together for Club Classy.
You may.
So come join us tonight. It's a great time.
505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought it was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Were
sir,
those-
yes. Yes.
Okay. And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No,
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
no, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told your cell phone that belonged to me, but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes,
And you no longer have that cell phone?
no.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you, but that was in someone else's name?
What the number? You show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was it, right?
Can you show me the number so I can make sure?
I can.
That number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other, is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones.
Yeah.
The second phone, what number does it end in?
I don't remember. It ain't on no more.
So nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phones, okay? All right. So who had the phone? Whose name was the phone in that you had?
John Doe.
John Doe, okay. So now, since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now,
I was
if
like, finally.
the number was in the name John Doe, and the police had that number, do you have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using that phone?
No.
And I'm gonna show you what I have marked as Stacy Exhibit 506 Yankees. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it.
Was this to impeach what he just said that he didn't have personal knowledge?
All right. I'm showing you 506, Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506, Yankee, is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikian, and Moton the only people you told detectives Gaither and Dennis were in the car with you?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling them Shannon was in the car with you too?
If I did, I lied.
Okay, but do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
What good would it have done, or did it do you to tell them Shannon was in the car with you?
Because Garlison told them Moton was in the car.
So what does that have to do with Shannon?
That's his homeboy.
If Garlington told them Moton was in the car, and you told them Moton was in the car, why did you?
I told them Moton was in the car after I tried to free Moton.
It's your testimony that you said that Moton was in the car only after you told them Shannon was in the car?
No, I had already knew. I was a steps ahead of y'all already.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm slow. Would you tell the jury, are you saying that you told the police?
I told the police that Shannon was in the car because I was mad because Garlison said Moton was in the car.
Okay. And did you tell the police that Moton was in the car before you told them Shannon was in the car?
How I supposed to know? 10 years ago. I don't remember.
You remember why you told them, you said.
Yes, but how I know what I said first?
Did you give them any details about what happened?
I think I told them what house we went to, yeah.
And did you tell them who it was that you were looking for at the house?
I don't remember if I did. You had to show me or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you graduated
I ain't
from
never,
high school?
I ain't never say no nothing like that, man.
Okay, I'm asking you if you did or not. Do you remember giving them your mother's number?
When? In court, probably, yes.
No, in August, and thank you for making me clarify, in the August 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis, that you told the jury about her.
I ain't getting my mama number.
Okay. Do you remember giving them her name?
Yeah, I probably gave my name.
Okay. Do you remember them reading you your rights?
Yes.
Do you remember waiving your rights?
Yes.
And at the time that you spoke to them, had anybody forced you or threatened you to go down and make a statement?
No, my whole plan was to just go free Moton.
Did they ask you whether you could read and write English?
I don't know.
And did they tell you or ask you, what is the big rush? Why did you want us to come down and talk to you?
And what I say?
You gotta answer.
I don't remember.
I'm gonna pause y'all for a minute.
Jury issue?
There's a juror that's feeling sick.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, bad lunch.
Might be a couple of minutes.
Well, that's a great time to say out loud that I dropped a link in the chat. You guys love clips and the rewinds, and Flesh of the Gods does a whole bunch of them. And I know slowly but surely you guys are following over there already, but if you are not, the link in the chat right now is for Flesh of the Gods. So if you want to take a moment, hit that subscribe button, come back over while they're doing this break for the juror. That'd be great. That'd be good timing. Chloe Albert's event says it's 2024. Any of them can identify as they or them, and she can't disprove it. Mistrial. Yeah, she said, we're not going to stop the pronouns. In a trial with one defendant, pronouns might not be so confusing. But when you have a lot of co-defendants and a lot of unindicted co-conspirators, seems really important to be specific. But all right, Whitaker. Cutthroat Radio Podcast says Miss Love can't just take the L's ever. Love don't want to face the fact that she is losing this case. Shout out to the chat, Cat, and the mods. Mod love all the time, you guys.
So no, he doesn't need to.
Oh. So it seems like the camera, they're trying not to show him going back into the detainment center. Detainment room. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Oh, and we're going to the seal. If you guys want to show Elizabeth Wright some love, she had dropped 10 memberships in the chat, which is super awesome. Super generous. And we love her because it looks like she might be wearing a pageant crown and green. So I don't know if it's Statue of Liberty or if it's Queen Slime, but we're going to say it's Queen Slime for the day. So big appreciation to Elizabeth Wright. Ugh. I don't know if that was a squeak. There was a suspect squeak in the background. Yep, and I think this is a big question about Garlington. Because Garlington tells Woody, Woody tries to tell Lil D, and I think, didn't Lil Woody say he tried to tell someone else what to say if anyone talked to him? Maybe it was Moontunk. What song was just being whistled? Kind of sound like Renegades. And thank you for the assist. You guys are saying Moontunk. Yeah, so Demikian Garlington is a co-defendant. He's just severed from this trial, so he's still awaiting his trial. So we're not going to see him be called to testify because, you know, he has the right to not take the stand as a defendant. You know, kind of some wonky stuff has to happen when you have a large trial like this. But yeah, he's not expected to be willing to take the stand as a defendant. Right. And I mean, no matter what, I mean, there's enough here, in my opinion. We just had, this is the important part, is now we have something on the record here with Quindarius Zachary mentioning, you know, I think Auntie and them were having relations. They were involved with each other. So now we have something that's actually on the record in court, right? Before we just had tea room out here on social media. And whether it's just tea or whether it's just true, it was now said. Which means what? What can happen on cross-examination? What can happen if Gaither comes back to the stand? There's an open pathway to it to be talked about further in court on the record. Yeah, but I think we're going to see a motion. I don't think this is going to be the end of it. There's no way that it can be the end of it if there's, you know, preponderance of the evidence. And I hope the defense attorneys actually make a move on it. But if on preponderance of the evidence or argument, you can say, like, look, we have all this information that Demekin Garlington is the one that was telling these guys what to say. And then they go tell the police. And then the police build this story on our clients. And the lead investigator is having relations with that person's aunt who is feeding all the stories to people. I don't think the judge necessarily understands the relevance, the potential relevance of what he said. No, Garlington's aunt. It was a rumor, and then now it was mentioned on the stand. And that might be true, that the judge knows and pretends she doesn't. No, Gaither and Garlington's aunt. That's the rumor. Yeah, I can't picture if there is any there. I can't imagine that will be the end of it, just because that was stricken from the record. There's a way that it's going to be asked about if there's any there. Well, and that's the thing. They plan to call Gaither again. Well, and I get that this is the story, that Gaither was married to Garlington's aunt, right? That's the story, right? I'm not going to emphasize that they were married. That's the story, is that they were married. My take is that if they were married, there should be a license, right? You can pull that. It should be provable. Yeah, investigator is one of my favorite words from this trial. Hey, Lil Mo. Yeah, and I don't think there's common law marriage in Georgia. I could be wrong, though. So if someone's calling it a marriage, they're either misspeaking or there should be a license for it, one or the other. And then Shannon Alexander thinks that this is why she had Sprinkel on for so long, was because of Quindarius Zachary. I still think it's weird they didn't give Quindarius Zachary a time frame of how long, like, they're not asking Love how long she plans to take with direct. Doug needs to ask. Please, Doug, ask. Frosty New York says, in hospitals, sickle cell patients are on IV pain control mostly. Very hard to manage. And I think there's some, right? If you seem to have the impression that maybe he's fading a little bit here, I can see that. I mean, he still seems to be aware of how he's being questioned. And when he says he needs to be shown something or doesn't remember something, I think he's consistent there, too. He's consistent with what he remembers and consistent with what he doesn't remember. And he's consistent with what he's saying. Back then, he was high. Or back then, I was lying about it. Raphael, the Moore became a member. Thank you so much. And then Heart of Inspiration, they came back to court, but this was a great point earlier. Insurance agent here, if there isn't a release form on file with a specific release, this is completely illegal. You know, the question of, you know, it's not really Scheib's job to say that stuff is released. It comes down to what was signed on a HIPAA form. Where was there actually permission to release, for the doctor to release, for the medical facility to release? You know, it's not really like within the purview of the attorney to release those records or talk about those records. He can't just do that. So it had to be the doctor or the facility that obtained that permission. Leah's dad says, I know the lawyer is looking out for Quindarius, but refusing to use the mic and not ever actually finishing the arguments is so frustrating as a viewer. Yeah, I wish that they would make him. I think Whitaker needs to be better about the control of the microphone in the room. When someone's speaking, let them make sure they're mic'd up. If they're not mic'd up, make them stop, make them mic up. But it's something that happens like 7,000 times a day. And remember, if you guys came in late, you know, the court made it clear to Scheib that he can't object. He's not a party, so he can't make objections. The only reason he's there and the only interaction he can have in that courtroom is when and if Quindarius Zachary says he wants to consult with his attorney. And then Aaron Grimmett, thank you so much for gifting a membership. G-Lander says, is it normal to even put your ADA on the stand? It happens here and there. I think a bigger reason that he needs to be on the stand, and this was a pretrial argument, in a way, he kind of played the role of a detective a little bit, because he was the one listening to jail calls and putting together reports almost in a way that a detective would, to turn over to, you know, the prosecutor leading the prosecution. So it's almost like he played more of a detective or investigator role in this. So I think that's why we're seeing it. And, you know, it'd probably be different if this wasn't a RICO case that two other district attorneys didn't want to bring, one other district attorney and two other lead prosecutors didn't want to bring forward. This indictment actually comes forward, you know, kind of some mix of a handoff between Lizzie R. and now Adrian Love. So I think that's really why we're seeing Michael Sprinkel be so relevant, because he put together a report of his own. He was listening to jail calls. He was playing investigator. So there's some stuff that we need him to be able to bring in on the record in front of the jury. ST Satchel, so I think when we were down in the dumps a little bit, do we need to watch cat videos? Nothing brings good cheer like cats on the internet doing, you know, knocking things off windowsills and trying to sit in boxes. Shout out to the cat people in the chat. Okay, thank you, Army Nurse. Army Nurse's common law in Georgia ended January 1st, 1997. There you go. There you go. They were shaking the camera, but I guess they're not coming back. Bees on Mars says, after a day like today, Sprinkle serenades himself loudly and off-key with my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. And yes, Casey Dog, it seems like Love, at least the person who was on the phone, it was the same doctor, but, you know, as Whitaker said, let's get them on the Zoom, the court Zoom. Aaron Grimmett says, it would be perfect if he just nodded off in the middle of testimony. Oh boy. Complete contrast between the energy level of Zachary and Sprinkle. And the willingness to speak. Oh, 2 weeks. Yeah, they really need to ask Love how long she expects direct to take. Like, just stupid. Oh, I think I've seen that where it was like a court Zoom and one of the guys showed up for the court Zoom, but he had like the lens, the filter lens of a cat the whole time he was sitting there on a court Zoom hearing. Oh, good times with the internet and virtual court appearances. That's true. Love's answer will be a lie. And shout out to DFV. A DFV reference from V. I'm not a cat, lol. That is a good reference. Oh, wait, so he had to say that. I'm thinking of something different. So you guys are still talking about the Zoom cat appearance, the guy that showed up with the Zoom filter. When you said I'm not a cat, I was thinking of, can't remember his real name, but Roaring Kitty DFV, who had to testify in front of SEC about GameStop and say, like, to show that he wasn't manipulating the stock. And he got up there and is like, I'm whatever my name is, I'm not a cat, because the rumor was that he was just like a cat on the internet as a meme. So 2 different cat Zoom issues. Shout out to Glowworm for becoming a member. Thank you, Glowworm. Yeah, that says she literally objected to having to clarify who. Even Lil D said you never mentioned Stillwell. He and us all thought she shifted topics. And she got close, and Shart did object, I think like twice, doing things like you all and being vague again. And then King and Queen, I had answered this briefly, but it was probably short. King and Queen says, do we have a count of how many times the defense has asked for a mistrial? I think it's like 36-ish times. And remember, technically that's adopted almost all the time by the other co-defendants. So if you want to multiply that by, 6 total for every time one calls for a mistrial, that's a lot. That is a lot. Kimmy Sue says, this case should be studied by law students for all the wrong reasons. Like, this is what not to do as a prosecutor. Yeah, there'd be a lot of examples sprinkled all the way throughout. I feel like I can't use Sprinkel anymore. Nah, we're gonna still use Sprinkel. And yeah, if you guys are coming in late, the judge did say that Zachary's not going to go back to Rice Street, but that doesn't mean he'll necessarily just, what did she say? Bye, go live your life now. That's not what we mean either. So she kind of boxed the state out from being able to send him back to Rice Street, unless she walks back on it. Who knows? But Lottie B says, shouldn't Auntie Gaither Gate? The Gaither Gate is hilarious. Be grounds for a mistrial if the state never disclosed the information. I mean, I don't know. There are some times where we assume that the defense counsel are aware of everything. There are other times where they become aware of things when we thought they already knew. It could also be they were waiting for a chance to be made aware of it that didn't seem like they were finding out through unreliable means. They wanted it actually said by a witness on the stand in court. I really do not think this is the end of this little mention. Because if there's, and if it is the end of the mention, I would imagine it's because they look for a marriage record and there's really nothing to back it up. Right? So if it ends, it's because it's probably not true. If it's true, if there's truth to it, if there's enough there for someone to reasonably believe that there's some smoke and fire here, then I don't think we've heard the end of it. If that makes sense. I think that's our either or. So thank you, Lottie B. Sandmon for the 2 says, love makes preschoolers look well behaved. I mean, at least with a kid, You give them a distraction, they go away. Love, her feelings will be so hurt, she's not going to give up. Just going to keep going. Peter Ortiz says the state seal should now say unconstitutional, no justice, lack of wisdom, and intolerance. Thank you for visiting. With the smiley face and all. Now, Lisa Waller thinks, I believe Zachary and Woody killed Donovan Thomas. I'm not exactly sure who I think was in that car the moment it was driving by, but my lean is, you know, Woody or Threat. Maybe he gave the car over to Threat and then it was just Threat and maybe somebody else driving around, but at least Threat was there. But where my brain is anchoring, at least for that incident, is it was not these guys on trial. So, I don't know. I don't know. And I think what's interesting is if we get Sprinkel back on the stand after Zachary, the defense is going to be able to bookend that, again, Copeland was initially charged. Sledge was initially charged. So what happened? Yep. And in either case, whatever that would be, I don't think it's RICO. I don't think it's ordained or ordered by YSL or Jeffrey Williams specifically. And yep, so Lil D on the stand didn't say marriage, but there's also, you know, out on the internet on social media, it was asserted that it was Lil D's dad, I think, that said it on Infamous Sylvia's channel or in an interview. I think it was twice on Attorney Sarah. It was TikTok, I think. I think it was Attorney Sarah with Taylor Umbridge, and I think some family members got on, including Quindarius Zachary's dad, and that's where we get the marriage, that the quote is coming from a family member on social media. So Lil D on the stand is saying relations. On social media, it was marriage, which is why I say pump the brakes. You know, if there's an actual marriage certificate out there, I'm sure it can be pulled, it can be found. Okay, thank you for the assist. Miss Candy also says Attorney Sarah. Stara? Yep, and then that too. It could just be colloquial. And yep, father did it. Father exposed the relationship. Okay, so Stara, thank you. So Attorney Stara with the T in there. And I like this too. So Sean Turner says the juror is seeing it firsthand with these guys being between a rock and a hard place. He's got his grandmother's funeral tomorrow, and if he didn't testify today, he would have been in Rice Street bound. So, and that's the thing, like, Love wants to use this pressure to testify as a sword, but I really don't think it works in her favor in front of the eyes of the jury. It just, you know, I feel like a broken record saying it over and over and over again, but I just don't see it. I don't see how she sees it as being helpful. I mean, I know her end game with Zachary is, you know, really Jeffrey Williams is the one having you buy these guns and give it to your foot soldiers, and you're the chain in the link of how these weapons that we're trying to tie to different incidents connect back to this being a gang enterprise and these things being done in furtherance of the gang of YSL. And then also, you know, with Demiki and Garlington, if he's the one telling you some stuff, we heard her say, you know, if you were to say that the light was green and then they go and verify that the light was green, which is kind of bolstering for her to do. you know, you'd tell them a little bit of truth, right? So we're seeing a similar argument that we saw with Woody that, all right, well, you're saying that you were lying back then, but how come some of the things were definitely true? Because that gives weight to the other things that we need to be true back then being true, no matter if you say now that you were lying. So a little bit of the same thing that we saw with Woody. And I'm not really sure exactly why we're still on a break. I don't have a good answer. I feel like, you know, if someone was sick in the jury, it probably was a nausea issue. You know, I can't really picture it just being a cold and suddenly an illness and we gotta go. I wonder if someone has like a stomach issue and they're just waiting for it to pass. The poor juror. Stuck using the courthouse bathrooms, like, till they feel better. But yeah, and I just looked, I don't really see any updates on X. So I don't think they've made a decision. We're just still, we haven't yet called for a recess, so we don't know yet. We don't know. That's where we're at. Yep, and this is a good point too. Be frank about it says the jury's tainted after this one. So when the judge herself called a break and Chart asked for a mistrial because of this vague question about they, not a good look for the state. This has happened in front of the jury too many times now. And we've had several times where we've had to give instructions to the jury. Like, how do they forget that stuff? It's confusing too. Like, what are you supposed to forget anymore? What are you supposed to remember? Because you're being told disregard left and right. And then Casey Dog says, what's up with Gaither and somebody's aunt? Hopefully we've gotten enough of like a baseline establishment there, especially, you know, I almost said Lil Woody. Lil D, Quindarius Zachary said there was a relationship on the stand and that's stricken, but the dad is still on social media saying, at least, even if it's a colloquial use of the term marriage, even used colloquially, implies a serious level of relationship, maybe living together, spending lots of time together, going to big events as together. People know you're together. So the implication, at least on social media, coming from a family member of Quindarius Zachary, is some type of strong relationship between Demikian Garlington's aunt and Gaither, the lead detective on this case, which is just, even if it's only a little true, would be crazy enough. Yolanda M says, hi chat, I'm training a new driver today and he's enjoying it. Love needs a dog shot collar every time she does wrong. It should shock her. I don't think they would allow that. And I'm not sure it would stop someone with determination. I'm not sure it would stop. Positive Masculinity says the judge sighs with word salad and gets witness in. Regrets? I don't think Love is capable of regretting something. She'll just find another way to try to call someone else to rectify it and then make it worse. There's like a picture out there of I think like a car or a truck drives off into, you know, some embankment leads into water. And then they bring in like a tow truck to try to get the car out, but then the tow truck ends up falling in the water. And then they call like a bigger tow truck to try to get the tow truck and the car out. And then it just, you know, one mess turns into another. And it reminds me of this trial. It reminds me of this trial. Chloe Alberts-Reven says, when she's forced to follow the rules, she questions like she's having a stroke. Zach, give her a sip of that IV. Oh, man. And I do wonder, you know, and in this situation, where they are referring to the detainment room or whatever they're calling it, do they have additional stuff set up in there for Zachary because he's currently going through stuff? Like, I don't really know how that works. Cutthroat Radio Podcast says, objection, Your Honor, I'm messing up my own case. Mr. Mudd says, can we call Miss Love Miss L from now on? That works for me. That works for me. Steph JK says, thanks, Kat and chat, for keeping me laughing. Thank you so much, Steph JK. Do you guys want to do a mod love all the time? 60 seconds. All the mod love. Malat. And Taylor, there's still a juror was sick, so. And I'll refresh. Yeah, no update from Kathy. And then unrelated update from Joseph Papp, but former Atlanta police officer Oliver Simmons found not guilty in fatal shooting of teen. Okay, so he said he went up to that courtroom. So. Heck yeah, look at all the mod love. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat, for showing love to the mods. And Clat for chat love all the time. Love that, Tay-Biz. So much green in the chat. Love is a bog field. Oh, thank you guys so much. Love seeing all the love. Yeah, we need a different word. Sick of love. My bad. My bad. Aw. And Savvy, thank you so much, says, love the content, love the commentary, knowledge and fairness. Keep up the great work, kattnotwilliams, Cat Chat, and Best Mods on YouTube. Thank you so much. Super sweet. D. Sheely asked the question I think we're all waiting on the answer to. So, are the shootings in the name of YSL or for street credit? Is this the question? Is the question. Like, where exactly is the in furtherance of? You know, that's an element. The state needs to prove that element. They need to put evidence in front of the jury that happened, that it was in furtherance. And really some of the best of what they've got, and I'm not saying I think it's good, but the best of what they've got is just a generalization from some of their gang expert testimony saying that, you know, these guys were always in social media posts all the time doing hand signs in their pictures, so they were just always moving as a gang and doing everything together, right? They have to be more specific than that. So I'm not sure that's going to fly with a jury that's well instructed to remember that an element that needs to be met is that it was in furtherance, that it was conspiracy, there was a plan. So I just don't know. I just don't know. KC Dog says maybe the first DA who didn't indict YSL knew about Gaither's relationship with the aunt, and that's why he chose not to pursue the case any longer. I mean, I don't even think we need that to be on the table for there to be enough for Howard to say, look, I'm not pursuing this, right? I mean, if that's there, that's an extra like whipped cream and cherry on the Sunday of reasonings we can use. But good to think about. And then Modi Ford says, I miss so much, I'm going to have to watch the replay. Yeah, kind of interesting day because we finally have Quindarius Zachary on the stand. So it's one of those days you can't really just skip forward because you will miss stuff. When you get to this point, though, good job catching up with us. We'll be gone. Well, not gone necessarily, but not at the same position. So hey to future Modi Ford. And I'm not sure, PD Broker, that it could be one of the reasons, right? One of the reasons. But a lot of APD seem to have left around the same time, so. And you guys are, where's the duck? Where's the duck? Rico the duck. Oh my god, Rico summoned the court back. There's no sound, it's not me. This is a fair point, Torres. I do think that Thug's association with so many of these gang members kind of looks bad. He could be trying to help them get out of the hood, but I don't know. Yeah, and I think that's a very reasonable thought to have. I know. I suspect something a lot of us have thought about. It would be reasonable for at least some jurors to think about. And MH Cassidy, I don't know about the Quindarius dad and love tea. I don't know. I don't know if I want to think about that. There's a lot of stuff possibly happening. Whitaker looks like she needs a Red Bull. And also, big thank you here. So, from Aunt Dob, I got a 5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Super nice of you. Keeping it tax-free. And then Jennifer Stewart sent a 30 on Cash App. Super sweet of you. And then Amy E. Aw. And Amy E has the blue heart on her name too. I'm glad I got to recognize you here and just didn't think it was another Amy. Amy E also sent a Cash App. Big appreciation right back at you, Amy. And you guys already know, you've heard me say it before. I'm not kidding when I say tonight's going to be a good time hanging out in, like, on the surface, it looks like, oh, it's a giveaway for a microphone. I don't really understand what it is. You go in there, it's really good music, tons of talent. You are going to see Steph JK in there. You'll see Andrea LRB. I don't know if Savvy, Tamika, if you guys are in here, if you're going to become hanging out tonight, you get to see Amy over there. It's seriously like a Club Classy. It's all online. And I've had a ton of fun ever since I got in there. And I really didn't know what to expect the first time I tuned in. I tuned in just to support because, you know, I like Classy's coverage of YSL. So hop over there and it's just such a good time. I can't believe it. And I've gone back every day since. So total vouch. Total vouch.
Miss Love. we are currently in the midst of Mr. Zachary's testimony, but have not completed his testimony. And we've already heard, and his physical and medical condition seems to be fine. And I know that when one of the defense attorneys had mentioned the possibility of not being able to complete the testimony and that being problematic, we were contemplating whether that might happen because of his medical condition. But the state had requested a material witness warrant previously because there were concerns that Mr. Zachary wouldn't appear voluntarily. And I'm not quite sure what has suddenly assuaged the state's concerns in that regard, because if he doesn't end up coming back, then we're going to be in the same problematic boat we would have been in otherwise, just for a different reason. So I need some assurances that whatever the concerns were before have disappeared before I am going to release him from the material witness warrant. And there are, I mean, y'all can put him up in a hotel room where he's under the supervision of someone who is law enforcement.
So, Your Honor, the concern that we had was based on our interaction with one referenced family member at the same time as Mr. Zachary.
All right.
And that family member has repeatedly and consistently made it clear that they had no intention of allowing us to have him testify. And there is another family member, however, who seems to be slightly different. And I am as concerned as the court, and I want to make sure that we secure his testimony. So I am also aware that there are concerns, with his condition deteriorating and all of that at the jail and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there is concerns on our end with something happening while he's in a room with an investigator, not a medic or something like that. And they're not trained to, deal with that. But I am trying to combine.
Okay, then put up the witness and the family member whom you do not have concerns about, but who you were willing to put into Mr. Zachary into the care of. Put them both up, and that way it seems to all be taken care of.
And I will.
But if we're just leaving it up to the family members to battle it out amongst themselves, whose position wins out, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. Okay.
Yes. So let me go try that.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of obvious.
I mean, yes and no. It should be obvious because you're here and you have to deal with this attorney. But also there's a lot of scenarios like this in this trial. So
And I know that
they could have been talking
you were
about somebody
advocating
else.
that he'd be released home, but that doesn't seem like necessarily the best idea for even him, considering that if he's going to have family members on opposing sides of what should happen next, then that actually could be very stress-inducing for him.
His sister is here, and I'd just like to put her under oath. She wants to be put under oath and have her testify where he's going to be.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let that happen. And I appreciate that everybody has good intentions, and if his sister needs to be the caregiver over the weekend, and I'm sorry that we had to stop early, but we couldn't help it. There was a sick juror.
Oh, so they're
then-
done. They're gonna be done.
They decide they want to have another lawyer because they're not happy with me after being here every day.
All right, well,
I think
you're Mr. Zachary's attorney, not his family's attorney. So it's up to Mr. Zachary.
Well, it appears none of them are happy because it's taken so long. I'm not blaming anybody, no. And I've even been threatened with them taking out a warrant for kidnapping. I'm not worried about that, against me. And so I'm a big boy, I can deal with it, but he's got to make a decision what he wants to do.
Okay,
That's where I am right now.
all right. You're not by chance the attorney referenced in the warrant who told him
No, that's a
that
family attorney.
he could, you are not by chance the attorney referenced in the affidavit in support of the warrant who allegedly advised him that he didn't have to abide by the subpoena, or the subpoena was no longer in effect, are you? And you don't have to answer that. But I certainly hope not, because I don't know where anybody would have gotten an idea that a subpoena to show up for this trial was somehow not valid just because the judge changed, but.
I just, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning, I found out about this. I think I've been in here one time.
All right, well, then that wasn't you.
It was an issue and I came in here to support him.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't
All
know
right.
about this.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that you didn't give totally incorrect legal advice.
That was a different attorney, guys.
But I would respectfully submit if we're gonna, the DA is gonna have a conversation, and you and I are gonna have, we need to have him out here because he's really upset about what's happening, where he wants to tell the court. Because I think that's only fair.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was a different attorney. Quindarius Zachary's dad was talking about this too online. I forget his name, but it was a guy's name.
We can get him out.
I'm checking with the people that can control that part on our end in terms of sitting at the location. I'm trying to affect what the court is at.
Okay, well, I'm sure y'all will be able to do that. Y'all been able to do things like that for years. So, Mr. Zachary, I am sorry that we were not able to finish with your testimony today. We had, I mean, you saw the juror run out. She had some sort of a sickness issue, and I think she threw up. And I mean, having just come from the hospital, you probably understand. But she's too sick to continue today, and so we're gonna have to pick up on Monday. And so what I think would be the best thing to do in the meantime is over the weekend to just put you up in a hotel room somewhere. You can, I know it's not awesome, but well, because there are certain members of your family who seem very determined to have you not finish testifying.
Grown man, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And I don't want there to be kind of,
If I ain't want to testify, I would sit in jail. Jail ain't letting me.
I'm, well,
did 19 years.
so you'd rather go to jail than a hotel
Oh, I'm
room?
ready to go home.
I know you are, I know, but we're gonna have you in a hotel room. You are welcome to have your mom or your sister there over the weekend, but I just think that it's better if it's a more controlled environment, where your father is not going to be causing stress for any of y'all. Okay?
My father don't cause stress with me. He cause stress with them. He supposed to do that.
I know. Well, I don't know that, but if he causes stress with them, then that might cause stress to you. So,
They took my phones. Can you tell them to get my phones back?
which phones?
My
You just
phone?
for you to come testify?
I don't know. They took them.
Yeah, you,
No, the officer back there took them.
I mean,
They took both my cell phones.
I mean, I don't really
They
have
ain't
a,
turn them into property.
I don't really have a problem with him having his phones. The issue is him showing up for court. So it's fine with me if he gets his phones back. So is there anything else you wanted to let the court know?
Yeah. I don't want that lawyer no more.
You don't want that lawyer
Why you working
anymore.
for them?
All right, well, let me say this, when you come back, on Monday, it may be that you
I don't need
want
no
a
lawyer.
lawyer, you don't feel like you need any kind of lawyer whatsoever. So what if things change on Monday?
I don't need no lawyer.
All right. Well, Mr. Scheib, thank you for your service. Anything else? Hang on. I'm asking actually Mr. Zachary right now. Mr. Zachary, is there anything else that you need to?
I can go now?
No, because what's going to happen is that somebody probably from the DA's office is going to escort you to whichever hotel this is they end up putting.
Can it be her walking out the door?
Can it be what?
Oh, right there walking out the door.
I don't know whether it's going to be
Hold on.
that particular investigator or not.
Is it the one everyone thinks is cute?
She know it.
It might be, it might not be. That one's not going to be up to me. All right, what else?
That's it.
Okay, so they will get you in not too much longer.
Okay.
All right. And we'll see you Monday.
Your Honor, at the risk of just generally being annoying, I would just ask that the witness and also both sides be instructed not to discuss the testimony
Okay.
over the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
So don't discuss what you've talked about before or what you might talk about later with anybody over the weekend. Just keep it in your own head, okay? All right. Okay. So I know the state still needs to get the modification of the order together. Are there other things we can deal with right now?
And if you want my personal take, I feel like the family's disgruntled that the lawyer can only do what a lawyer can do.
Make sure that whatever modified order you put together also includes release of his property back to him. Okay. All right, how about other issues? So would the plan be finish with Mr. Zachary on Monday, and then if he doesn't go through the whole day, pick back up with Mr. Sprinkel? Okay, And that certainly would take us through the full day because okay. So
people fire lawyers and write bad reviews about their lawyer when they don't get the outcome that they want, but sometimes the outcome that they want is not something that any attorney anywhere would be able to achieve. So oh, and I don't blame you, Marlena. Sick D just pissed me off using the nickname. But I think, and you have Whitaker saying that, you know, it's the father. You guys were guessing that when Love said
all right,
one family
anything
member,
else,
not the other,
y'all,
it was the
this
father.
afternoon?
Yeah, but this
Allow us to handle the matter that we're handling, and to deal with any other.
They can't hear you.
So unusual. Could the court allow us to handle any other matters on Monday? I'm just trying to get.
I know y'all need to get that done, but y'all have at least 3 and maybe 4. I'm not sure if Ms. Knight's an attorney or not. Attorneys at council table right now. So you ought to be able to delegate something to somebody else. So this was what, your number 60 that was today's? I can't even remember what that one was about. So. Give me a second.
Yeah, and this notion that he said he thinks the lawyer's working with the state was also like the father was talking about that on the live stream. Like I think it was like an internet family conversation that he's working with the state because he's not getting Quindarius Zachary out free and in the clear.
And had a chance to read it yet.
that's fine.
So, Miss Love must want us to come in early on Monday instead of being back, staying here
And
late on Friday.
And I've heard both ways, good and bad.
I would not actually, but that's not even when we have to argue on Monday. So, all right, we'll just do our regular old 8:45. So I will adjourn us for the day, but Miss Love, I'll stick around to sign that order, obviously.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I mean, Quindarius Zachary only has use immunity. I don't think it's a good idea for him to not have an attorney, and whether he's making that decision purely on his own or he's entrusting the advice of somebody else, that's not a good move, especially if he's getting that advice from his family and his family took the word of the other attorney that they said that subpoena wasn't enforceable. Because look where that got him. Look where that got him. But that's my opinion. That is my opinion. We'll make sure they don't come back in. I'll mute it so it doesn't blare our eardrums out. You guys are totally welcome to, you know, share your thoughts. And also I see you guys mentioning like Steele and Ashley, but you know, he can't just retain Brian Steele for an issue relating to this case. He can't just retain Ashley Merchant for something relating to the same case where they already have clients. So, you know, in a dream world, in an ideal world, you know, but my opinion is hopefully he's just misguided, but he should really have an attorney for this. He is not protected. He's not protected. And he just told the judge he didn't want an attorney. And sure, he could come in on Monday and say, look, I thought about it and now I want counsel. And I'm sure Whitaker will lean in the direction of giving someone counsel if they request counsel, even though it's now going to be an inconvenience. But guess what? That takes away any claim or sympathy for you saying, you know, you're not feeling good and want to get in and out if you're the one then causing the delay. You only have use immunity. And his attorney understands the difference because he wanted full immunity and the state and the judge are not going to give him that. So his attorney seemed to be looking for the best. And just because an attorney asks for the best doesn't mean they're going to get the best for their client. So I don't really know. Yeah, like that's where I'm it's too much in here. Too much in here. Gotta protect yourself. So I don't know. Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. And I think you can't just say he served time for the crimes and, you know, he wouldn't want immunity in the first place. Immunity wouldn't matter if there was anything else, right? You know, there's a risk of legal exposure. So it's either other stuff or, you know, tacking on a conspiracy somehow, some way, which it doesn't really matter if you've been found guilty of something if you just want to add it as an overt act somewhere else. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it's smart for him not to have an attorney. Especially when the immunity is only use immunity. So I agree, this was definitely draining. Yep, Nita Beta, he fired his attorney. And says that he thinks the attorney is working with the state, and that same sentiment was expressed by the father on a live stream on YouTube. So it seems like he's entrusting in the word of his father, and the father was already getting incorrect legal advice from apparently another attorney that the material witness warrant couldn't be enforced. So yeah. But yeah, and you guys are welcome to think what you want about the attorney. I just think if it's his own decision and he's well informed and thinks that he doesn't need an attorney based on the correct information, that's one thing. But I think he's thinking he doesn't need an attorney based on bad information, and that's going to be messy. That is going to be messy. So and then yeah, so big thank you again to everyone that had gifted memberships. You guys are so sweet for that. Casey Dog says, so essentially he's out of jail, but kind of in jail. A little bit. I mean, he's going to be under watch, and he's supposed to be staying with a family member that's not his dad. Brian Bradshaw, thanks for the 2, says Smokey, Craig, Big Worm, equals Rico. Today is Friday. Look, just say they. Just say they. Nancy New One 2 says it could be similar to Kayla and the lawyer asked. So, I mean, maybe that's possible, but I do think they are thinking, the family are thinking that this attorney is working for the state. And no problem, Nita Beta at all. Thank you for the super chats. Leah's dad says Thugger's proximity to all these gang members only doesn't make sense if you've never lived in a high crime area. These places are generally not large. And I mean, not for nothing, but if you have similar hobbies, you still overlap with the same people, right? So if you're all interested in music, performances, going to the same venues, I mean, you're all gonna know each other. You go to the same school. So, good point. And then there it was. I was like, where did it go? I was like, I knew someone just gifted memberships. Casey Dog, here it is. It disappeared. So Casey Dog had just gifted 5. So you guys show Casey Dog some love in the chat. And then hold on, Miss Kate is saying, I think they already got a lawyer, Woody. But yeah, big thank you there to Casey Dog. And then Vince gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Oh man. G Lander says YSL's only proven crime is ubiquitous banter. Yeah, what does this social post caption mean? MH Cassidy says Willis, Letitia James, Hilton, Joy Reid, all Delta Sigma Theta sorority of thug. That's interesting that you guys have great memories. So you know how like girls will look at, they'll be like, oh, that person's married, and like at a glance they'll see like a ring on somebody's finger. It's like How do you notice that so quickly? So I'm impressed that you can even track that so many different people are sorority sisters. And it could mean something. It's a strong bond. It is a strong bond. Chloe Albert's Revenge says this whole case has spiraled out of control and off a cliff and to hell in a handbasket. The state, you pay forever for any crime, we own you. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good characterization if you ask me. Peter Ortiz said love made a juror constipated. That's why we had to end the day early. Stan Busy said the medication can explain his actions today. That might be in part for his own decision. I agree. That could be part. But it is a sentiment that his family has expressed throughout the week, the last couple of days. So the sentiment wasn't just something that just spontaneously came out today. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, cops and aunties starting to sound like Canton, small town Canton. And MH Cassidy, going back to this, I have no idea about Quindarius's dad and love and the tea, but seems to be kerfuffled feathers there. Nancy, new one too, good observation. You notice how careful Love was being since Max? Yeah, there was one point where she just like stopped her conversation, realized I'm not even going to go down that road because there's probably an objection waiting at the other side of it. Thank you for the 2, Nancy. Christine Martin says, he really seems medicated. How can anything he say be credible when he's under the influence of narcotics? Just doesn't seem right. Now, after watching that, personally, I think the credibility issue to me comes down to more of a, do you believe him now versus do you believe him then? And that believing somebody, wondering if someone's credible, it's not just, are they meaning to tell the truth? It's also an accurate recollection. And for me, I don't know one way or the other. So I don't think there's anything to compel me to think he had a good recollection and was willing to be forthcoming with the detectives back in 2015 either. So personally, this isn't moving the needle for me. I do think Love was only just starting to get up to the major questions and trying to tie some stuff together. And she's probably going to try to play the tapes of him saying certain things to the detectives, which we haven't actually gotten to see that played. Maybe my opinion will change more when I'm seeing the video evidence rather than, well, did you say this to them? Well, I lied. Well, I think when we see the video, maybe we can determine if we think he sounds credible in those videos or not credible in those videos. But as far as being medicated, I honestly think he was kind of sharp. I think there were things that he got ahead of against Love, which I don't know if that just means he's used to being medicated, right? He's dealt with pain for his whole life, and maybe he's just used to it. But that's kind of impressive if you're on this medication and you're able to put yourself 2 steps ahead of Love, of the prosecutor. So I do think he was clearly like tired and maybe subdued a little bit for sure. Well, what do you guys think? I thought he'd get up there and be a bit loopy for real. So yeah, and that's a good reminder. Not having an attorney is how he ended up yapping with the police in the first place. Christine Covey says, a big thank you for bringing us together here and staying all day. And thank you, mods, too. Shout out to Christine Covey. We're going to call her Pristine Bovey. Thank you so much, Christine. Michelle Stevens says, when do the clowns show up for the circus? Everyone's getting locked up. Love is a bully liar. I don't know. I think she might have actually been a little bit right about the concern about the 2 family members. The difference between the 2 family members and who she entrusted him staying with versus not. And the problem with that is that, you know, Quindarius's family member saying one thing really might not, maybe it shouldn't have a bearing on something the state can use to force them into custody as a witness. They don't know if he was actually going to fail to show for the subpoena, right? But But at the same time, even though I don't think that should have been used, it seems like it was used in this affidavit for the materials witness warrant. So I don't think it should have been used that way. But I think Love at least had some words, some type of communication with the father where maybe she was actually being truthful about the way the father felt. So, but yeah. And you guys have to remember, Quindarius Zachary does not have a plea deal in this case. He does not have a plea deal in this case. So, M. Robertson says, 007 says, Judge Whittaker's book and movie deal is only good if there's a jury verdict. If you think Paige is going to give up the chance to pick who plays Miss Love, so no mistrial or a direct verdict. Yeah. And I mean, again, I think if there's going to be a direct verdict, it's going to be like one of the smaller random charges that was just stuck in there for the sake of sticking it in there. And at that point, it might just be like, we'll just let the jury decide. Thank you, Aaron, for being a member for a month. Aaron also says, under the influence of narcotics and unreliable. Agreed, and that could be raised on appeal, which I know is very far away. Another great point from Mocha is me is that people are arrested for driving on painkillers. I mean, technically, can't you be considered driving while impaired just because you're tired too, right? You know, when you get tired, like things happen with your blood chemistry. So it's a good point. You can be arrested for it, but you can testify. So arrested for driving under the influence, but yet you can testify. So great point. So Franju and Crawfeet says, retired Army nurse, by the way, it's HIPAA. Yeah, oops. I'm guilty of doing that too. HIPAA with 2 P's. It's HIP and then 2 A's. Thank you so much. Good correction to make. Cash Money Cass says, if Love paid half the attention to law that she does the media, she has the potential to be a decent human. Hypocrisy, thy name is you. Yeah, I'm waiting for her to make another motion about Doug Weinstein being on Twitter. And we'll read it. We'll read it if she does. Yep, and I'm agreeing with this, you guys. So, and you guys don't need to super chat to say it. So, be careful what you say in the chat in general, especially in a super chat. But Angel from Heaven, and directed at the previous super chat here, not Angel's. But Angel from Heaven 25 says, a, and then parentheses, black sorority of thugs, might want to top that down. And no, I'm not a Delta. So that's true, right? I think it's interesting to note that somebody's in a sorority, but calling somebody thugs because they're in the same sorority together, a sorority that might be known as being a black sorority, not appropriate. And then Angel, sorry if this is a duplicate mistake, but thank you for the commentary here. Janelle Drummond says, what happens when Quindarius Zachary going for legal donations wants to be refunded because he no longer wants an attorney? So I don't know. So I would imagine, honestly, that GoFundMe was at like 8,000, and I can imagine that that's probably pretty close to what is going to what's already been billed. And I mean, I don't know the rates, but he's been working several days. So I'd imagine a few thousand, at least a few thousand, are already eaten away. I don't know if it'd be close to the full 8,000. But as far as someone requesting refunds, you know, really they'd be able to put up the receipt, and I don't know what they would do with any amount that was over that goal. So I don't know. I don't actually know. Because there will be a billable hours receipt for them to put up and say, or a retainer that says, look, we did have these legal costs. But that is a good question. I don't know really what they would do to do the breakdown of the gray area there. Yep, and thank you, Sarah. So it was stricken. And honestly, at this point, I think hearing a bit more about the dad, you know, offline, you guys had been asking me to talk about that. And there's a reason I didn't talk about it on my stream, because I didn't know if I trusted the information of where it came from. Now I think there's additional reasons to question the credibility of the family members and what they're saying on social media. I think some of the things they're saying might be coming from a place of emotion rather than from a place of logic or reason or good information, from a place where they're well informed of, if they really thought that a subpoena can't be enforced, they had bad information from somewhere or another. So in the same vein, if we're having someone say that somebody was married, my first question was, where's the certificate? So, a lot of people were asking me to talk about it, but there's nothing for me to talk about until it happens in court. It's mentioned in court and it's stricken, right? But if the defense can go and find something like a marriage license, now that they've had the seed planted, they can find a marriage license. And this is all an if. Then it's not going to be the end that we hear of that if there's some smoke there, right? So, and this will be late. This is a great reminder from Sarah. She says she's behind, so she's probably not live with us while we're having this conversation. But yeah. Gina Fabiani, this is a hard question. Who else is testifying that's supposed to tie this case together, co-conspiracy wise? Big question, because there's like 100 more witnesses for them to go on their own case in chief. So I know another person that might be interesting to hear from is going to be Martinez Arnold. Martinez Arnold was indicted and has a plea deal in this case. That is Ashley Merchant's client. So there could be some interesting things coming from Martinez Arnold. But at the same time, one of the stipulations of his plea deal is this is not part of his agreement. He does not have to stipulate when he testifies that YSL is a gang. So we'll see a little bit of a different requirement when he's on the stand testifying, even though he did take a plea deal. So I think that's a good time there. We're going to watch that. Ashley Merchant will be in court. So that'll be a day. That will be a day. Let's see. Yeah, Chill Panda says he's up there telling for real, clear as day. And that's the thing. Now you have legal exposure. You only have use immunity. So if you want to get up there and tell, it's going to bite you in the butt because you're not going to have an attorney that's going to advise you when you might be stepping into hot water. You're not going to have that. So we'll see on Monday if he ends up wanting an attorney, changing his mind. I think it'd be smart for him to change his mind. J-May earlier had said first Sprinkel, now this, the vitriol I feel. Yeah, one of those days that's been a roller coaster a little bit. Colleen says, I lost a friend to sickle cell several years ago, and the lack of compassion from Whitaker and DAs is, no, don't make me laugh while I'm reading this. Unbelievable. Oh. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. The insinuation that someone could just stop taking their pain meds to be able to testify. When the lawyer was like, he's taking them every 4 to 6 hours, it's kind of like, you don't really know. You don't really know what it's like. And I think the state could have made some of the arguments they were making without having to make the generalizations they made of implying what should be possible for someone dealing with sickle cell and a touch of pneumonia to be able to tolerate or not tolerate with or without painkillers. So really it was Love that made those arguments in particular, and then Judge agreeing. So, luckily it wasn't like Hilton chiming in too much. She really chimed in on that one part only. So it's pretty much Love and Whitaker that were just like La La Land in their own reality because they didn't have any empathy for the situation. So totally agree. Thank you, Colleen. Two Souls for You says, Kat, you just got a headache. Can you imagine what it will do to Quindarius Zachary? I'm sorry they are treating him like this. He shouldn't have to worry about court. And I'm wondering, what if he ends up being really sick on Monday? What if he ends up being really sick on Monday, can't testify, they act like he's refusing for no reason or something, and then they try to do the whole Rice Street again? Like, then what? Like, how do we get there? And then, yeah, this was good earlier too. Oh my God, the green ducky emojis thing. So a lot of people like green dummy color of cash. Why do you like green so much? And that goes back to, you know, they're gang experts. They're relying on the gang experts saying these guys show up in social media posts and they go out in public and they wear green and throw up the signs that show their affiliation with the gang that is YSL. So harping on that green color. Don't know how convincing it is to the jury if it's not all that convincing out here. And then Chloe Albert's Revenge also says, y'all, oh wait, we got this one. That was funny too. The Destiny's Child. Oh no, we need a mistrial counter. I think it would break. A lot of you guys have been asking about how many mistrials. We are in the 30s. I don't know the exact count, but we are in the 30s. Because I think recently it was counted as like 34. So. I'm so unorganized with these. I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, well, thank you. I don't know if this is Visti or Vicetti or Vicetti. You gotta let me know the phonetics. I started following you on this case because of the way you let it flow and also help some of us understand some of the law above our heads. Hey, I'm here to learn with you too, so I'm glad you're here with us. Thank you so much. I messed up all these chats. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Let's see. Aha, so here's a new one. Mayor Bear says, everything continues to point to Woody and Lil D. So tell me the state isn't proving they wanted the bigger fish. I'm so annoyed that Love keeps harping on that. Like, it's your own detectives in the videos that you want to play for the jury that use the words. So why are you acting like it's some random thing that the defense came up with, that they conjured out of nowhere? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It just... And it's like the more she tries to come up with an alternative explanation or point the source of that sentiment coming from somewhere else, she's just repeating it to the jurors. That it was her own people, the people that started this investigation, the state, right? They're extensions of each other, that were looking for the big fish. So, whatever. She constantly underscores things that I don't know why she wants to underscore them. Oh my goodness. ST Satchel, that's hilarious. Miss Love, you will hold Quindarius Zachary at your house. Imagine if she offered that. Imagine if she offered. And yeah, that's fair enough, Chill. So Chill Panda says, no refund fam. He was gangster. Y'all got. Although I'm still telling you, I bet you that bill was not small. And I still think everybody should have representation. So I think he's going to regret his voluntary choice to not have representation. I think somebody's being unreasonable about what's actually possible. But this attorney had an impact and got him in a better situation. So this attorney made a difference, and I still think he's going to be at risk for legal exposure if he goes into Monday, testifies without counsel. So, and that's true too. You know, we're hearing, we have another major case going on where the DA herself finally defied a subpoena. So maybe the father thought they could do the same thing. That's a good point too. But I mean, common sense would tell you rules for thee, not for me, rather than, I mean, rules for me, not for thee, rather than the other way around. So I would never want to put myself up against that risk. And I think I would question if and we don't really know, right? Because what they're referencing is word of somebody else saying what an attorney told them. So it's not like there was a letter that an attorney said they're going to defy this subpoena because it's unenforceable. I think the court and the state were referencing something that came from a family member saying that an attorney told them, right? So it was relayed. So we don't even really know for sure if an attorney advised them incorrectly or if they just didn't understand what they were being told. So, but who knows? We're only out here guessing. So, Catherine, a juror got sick. So that's why they ended court for the day. A juror got sick, and without the complete jury, they couldn't continue on. And then let's see. Okay, and you guys are saying that the GoFundMe has been reported, so that wouldn't be surprising. It'll be interesting to see what happens. As far as I know, GoFundMe doesn't really play with stuff like that. So, but at the same time, there is a retainer, there is something billable. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The state did it. The state did it. And then also another one here from Tavisha says, to call a black sorority a sister of thugs was offensive as fuck. I agree. I agree. You guys, sorry, you don't need to spend the 5 to super chat that. But thank you. You know, I guess it also makes it more prominent. So that's appreciated. And then didn't he get paid Monday? Oh, do you mean the lawyer? The attorney? Because I know I've done a GoFundMe before for court records, for transcripts. We crowdfunded the cost of court records, and it like got dispersed periodically. I don't want to give an exact cadence, but it was like every couple of days it would just disperse whatever was in there. So if you mean the GoFundMe was being paid out and the creator of the GoFundMe, probably already that money's kicking out. If you mean the attorney, right? He did say like 2 a.m., like 2 a.m., something in the morning, and then only paid the retainer. That sounds about right. Yeah, so Wayne Newsom, that is what he said. He said that the attorney is working with the state, he doesn't want that attorney anymore. And I've got to say, I mean, we can agree, we can disagree with that, but just because somebody says an attorney is working with the state doesn't mean that that attorney is working with the state. That is actually a big thing to say, and I've seen a lot of people complain about, and not even just attorneys, but any service industry. You complain about somebody when you don't like the results, even if the results are what you should have gotten, the best that you could have gotten, close to what you could have gotten, you know. And all I know, this is Gucci Mane's attorney too. Shibe was Gucci's attorney, so I don't really think he's inexperienced or just a nobody out there. And I also don't know how they found him in the first place. Like, if the attorney they trust wasn't available to take the case or couldn't, maybe there was a conflict. Was this recommended by that same family trusted attorney? So I don't know. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the attorney wanted a stronger immunity agreement than what the state gave, but at least he got in there and said, look, I think you need immunity. But, you know, having immunity and being able to be completely free, not have to testify, which is why we heard Quindarius Zachary, and I think it's one of the most important things we heard today. Quindarius Zachary told the judge, I don't think the judge really got what he was saying. He's like, I'm not afraid of going to jail. I've already done 9, 10, whatever years. And I think Whitaker was taking it like he was volunteering to go to Rice Street this weekend, when really what he meant is, I'm not afraid of jail, and I'm telling you that because I'm trying to tell you I'm not going to not come testify again, right? I'm not going to evade you. I'm not going to do these things just to avoid taking the stand. I'm not afraid to come take the stand. Just let me go home without conditions, right? And I think I can see why it was confusing, and I think Whitaker interpreted it in a way that was viable to interpret, but not what he meant. I don't know if you guys caught that little bit of exchange. So, yeah, him repping Gucci is hilarious and amazing. So, because we've had other people in the chat say that they think he's good. We've had people in the chat say they agree that he could be working with the state. I mean, and you have the right to fire. You have the right to fire your attorney. And you don't really need to fire your attorney. You don't really need a good basis for it. For example, if you're a defendant in a trial and you keep firing your attorneys, the judge could put a stop to it and recommend, like, hey, stop trying to fire your attorneys. This is going to be the last time. But really, like, you don't really need a reason to fire your attorney. But yeah, and then I've got to set up a redirect. So there is going to be, Tay Biz is doing something at 6, and I unfortunately will not be able to go and hang out there, but I want to get the link for that. I'm going to be on Nick Starrow's panel show. So I've got a few links to drop to you guys, and you guys can say where you're going to hang out today. This was Tay Biz first. We're going to drop that. Oh, I didn't hear this. I don't know. I personally didn't hear it, but, you know, sometimes, like, if I'm stuck thinking about something, you know, I don't really know. So, did the attorney say, I have had death threats? I didn't hear that. I did hear him say something to the effect of hearing from the family as much. And hey to Julie that's joining late. Oh, threats of a warrant for kidnapping. Yes, I heard that. And that's where, yep, that's where my credibility radar started blinking. Not for the attorney, but if the family thought that the attorney was the one kidnapping and holding Quindarius Zachary hostage throughout the week, I think somebody's giving them bad information. So that was the moment. That was the moment I was like, all right, I think that in my opinion, this is my opinion. My read on the situation is the family's acting emotionally, and I understand why emotions would be high. They're reacting emotionally and thinking that because Quindarius Zachary isn't just immediately having this order that the state and the judge really made happen, immediately lifted completely, they started coming up with ideas and conclusions about this attorney that might not have a basis, might not actually have a basis. So yeah, he said, I'm a big boy and can deal with it. So yeah, bad information in this trial, shocking. Yeah, seems like a lot of it. Seems like a lot of it. And yeah, I still think no matter what's happening, the way sickle cell was spoken about, you know, no matter what happens between attorney and Quindarius Zachary and anything else outside of court, the way sickle cell was being talked about was just still shaking my head at it. It doesn't matter to me what happens with this attorney or the witness. Like, just in general, like, sickle cell just got brushed to the side, backburnered like it's a big old nothing. And then, all right, so I said these links. So Tay Biz is going to be talking about Georgia Barr and who's on the Brady list, on the list for Brady. And then next, and I do have a redirect set up for this. I know it's not exactly 6. It is a big panel, and typically what Nick does is talks about YSL early on, and then we get off topic as time goes on. It's also his 10K celebration, so it's going to be a bigger panel than usual. We've got Rob Law and Lumber on there, which is the big name many haven't seen, and plenty of others. There are more that are not in the thumbnail. I think it's bigger than 12 people. So, big party. Here's the link for Nick's if you want to be able to bookmark it. And then at 8 tonight, Where is Club Classy? And this will be a good time. Unwind from all things trial and serious and maybe sad to think about. Come hang out with Club Classy. And you guys have given so much great feedback also about hanging out with Club Classy. These music shows, super, super awesome. And yeah, Club Classy is going to be lit. It's good times, good times. But yeah, so I do have a redirect set up. I don't know if it always works, but what it'll do is even though Nick's panel doesn't start till 6, you can hit the notify button and then you'll get the notification at 6 p.m. Eastern to come hang out on the panel show. So that's going to be a good time. And then as far as predictions, you guys, on Monday, I don't know, but we'll be back at 8:45 and we'll see what mess goes down then. Guys, thank you so much for all your conversations today. And I think today more than usual, we've gotten into a lot of gray area subjects, and I'm glad we've been, and shout out to the mods, because I'm sure that, you know, maybe they've done some stuff that I didn't see, making sure the chat was A+. But, you know, we don't always get into conversations where there could be extreme viewpoints. And here I think we did. You know, do we like the attorney? Do we hate the attorney? Would we fire the attorney? Would we keep the attorney? You know, these are kind of bigger questions with emotional answers. And I'm glad that everyone's able to discuss it. So appreciate you guys, and anything that may have been extreme, if the mods took care of it, love you guys too. Thank you so much. We're going to end on a very good note, and then this will redirect over to the Friday night panel. Thank you so much, you guys. Have a great weekend, and see you somewhere else in the YouTube world.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette. G as in Goldfetter. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful.
O for objection, S for sustain, E for buffering, E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you, as in what you mean. I as in adultery call, M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down E, T for telling anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance, keep your stances strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel